What do you say when you need the truth? What do you say when you can't get through? What does it take for the heart to choose? What does it take to survive with you? Oh, need some clarity if you still want me. Cause if you don't, then what do you say? Just give me the truth. Tell me where do we stand? Cause I need to know, yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where do we stand? Cause I need to know, yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where do we stand? Get me up, however, this way, gray area. I'm still being left in the dark, gray area. Get me up, however, this way, gray area. I'm still being left in the dark, gray area. What do you say when you crash your soul? Forget. And what do you say when you're left alone? Experimenting. What other fate is we let our home? Death don't like this. What is it? Yeah, that you play so well. Oh, need some clarity and a sense of peace. I'm on this boat, so what do you say? Set me free and go. Tell me where do we stand? Cause I need to know, yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where do we stand? Cause I need to know, yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where do we stand? This way, gray area. I'm still being left in the dark, gray area. Get me up, however, this way, gray area. I'm still being left in the dark, gray area. And I'm being left in the gray area. Cause I don't wanna chill with you, stop playing, can't deal with you. All I wanna know is where we stand. If you can't give me that, then say so. Grown boys get too real with you, got played, now deal with you. All I wanna know is where we stand. And if you won't give me that, then just go. Leave this wasteland. Get me up, however, this way, gray area. I'm just gonna be left in the dark, gray area. Get me up, this way, gray area. I'm just gonna be left in the dark, gray area.
Leaving before we're both destroyed. No sense fooling myself anymore. You built a wall that I just can't climb. Turned our relationship into a civil war.
I'm not to blame for your unhappiness. That happened long before we ever met. If you had faced the issues from your past, then maybe this wouldn't be our last sunset.
Just go ahead and leave. Let us realize and stop blaming each other. Truth is we just drifted our separate ways. I used to love you with all of my heart. Now it's time for me to fade away. Going out that door will break me apart. I'll keep crying tears that will never end. My feet feel like they're stuck in a
that you'd always stay. Nothing could ever ruin our romance. So now you're walking out the door, afraid to give us just one more chance.
I tried to keep my promise to you, but the pain drove me almost insane. Many times before I wanted to go, but I always remember to remain.
Just go ahead and leave. Let us realize and stop blaming each other. Truth is we just drifted our separate ways. I used to love you with all of my heart. Now it's time for me to fade away. Going out that door will break me apart. I'll keep crying tears that will never end. My feet feel like they're stuck in the sand. My emotions are on a daily descent.
Crazy how it will end like this. We used to walk in the clouds.
Bathed in the waters of life together, waited to have our lovers found. Our love made our lives breathe as one. Then overnight it all disavowed.
Just go ahead and leave. Let us realize and stop blaming each other. Truth is we just drifted our separate ways. I used to love you with all of my heart. Now it's time for me to fade away. Going out that door will break me apart. I'll keep crying tears that will never end. My feet feel like they're stuck in the sand. My emotions are on a daily descent.
Names hard to place. Hearing you is all I can face. Saw you for the first time in a while. Easier than I thought to see you smile. Years have passed since then, since we decided to just be friends. I don't hold your hand now. In the arms of another, hope you're happy now. You've lived your life, it's done you good. You became everything you said you would. And now you will find everything falls into place in time. I said I couldn't love you. She gives you everything I couldn't give to you. I couldn't give to you. Oh, you got engaged to the girl of your dreams. Now I know it's all gone. The love we had for each other fades to none. But I have moved on. Seeing you happy makes me feel strong. We took her to the place we used to go. But I'm okay, because you deserve love. You live your life, Don't you agree? You became everything you said you would. And now you find everything falls into place in time. You said I couldn't love you. She gives you everything I couldn't give to you. 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 Gotta feel like a skunk, 'cause it stinks to be me. No one wants to be around a grump at a party. What I'm trying to say is I don't blame you in any way for rejecting me. I'm just not your taste. Did I fail to mention how pathetic it is to be so alone? You call yourself on the phone. Did I fail to mention how pathetic is how you feel when your invitation's lost in the mail? Blue's not the color. Soon you'll discover it's new. Black and white fun, know how I feel. Black and white fun, know what I mean. Black and white fun, could feel like a skunk. Gotten out of luck, the situation's getting grim. Lost my shoes and I was mugged, and the bus has stopped running. Gonna be a chilly night, but every night it lives. I like to have a clue how it feels to be the gum on somebody's shoes. Like, did I fail to mention how pathetic it is to be so alone? You call yourself on the phone. Did I fail to mention how pathetic is how you feel when your invitation's lost in the mail? Blue's the color. Soon you'll discover. If I felt any better, I'd call the doctor. I feel like dirt. I feel like giving up. I feel like crap. I feel like mad. You know how I feel. You know what I mean. You know how I feel. Know what I mean. You know how I feel. I feel like a skunk.
Why won't you tell me, baby? Why won't you tell me what to do, baby? Tell me. You got it all together. How could I give you more? You're confident you always get what you ask for. Not anything. Buy your pearls and diamond rings. Give you the world and everything. But material just ain't your thing. Tell me what to do for me, baby. You got me high. Cause you just making me crazy. Tell me what to do. I got these bodies. I know what I'm supposed to do. Why won't you tell me, baby? Why won't you tell me what to do, baby? Tell me, baby, what's your secret? Where you keep all your love? A treasure more than any man could dream of. I Be saying shit high and low, but I'm still so miserable. As far as I can go, girl, just let me know. Tell me what to do. Honey, baby, you got me high. It's just making me crazy. Tell me what to do. I got these rockies, I know what I'm supposed to do. Tell me, baby, honey, baby, you got me high. It's just making me crazy. Tell me what to do. I got these rockies, I know what I'm supposed to do.
Let's city lights and skinny women with less clothing. Busy wishing I was less broken. Already wishing I was less jaded and more open to the thought of fame and love existing in the same places. But now I only call when I've been drinking. I mean, it's only when I'm lonely and I'm overthinking. I mean, I'm only getting older and I'm over being single. You don't need somebody different, you just need convincing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most roguish of heels, the Rogue Hero, coming to you live on the internet, on all social media platforms. Hope everybody's having a great Thursday afternoon. I know I am. Got my coffee, got my protein drink, I got my water. We are finishing today. Chud has completed the saga for us. We're going to leech the content from him. Ladies and gentlemen, he has finished the Mr.Girl article, hit piece, manifesto, whatever the fuck you want to call it, on Destiny. Chud has finished it. So we're going to finish this. Us leeching content off of Chud. Let's start the show. I hope everybody's doing really well. I know I am. Let's just go ahead, open this up. Let's get going.
Matters to me because he wants to kill me.
I don't care that he wants to kill me. That's not relevant to the
kill my family. He wants to kill my friends. That's
great.
why it matters.
That's cool. That doesn't matter. Using the word
It's
or not
not
using
cool.
the word
It's
doesn't mean
not
anything.
cool.
Then go complain to the people that ruined the word. And then now it can't be used effectively to at all.
You are ruining the word
The
right
word
now.
is, if I never
I'm
said it
complaining
again,
directly to
the
you.
amount of harm.
Okay, here we go. Good to see that Mr. Girl has leaked more of my DMs. I thought he didn't leak DMs unless someone else does it first, but I guess that's different for me because I don't know. Who knows? Let's get into it. I don't know, man. It's I don't know. This just again, you just can't trust it. You just can't trust anyone. You just can't trust anyone, man. You just literally cannot trust anyone. This just again proves my thesis, and I'm an idiot for thinking otherwise. That if you're DMing with someone, you might as well just be putting it onto your Twitter because it's never going to stay private. Okay. Okay, let's get into this. Well, look, it's just a bit embarrassing for me because I freaked out about the Nick Fuentes stuff. I was, deeply concerned about some of the stuff that was going on. But after I'd watched more of the content, I was like, yeah, actually, I'm kind of freaking out about nothing. This is fine. And Destiny is kind of like providing pushback. And then longer term as well, it's like nothing really happened off the back of it. Nick Fuentes ended up going off with Marla Yiannopoulos, meeting Trump, and getting more publicity that way,
Yeah, that didn't really matter at the end of the day.
But yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to come up and we're going to look at all the information about it. Basically, it's sending a copy to CNN, maybe. Basically, I'll just explain a little bit about what happened from my perspective, okay? So, I saw some of the Nick Fuentes stuff, and I'd only seen clips. Right? I've got this thing sometimes where I look at some clips, I freak out, but then when I watch the content, it's fine. But in this case, I saw the clips, and I freaked out, and I was like, oh my God, what the fuck's going on? This is crazy. So I spoke to Max. Me and Max were talking about it behind the scenes, and I'd had this idea. I was talking about this thing called the Age of the Giga Chad, which is basically the idea that people will use memes to hide more pernicious views or to like subvert the fact that they've got more pernicious views, and then that became the stream where me, Max, and Destiny spoke on stream. about the Age of the Giga Chad stuff, but then it just became, it was supposed to be talking about Age of Giga Chad, and then it just became basically, let's fucking interrogate Destiny on the Nick Fuentes stuff. So, you know, it's a little bit annoying, and I feel like what Max has done, what's really annoying about what's happened here is Max has taken private interactions that we've had like months and months ago, and he's using it to like back up his article or back up his claims about things. And it's like, you know, this is stuff we spoke about privately months and months ago, stuff which in some cases I've even changed my position on or changed my thought process on. Yet now I mean, it's fine if he's going to do that, he's going to do that, you know. But the problem is there's obviously further context to a lot of these DMs that goes beyond what he's going to show here. And unless I like just leak all of our DMs, I mean, what can I do? You know, what, like, all I can do is
Mr.Girl, the leaker. Who would have guessed it?
Characterize it from my
Who would have saw this coming, if not the entire internet?
Perspective. Otherwise, it's just leaking all of our DMs. And at this point, it's like, well, you've leaked some of our DMs, right? You've leaked some of our DMs, but then, you know, why are you not just putting it all out there if you're going to leak them? Me and Destiny's platforming with Nick Fuentes. My 6th grade teacher had us do a family tree assignment as homework. Other than calling me the brown boy growing up, this was the first time I'd ever thought about my ethnicity. I took down my father's oral history of his side of the family. He told me, in Vilna, Poland, your great-great-grandfather wrote one of the first Hebrew encyclopedias. I jotted it down, thinking it sounded like a noteworthy accomplishment. When he was in his 70s, the Nazis tied him to the back of a truck and dragged him through the streets until he was dead. Then a few people escaped on a boat. In my father's words, everyone else died. When my great-grandfather immigrated to the US, he kissed the ground at Ellis Island and changed his name to Abraham Lincoln Liberty. My grandmother's family, thinking that was a bit weird, adopted a more Jewish sounding Leiber. My brother's middle name is Liberty. There's a brand of Holocaust remembrance that says Nazis were a singular evil. Anti-Semitism is a vile sickness that must be contained and extinguished. Israel is the motherland of all Jews and has an inalienable right to exist.
I deny all this. Chud Logic denies all this. Maybe. I'm kidding. Of course, he does deny this too. This is just stuff that Nick Fuentes just like said too. So, social media gods. No. Do not shut me down.
I was taught the other brand. The Nazis were normal, everyday people. Banning anti-Semitism only increases a conspiratorial thinking of people who hate Jews. And Israel is an ethno-state where Jews have more rights than non-Jews. Jews taught the first brand of Holocaust remembrance. Proud Jews picture themselves being chased, hiding in attics and cellars, and being herded into gas chambers. Can you please say the Holocaust was bad? The Holocaust was very bad, okay? I do not agree in any way with the Holocaust. Or
exactly,
the
Chud.
Of Hitler, to be absolutely clear here, all right? Growing up, I pictured myself hunting Jews, shooting them and watching them fall into a mass grave, burning their bodies, prying gold from extracted teeth. To call a Nazi evil is Holocaust denial. To dehumanize Nazis is Nazism itself. And doing so gives people the ludicrous impossible idea that somehow we know when we're wrong. The Nazis did not know they were Nazis. Okay. Never forget to me always meant never forget to look in the mirror. On January 2022, when I did my first live stream on Twitch, I averaged around 500 concurrent viewers, and over the months the number gradually increased. I was used to being the weirdo who was always platformed by someone else, and I suddenly found myself wielding a decently sized spotlight of my own. Lauren Southern asked me to play Call of Duty, and I readily agreed. I knew she was controversial, but so was I. My controversial 2020 review of the movie Cuties had made thousands of people think I was a pedophile. People called her a Nazi, they called me a pedophile, fuck political polarization, let's play some video games. Then I learned that in 2017 she protested on a raft in an attempt to block a rescue ship and leaving port from leaving port.
That video of that's like floating around somewhere. I think in some place it's been taken down, if not by her. I don't think it was ever by her. It was by like whatever company that originally owned the footage. But the footage is floating out there if anyone's interested in like finding it.
Sicily and filling up with illegal immigrants. Suddenly, this Call of Duty thing didn't seem like a good idea. Unwilling to assist in her rebranding as a normal conservative, I suggested we cross-examine each other about a controversy instead, which we did. In May, Brittany from Politically Provoked, a right-leaning and Nazi-friendly group of content creators Destiny helped get off the ground.
That's completely untrue. Politically Provoked has been there long before that too. They've been around. I think they're primarily on Facebook now.
Wait.
I think they still stream on Twitch.
I'm not sure if that's true.
That's just not true.
Does he just mean like had debates on their channel? Approached me to do a 2v2 debate.
If he meant that, he said it very dishonestly.
Me and Destiny versus Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska. The topic would be the January 6th Capitol insurrection. Before the insurrection, at the nearby Freedom Plaza, Fuentes told his followers, our founding fathers would get in the streets and they would take this country back by force if necessary, and that is what we must be prepared to do. Baked Alaska live-streamed himself inside the Capitol and was sentenced to 2 months in prison in January 2023. At this point, though I love Destiny on a personal level, I'd come to the conclusion that he was incapable of taking anything seriously except himself, the only topic about which he has zero sense of humor. The three of them would have enjoyed some jovial sparring while I indignantly poured my heart out about my love of America. I turned down the debate. I was replaced by an 18-year-old progressive Swedish streamer named Rosewrist. Don't let his age fool you. He's the best debater I've ever encountered, weakened only by his admiration for Destiny, which I suspect he will grow out of if he hasn't already. The debate was streamed on May 22nd and uploaded by Destiny with the title Destiny and Rosewrist Trigger Fuentes and Baked Alaska in January 6th debate. It went as I expected it would, with Destiny and Fuentes snickering throughout and trading playful jabs. I became concerned that, despite his oft-repeated goal of putting audiences to the left, Destiny was sanitizing Fuentes by treating him like he's just another wacky...
No. You know, I actually had that opinion, like, at first, too. I felt like he was, like, sanitizing, like, Fuentes, but in reality, he was humanizing him, too. And for a lot of people who kind of thought that Fuentes... I was one of those people who thought that Fuentes was, like, kind of this otherworldly figure that you should, like, be terrified of because he's going to start, like... essentially like the next Holocaust here in America. The guy's just a fucking nerd. He's just a nerd, you know, quoting Batman, you know, he bleeds like the rest of us in that fucking Batman v Superman movie, which I try to forget but can't. He's just a dude. In reality, he's just a normal guy too. He's very persuasive, and he attaches himself to a lot of disaffected like young people too. But when you humanize a guy like that, you realize that guy doesn't have any real power. And you also begin to realize that a lot of people, especially like Republicans, conservatives, they might sort of believe in what he says, but like he's so direct about it, he's very off-putting. My worry is though that like people like him are getting into power, and you need people like Destiny and Vosh and even Hassan out there like being over the top and like pushing them back, because those guys are crazy. But generally people don't think favorably of Nick Fuentes, and if Republicans are smart and they want like more moderates and independents to vote for him, you stay away from guys like that too. But some, because his rhetoric is like so off the wall, and you're kind of seeing it too with the anti-trans legislation. People don't find it favorable, and not because some of them generally care that it's like you're hurting trans people for no perceivable reason. Other people like, you're talking about all this trans stuff here. I've never met a trans person in real life, only seen them like online. I don't think there's any trans people like in my town, and you're not addressing like my needs. Like the factory's shut down, I have no jobs, you know, the school system sucks here, we don't have any doctors. If I want to see a doctor, I go 30 miles in either direction, you know, and I'm barely hanging on by a thread here. You're not addressing like their actual concerns, which people want you to do. So
wacky streamer rather than a racist and fascist
that's what they care about
with a sizable following. The gravity of January 6th was not at all apparent in the debate. Listening to the typical debate bro sparring, you'd have no indication that just 4 months earlier, Fuentes had been subpoenaed by the House committee investigating the insurrection.
Was he?
Nor would you have an inkling that in November 2022, 6 months after the
That
debate,
I honestly
Fuentes
don't know.
would be having dinner with Kanye West and Donald Trump. When Nick said, I say that we should not leave this capital under Donald Trump is inaugurated, what did he mean by this? Destiny laughed. He meant in 2024. Rose Wrist laughed.
Yeah, they laugh because... Not because, like, they...
When I said we're not leaving until Trump's inaugurated president, we're saying that we're protesting outside the Capitol until Mike Pence does the right thing and doesn't count the votes. Wait, so the goal was to affect the outcome. When we were there at the protest, yeah, because Trump said, you're going to go out to the Capitol and make your voices heard. Wait, hold on, did I just have a fucking stroke? I thought you said that wasn't the goal. I thought you were... The goal was not to breach the Capitol and suspend the vote from occurring. You're talking about two different things. What Trump said was go to the lawn and make your voices heard, which is what we did. Later in the debate, while Fuentes and Baker Laster argued passionately that there has been election fraud in 2020, Destiny turned to the side and began playing his piano. He occasionally does this to signify that his opponent is not making a good point. Does he not have clips? Oh, fuck me, my throat is fucked. Does he not have clips in the art in the is there not a document that has the clips? Around the same time, starting in April, Fuentes began occasionally streaming with Stardust, a fellow Destiny orbiter. In DMs to me, Stardust said she was worried about being outwitted by Fuentes. I told her it would probably be safer to just interview him rather than try to fight him, but she wound up doing neither, opting instead for friendly chats with him and other far-right figures. Since Fuentes is banned from all major platforms, a YouTube streamer who is willing to regularly feature him is an invaluable resource to him. Though I'd asked to interview him several months earlier, he didn't respond at the time. I decided the best policy going forward would be zero contact. I still wasn't sure how to handle my colleagues rubbing shoulders with him, so I ignored it. Destiny did the following streams with Fuentes during the summer of 2022. An excerpt. Destiny, while playing a video game. Let's say that you could wipe away all of the, like, Jewish interests. This is a really hard question, obviously. Like, what percentage do you think of the problems would that fix? Or for you, would... Fuck's sake, I can't read! What percentage do you think of problems for you that would fix? Or in terms of like building your dream America or your dream society, how much does that go towards making your world what you want it to be? That's a good question. I don't know exactly. And I'm not talking about like a genocide. I'm just saying like you snap your fingers and it disappears or whatever, right? Yeah, I'm not trying to Holocaust or whatever. Fuentes laughing. Yeah, well, I see what you're saying. What percentage of the problems can be attributed to influence of power? You know, hypothetically, if we're conceding that if we're conceding there is that for the sake of argument, probably like 30 to 40%, maybe 50. So still a sizable amount. That's a pretty big amount. Do you feel like your community and you are 95% in line with what you believe in regards to this stuff? Fuentes. Yeah, I think for the most part there's agreement. Okay. July 18th, talk with Nick Fuentes about Lauren Southern and a manifesto. War on Women panel with Fuentes, Taftaj, Stardust. Sneeko connects with Nick Fuentes. Talk with Nick and Lauren about their beef. Race debate with Sneeko, Abba, Gideon, Young Don, and Nick. In this stream, Sneeko had brought Fuentes onto a panel with 3 popular black creators, introducing him as a friend. Fuentes, a skilled rhetorician, began to proselytize about race with little pushback, and in some cases, bemused laughter from the black streamers. Destiny joined the panel and pushed back, but some members of the community, myself included, felt that Destiny...
I vividly remember that. And the issue was those guys just didn't know how to like respond to like Fuentes. And it wasn't because like they didn't know what they were doing or anything. Like they just like didn't know how to respond. Because this guy was saying some like crazy off the wall stuff. And it was like more like a nervous laughter than anything else. So the way he's like framing this is completely off too. And then when like Abba, like I forget if it was afterwards or like the next day, but they addressed it too, and they were like, this guy was like they were all very uncomfortable. Like Gideon and Abba were very uncomfortable, and they didn't want to like talk to the guy too, but he was there too because he's with Sneeko, right? That further like divided like Sneeko with the rest of that community too, with like Gideon and like Abba. It's just like, bro, this guy like is looking at you, and he thinks that you shouldn't exist. Like I don't know how like more clearly like he can be about that he's just using you. I don't know if like Sneeko like knows that or just doesn't care about it too, but you know, he's a big boy. He can take care of himself at this point.
He was partly responsible for Sneeko exposing Fuentes to hundreds of thousands of viewers who had never likely heard of him before. Chud Logic, an orbiter and friend of mine at the time, DM'd me about it. Here we go. Here we go! Okay. Oh, this is gonna be so cringe! Oh my god! Okay. Okay, let's just...
He's preparing himself mentally.
Ex-friend. Oh man, it is so fucking cringe. I remember these conversations, man. Oh, I was freaking the fuck out. At the time about Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, we all were, and then we all were. Well, it wasn't just you. It was everybody. Because I was concerned about that too, but I kept it mostly like private. I was just thinking about that too, watching. But then like the more I watched, I was like, oh my god, this guy's like a fucking nerd, and like Destiny's like making him like look very human. And I think that's the problem too. Like these guys, they're all like nerds, and like they say like all this crazy shit too, but they'll never say it to your face, especially when they get confronted in real life. You see the Crowder interview when he was like fucking around with like these union guys, and one of them just socked him in the face.
Okay,
that video's still out there too.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's just get through it. Let's just bite the fucking bullet. Okay? Let's just bite the fucking bullet. Listen, look, it is what it is, okay? If he's going to leak the DMs, he's going to leak the DMs. The thing is that I find a bit annoying about it, though, is that he's pushed this idea or pushed this concept that he only ever leaks DMs if someone burns him first in terms of leaking DMs. I don't think I've leaked any DMs. The worst I've done is shown like a screenshot of me saying to him, don't go fucking ballistic or something like that. Anyway, let's get into it, okay? Let's just bite the fucking bullet. Here we go. Man, wait. Okay, did you watch the crazy panel last night? Man, it is kind of worrying how people fall so hard for Nick Fuentes. I saw 30 seconds of it and couldn't watch. This is a major turning point for Nick and exposed him to hundreds of thousands or millions of new people and exposed him in the most sanitized possible light. Man, I feel like Destiny has this kind of habit of like giving some cover to the worst people, then swooping in to debate them at the last minute. It happened with Lauren Southern, happened here too. I mean, I've got to be honest with you, with new information, the Lauren Southern thing I view in a very different light now, okay? Let's just say I'm viewing the Lauren Southern thing in a very different fucking light now with what has been.
See Chud's last video on like what he means by that. If you don't know what I mean, if you're old enough, I think you can like parse it through. I forgot to like add the YouTube link to it. Go ahead and like make sure you subscribe to Chud too and follow his channel and give him money. He's doing God's work here.
Revealed, but nonetheless, let's continue, okay? Let's continue. But it's difficult to provide this feedback in a way that people don't lose their shit over. Max, Destiny has helped Fuentes and Southern immensely. Even if he destroys them in a debate, the fact that he's debating them at all and being friendly with them 90% of the time lends them a ton of credibility. He repeatedly said he wants to talk about whomever he wants and sees it as a responsibility, though. I wouldn't go on that panel. Destiny's audience seems to be like that he doesn't take on that responsibility or put it on others. Chud Logic. People keep sending it to me to watch. Keck top memes like, Nick Fuentes is a fucking racist, man. Is it really memes? Yeah, it's all a joke, even though we know people get completely and absolutely radicalized by the political content they watch. When did it become funny to just be racist? Cringe. Okay.
Oh my god.
But I will listen. It's cringe, okay? And obviously, I love the fucking Giga Chad memes, right? But I do think that there was a period of time where it was like, you know, Nick Fuentes' what I saw as like serious statements about race and about stuff like that, right? Okay, was seen as a joke and it was seen as a meme. Do you know what I mean? And I think especially if you look at the context of what's happened since those streams happened, especially like now people are going, oh yeah, Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, isn't he? And it's like, yeah, he was always a fucking Nazi. He was always a fucking Nazi.
Unironically too. Using that term unironically.
But it's cringe because it's soy. But it's cringe because it's soy, obviously. Anyway. Age of the Giga Chad strikes again. Giga Chad is a chat emote similar to the emoji derived from the digitally altered photo of Russian I can't believe he's explaining the Giga Chad meme. I can't believe he's explaining the Giga Chad meme. Giga Chad is a chat emote similar to an emoji derived from a digitally altered photo of Russian model Krista Sudmalis. Chad comes from incel ideology, which divides the men into tiers of desirability and genetic superiority. Chad's being in the top tier. The emote is used semi-ironically, particularly when someone is willing to make themselves look bad. It is, if a debate opponent says, okay, so if you believe the government should make decisions about women's reproductive systems...
Sorry about that, folks.
...then you must also be okay with police officers fucking you in the ass, right? You say, yes, I am. The chat goes wild with Giga Chad emotes. As in the above example, a Giga Chad maneuver allows you to appear to be standing your ground, but really you're dodging a counter-argument by being funny. However, if the audience thinks this counter-argument was stupid in the first place, they'll support your decision to mock it rather than engage. Political streamers are mostly cowards, which complicates things because they will use it to move to actually evade a good argument, while pretending they're only pretending to evade a good argument. Okay, this is, I feel like he's massively overcomplicating all of this, right? This was never my kind of point or position on the Giga Chad shit, right? My position was really fucking simple, okay? It was that you had someone like Nick Fuentes, okay, who would unironically say some fucked up shit that he believed, right? People would think, oh, is this a joke or is this a meme? I don't really know. And would then like Giga Chad it, right? But it's like, no, Nick Fuentes truly believes some of the stuff that he's saying. Right? That was always my point with the Age of the Giga Chad stuff. So obviously he's got his own view and analysis on it.
Let's fill these bars, people. Doing a Chud logic there. I'm like Chud who feels shame about being a capitalist. I am the Uber capitalist, and I will eat beg as much as possible so I don't have to work a regular 9 to 5. That's who I am. I am the beggar of social media. To a point. Mr. Beast, you want me to do a ridiculous challenge? I will do it too, as long as you give me money. Clip it and ship it, folks. I love money.
His fans believe it too. Well, that was always the point, is like, so you had Nick Fuentes going on a Destiny stream, right? He would say something about Jewish people, right? He would say something bad about Jewish people. Maybe there'd be Pepe posting or something, right? But his audience would obviously love it and think, yeah, based, F the Jews. But then people would also, you know, act like they kind of supported it because it's like so extreme, but he actually believes what he's saying. Does that make sense?
Very much so.
So the whole point of it was that it wasn't memes or edgy jokes. It was genuine expressions of sentiment that were treated as a joke when it wasn't really a joke.
Yes, we will be playing video games as well over this.
You couldn't have any real conversations because real convos were soy. Yes, that is another thing as well. And I'm experiencing it right now. I'm experiencing it right now. Very meta, but I'm experiencing it right now. To express these sentiments and to talk about some of the issues, people are going to think as soy and they're going to mock you for doing that. Even though there are some genuine points to be made where you've got people who are unironic racists, unironic Nazis, etc., making jokes. It creates this dynamic where if you're engaging in unironic bigotry, there is a level of protection that's afforded to you in the discourse because it's like you're saying it so blatantly it's seen as a funny meme. And if you try and criticize it and say, well, hang on a second, this person's actually racist, it's, oh, look at this soy motherfucker, oh, soy, no, da-da-da. There's even a dynamic of it in my community that pisses me off, where I'll make a point about something and I just get the fucking soy nods. Now look, at the end of the day, what it comes down to with me is it's just memes. Like, it doesn't really bother me that much. It's funny to get annoyed about it. But when you're talking about someone who is like a genuine political operator, I do think it's worth just being a bit more concerned about that dynamic and thinking about how that plays out in discourse. You intentionally created that dynamic by adding the soy nod emote. Yeah, but with me, the stakes are very low. With me, the stakes are very low, right? If I give a trite, you know, if I do some Giga Chad racist shit, obviously I'm memeing, right? But then if I do something where it's like, guys, you know, I'm looking at this rape thing and you're going on about it. You know, this guy actually raped a woman. Like, this is crazy. And everyone soy nods me, right? What does it fucking matter? Like, there's no stakes there, you know? It's not like anyone's going to fucking die off the back of it. Or it's not that there's anything that's going to happen. Whereas, like, with Nick Fuentes, although I do still think there was an extremity of, like, this idea there's going to be a Holocaust because Nick Fuentes is going on Destiny's stream, you know, I do think there's a dynamic that's worth recognizing when it comes to, like, discussing that issue, you know? But, yeah. So, wait a second. A counterpoint is like to the 9.99. So should we just wait until you grow enough that your festering chat becomes a problem? My chat isn't a problem at all. My chat isn't a problem at all. There's been at least one explicit white nationalist that left my community when he realized that I didn't agree with him that European equals white.
He does actually control, like, and there's some like crazy people in the chat, but like it gets moderated quite a bit in like Chud's chat too. Like, yeah. Like, he's not going to care about shit like that. He thinks that's funny. And frankly, that's not, like, breaking any rules, too, by the way. Like, if you, like, if this is what, stuff like this, like, bothers you here, was it Cuck Logic slupping my cummies or whatever? If, like, shit like that, like, gets to you, you're not going to survive the internet, like, whatsoever, too. If it's, like, I remember in someone's chat, it was, so the username was hate Jews, right? But the H in hate and the J in Jews was switched. Fucking immediately fucking the guy, because like I knew what like the fight, I knew he was doing. He couldn't get the username right on Twitch because its algorithm's gonna pick it up, so he just switched the letters. But I knew exactly what it was too, and it wasn't like. But I was like, I'm not gonna fucking. I know what that is, dude. Like, human looks at that, it's like I know what that is, and he just like I just fucking yeeted him from the channel. But like stuff like that too. But like, if you get a little spiciness too, you need to stand out too. So you gotta be a little spicy. But like, there's a line. You don't cross that line, right? Because then it goes into like, all right, now you're just being a racist. Now you're being a bigot. You're being, you know, sexist, like whatever. There's a line that you can step to, but never cross. And that line, now where that line is, it kind of depends on where society is too. But feel free to test the line. And if you get yeeted, you get yeeted.
There was another one as well, I think he still watches. Anyway, come on, let's continue. While pretending they're only pretending to evade a good argument, it's costly to take a hard stance on anything, so streamers will avoid if possible, and ironic humor affords them a lot of cover. And one final wrinkle is TOS. YouTube and Twitch will ban you if you're too bigoted, but audiences love to watch streamers teeter on the edge of what's allowed. These dynamics combine to create what Chudlog has dubbed the age of the Giga Chad, where the center-left streamers in Destiny's sphere use ironic... No! No! That's not what the age of the Giga Chad was! That was never what the age of the Giga Chad was whatsoever. My entire point with... I don't care about people engaging in unironic bigotry if you're not racist, okay? It doesn't fucking matter. The stakes are not there. The stakes are very low. It doesn't fucking matter if a center-left streamer does some edgy racist jokes. I do fucking stupid edgy racist jokes all the time. Use ironic bigotry to gain status and avoid appearing soy, effeminate sensitivity, and thus implicitly endorsing progressive cancel culture. As it stands, the community is ill-equipped to condemn actual bigotry as long as it's funny, and Nick Fuentes is funny. No, that was... That was never my fucking point, right? My point was never, oh, no progressive streamer that does edgy stuff can you know, challenge bigotry. That was never my fucking point with the Age of the Giga Chad shit. It's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking annoying that Max's interpretation of this is that when we... Okay. Man, it's really fucked up. I think I'm feeling a bit burnt out, to be honest. Honestly... What is the point of this, man? What is the... Why reveal that I'm feeling burnt out in a I just... Why? Why does he need to fucking show this? Why does he need to show... I was feeling burnt out. Yeah, I was feeling burnt out. Around middle of 2022. Yes, I was feeling burnt out. Okay? Sue me. Fucking sue me. Okay? Jesus Christ. It's so embarrassing to have that kind of shit put out there for no fucking reason. I hate it. Why? Why do I have to fucking... Why do I have to fucking... Oh my god, man. I fucking hate this.
Welcome to being internet famous.
I am embarrassed. I am embarrassed because I don't like it to be known of what... Obviously, I've got personal thoughts and feelings about things, right? No, I know no one cares about it, right? I know no one gives a shit about any of this. It's fine, right? I just, on a personal level, I'm generally quite a private person, okay? Obviously, I come on stream, I do the memes, I have some fun, I make some content and stuff like that, right? Yes, at times, even though it seems easy of satire, reacting to videos or whatever, some of the shit can burn you out and it gets fucking annoying, right? And yeah, around that time I was feeling burnt out. I remember, like, at times, it was like I didn't even want to stream. I didn't even want to fucking stream. I was like, I can't be bothered. Do you know what I mean? And I think that now, you know, engaging in just blatant and complete content brain has really kind of like helped me find the passion. God, this is so gay to talk about, man. This is so fucking gay to talk about. I hate it. Okay. Right. Now
these are like private conversations you should have with like people.
And I'm
essentially what he's saying.
Making content, okay? But I remember at the time, I think, okay, I was kind of going through a bit of a development. I don't know what you'd call it, okay? I don't know what you'd call it. I'm not actually sorry, guys. It was a moment of weakness. Oh, God.
It was a moment of weakness, guys.
Okay. I was still moral frogging, yeah. Back then, I was still moral frogging. I was like going through a bit of a process. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to be as a content creator, you know. I felt like I'd kind of fit into like a certain role in the content creator ecosystem, and I was a little bit like, you know, my viewership had also kind of like gone down a bit after having a bit of a peak, so I was kind of a bit lost. I was like, what do I do? How do I fucking, you know, move forward? How do I progress? And so all this brought together this feeling of feeling like a bit burnt out and a bit like, you know, directionless of what I was going to do with my content, right?
Dude, he's like actually like burying his soul right now. Yo, I thought he was just gonna like stop. He's like burying his soul right now. This is embarrassing, Chud. You're embarrassing yourself. You're supposed to be the king of what's not soy. My illusion of you has been broken. Every other soy-faced lefty that's on this platform and every other platform, Chud. You are weak. You are the weak man. I'm kidding. It's okay. I wouldn't do this, you know. I would just drink my problems away and probably like not show up for stream for like 2 weeks. But listen, listen, Chud, you be you, okay? Soy face motherfucker.
So some of this stuff was me trying to reach out and think, okay. The other thing as well.
He knows it's soy too. He knows it's fucking embarrassing.
Is that I had really fucking terrible imposter syndrome. I had really fucking terrible imposter syndrome too, right? Because, you know, think of it like this, right? I've been streaming for years. Mr. Girl comes along. Mr. Girl comes along and he's just fucking rockets up. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, damn, he's doing really well. And obviously at the time I was friends with him and I felt good for him, right? But it's like, what am I doing wrong? Cringe! I hate speaking honestly about my feelings. I was like, what am I doing this success? You know?
You should be.
I know this is cringe. I know this is cringe. Okay. Should I just move on? Clearly
just
not
move
interested
on.
in hearing about my personal feelings.
Just move
stuff,
on.
Right?
In all honesty, like, this is my honest take on this too. I think it's fine that you talk about this stuff. Personally, I do not think that you should talk about these things online as a content creator too, because it gets you, not because like you shouldn't like be honest and like be honest with like your community and stuff like that too, but stuff like this doesn't play well on the internet. Showing like a level of weakness on the internet, it's just you're gonna get memed out of existence. And if you're already struggling with like mental health issues, or if you're already struggling with like imposter syndrome, like Chud said, it's going to be compounded because people are going to take it out of context. They're going to clip it. They're going to make like a Meat Canyon video out of it, shit like that too, like stuff like that too. That's why, like, privately, you should handle all these things privately too. You should appear strong on the internet, like sure in your values. If you need to take time off because you have mental health, I would never mention it online. Guys, I'm taking like a 2-week vacation. I'm just like very like tired and stuff. I'm taking a planned 2-week vacation. I'll keep you updated on everything that's going on. I'm gonna be involved in my Discord community. And then I'll see you in like 2 weeks. That's it. People say, why are you taking a vacation? I just felt like taking a vacation. That's all. You don't have to go into any details. I just felt like just taking a break. You know, I've been grinding hard, been getting a lot of views, and I felt like I personally felt like I take, and no one's gonna really think otherwise of it too, right? Oh, you're just taking a vacation. I was gonna say anything to you quietly. You could be like, hey, you could just be at home, like, because you're dealing with your mental health and you're talking to people behind the scenes too, talking to the content creators that you trust. It's like bearing your soul out to your audience like this on stream. I know garners you views, garners you. I think though, that is so short term. Over the long term, people will use it against you and clip it, and next thing you know, there's a Mr. Girl manifesto about you. You know what I mean? And I think it's, you can look at, like in Chud's last video, he mentioned it too, and it saw too. There was a video of Mr. Girl talking to Destiny very early in the relationship, and then like when he did like his call-in show. It was actually a later video after he did all this too. He was watching a Mr. Girl call-in show on stream, and it's just like you look at like how Max looked like then versus like now. Some shit's been going on behind the scenes. Like you can see like how his mental health has dropped and it's affecting his physical appearance. Like I tend to be like disheveled a little bit because like I don't take care of like my beard as well as I really should. Like I actually trimmed it today, so it's not like all over the place. I brushed it. You know, I don't apply any product or anything like that to the beard, but I brush it. I brushed it today, you know, when I showered and all that too. But Max is like going off on a whole nother like level too. Like he is deep into his own delusion, you know, and I think he actually believes like the shit that he's saying too. But like, I just don't think you should bare your soul till on the internet too, because it will get used against you. So, you know. That's just like my personal take on it too. But if you want to do that, you go ahead. But eyes wide open when you do it too, because next thing you know, people are coming at you too. It's the same thing goes with like when Cutie talked about like the deep fake thing with like Atrioc and all that. That's old. It's old drama and everything too. Never should have done that because it got taken out. It got taken out of context the wrong way. People thought she was farming views, and then the streamer awards come out, and then it got sponsored by Fansly. So obviously people are gonna make those two connections together too, and I think that was the wrong thing to do. If you had like what she said afterwards, after she had that when she was on stream crying, said, hey, I'm well aware of like what's going on too. I contacted an attorney, and I contacted other female streamers that I know whose images have been taken by that website. They're on board with this too, and that attorney is now looking into taking down the website and I'm possibly pursuing, and other females possibly pursuing a lawsuit against the owner of the website for taking our name, image, and likeness without our permission. Too. And that's all she had to say. And you know what? No one would have questioned her about it too, because it would have been logical, it would have been reasonable. don't do that content. They took your name, image, and likeness without your permission, and they're profiting without too, without even paying you a dime. So it's very logical for people too. But when you go on stream and you cry like that too, people are very internet brained. You're very internet brained too. I'm sort of like trained that way too. But you do that, and then you get sponsored by Fansly. You know, people are still going to criticize you about the Fansly thing, even if you like never did the crying thing. But like, it would have been minimized too, because you can say, listen, this thing costs a lot of money. I enjoy doing it too, and I need sponsorships to pay for it because I can't pay for it all too, because that puts me too deep in the hole. Like logical arguments like that, you're still going to criticize for it, but the criticism is going to be minimal too, because other people come out and say, yeah, but you know, you're gonna have to get sponsored. That's just like how it is. You know what I mean? Like that's not fair, but you get cover at least. Privately, you could be crying yourself into a hole. You know. Well, drinking like 6-7 bottles of wine, but you do that privately. Don't show it on the internet.
Unbelievable.
Because the internet
Stop
doesn't
being
forget.
So soy. Fuck off, okay? Fuck you. Move on, we don't care. Okay, this is fucking pointless. You fuckers don't even care anyway. I'm trying to pour my heart out to you, and you're just telling me to keep going. Unbelievable.
You are just
this chat is
capitalism. That's it.
This chat is cringe. They just want me to read the fucking article. Okay, I'm just going to read the fucking article, okay? Fuck you. Age of the Giga Chad, yeah. It's the SJWs being triggered and calling everything racist that made it funny. They give cover to actual racism. No one likes being policed by the other side, but now no one will police their own side. The reality of it all, I honestly just want to play a week of playing video games. You should do a stream about the Age of the Giga Chad, unless you already have and I missed it. No, not yet, sure. I'll watch this panel, I think. I think it will be meaningful coming from you. It's always awkward calling out Steven, but don't play video games for a week just to avoid it. I know that's not what you're saying, but that's how it will come across. Yeah, for sure. I think the problem is Steven came on and debated him. But it's the shit he has done up to now that's the issue. Like, how exactly did it get to the stage where Sneeko and Nick Fuentes were talking? People were like, Destiny destroyed Fuentes. Okay, what about when he was memeing with him and shit? I think Steven realizes this. He posted into GGG about it. He sent a screenshot of 2 messages Destiny had sent in his offline chat. I got to lean in harder against Nick with so many dudes present. Can't let him preach to so many people like that. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but this comes across as him realizing shit's getting real and wanting to rein it in. Man, these clips are stomach churning. Yes, it almost doesn't matter what he says now.
Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to test something out real quick.
You like a Jew, is that?
Okay.
Sneeko
so it'll be different for everyone. Okay.
Clips, but I keep seeing screenshots of everyone laughing together except Steven. This is the largest panel I've ever seen. Steven streaming. Nick says racist thing ironically, but we know he really believes it. Every black person starts laughing. Oh shit, I didn't even tell you. I'm in a group chat with DGGers. Nick Fuentes is in there. So basically, you might have seen some drama about some of these DGG group chats, but I was in this group chat and Nick Fuentes was just chilling in there. Nick Fuentes was just chilling in there. It was so fucking weird. It was so fucking random. And it's like, why the fuck is Nick Fuentes in here? What the fuck? And everyone was just like laughing and memeing with him. Anyway. Nick is allowing them to believe that he feels about the white people the same way they feel about black people, but that is not true. The black
that is a little weird.
Want equality. And maybe some of them want their own spaces. They do not want an ethno state where whites are enslaved or killed. Yeah. Since I realized I'm not going to post it there, I don't want Nick Fuentes know my business, what the fuck. People wishing him happy birthday. Honestly, I think I'm disturbed by it. Like, it has a profound effect to see it firsthand like that. This guy is bad fucking news. Yeah, I can tell you freaked out. Yeah, sorry, man. Mr.Girl, ever since I saw the clip of him saying explicitly that you have to pretend you're joking when you talk about Jews or denying the Holocaust, I've been horrified by this adept use of humor and yeah, the path to power and prominence afforded to him by the age of the Giga Chad. Racist jokes are supposed to be funny because you're making fun of racist people. Nick just seems like a sociopath who knows how to work a room and accomplish multiple complex goals at the same time while seeming like he's just screwing around. 2 days later, Chud Logic told me that he'd watched the full race panel and that it wasn't as bad as he originally thought based on the clips. Why has he not included that part of the conversation? Why has he only included the part of me being Giga Soy? That's really fucking annoying. But yeah, I watched the panel and I was like, okay, I was a bit freaked out about this, but actually it's nowhere near as bad as I thought. And actually there's like pretty reasonable pushback. Why include any of it? I mean, because he wants to destroy me, right? Obviously he gets destroyed. Max gets destroyed by being called a rapist pedo, okay? I get destroyed by being called soy. I get destroyed by being called soy. That's what's going on here. What? I feel like I should just leak all of our DMs. Like, if he's gonna selectively leak DMs to paint a certain narrative, why the fuck shouldn't I just leak all the DMs and you can all see what's what? It's so annoying. It's so annoying to have your DMs selectively used. It's so fucking annoying to have your DMs selectively used to paint a narrative that, by the way, I don't even fucking support, okay? I don't even fucking support this narrative that he's perpetuating. But yet, because we spoke privately months ago and I was a bit fucking sorry to him in DMs, that gets put into an article and is used to support a narrative I don't even agree with. It's so fucking annoying. I'm fine. It's just, you know... It's just annoying. It's just really fucking annoying. And again, I'm just such an idiot. Again, you trust someone to have frank conversations with them discreetly, privately, right? And then that gets. I mean, obviously, Destiny's got it way worse than me. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I'm not trying to make out like I'm the biggest fucking victim in all of this or something. Yep. Fucking annoying that you have what you consider to be like something of a friendship, right? Okay, you should never have soyed out from the clips. Yes, obviously I shouldn't have soyed out from the clips, okay? But obviously when you have a conversation with someone, you might speak frankly about something, or you might express a concern that later changes. You know, to have it kind of dredged up like this is just really fucking annoying, especially when it's framed and it's not even including further messages which, you know, detail further interaction we had that I would argue massively changes the context of this entire conversation. Anyway, let's just fucking get through the article. Come on. Let's just get through the fucking article.
You're almost there, man. He's right there, too. He's like, it's like a third or quarter left of the article.
I don't know, man. It's just really fucking annoying.
He was just...
listen, anytime I post a DM to someone, I'm just going to put it onto my Twitter. I'm going to be like, hey guys, I just sent this private DM to a creator. Before in 6 months it gets leaked, here, read it yourself, okay? Read it yourself. Okay, anyway, I'm done. I don't care anymore. I'm done. I don't fucking care. Listen, don't give a shit. Don't care. Don't fucking care. I'm moving on. I'm going to stop soying out. Let's just continue. But this is a $5,000 stream. Support the stream. We're going to get to $5,000 today. We need what?
I believe him when he says that too.
Donos and $70, and then it's the $5,000 stream. 2 days later, Chud Logic told me to watch the full panel and that it wasn't as bad as he originally thought based on the clips. On August 22nd, Destiny invited Fuentes over to his house for a friendly in-person chat. Left-leaning content creators criticized Destiny harshly for the stream, but none of the Destiny orbiters gave any serious pushback. I
would never let Nick Fuentes like know where I live. Get the fuck out of here. He's not gonna do anything. He himself will never do anything. I'm just like worried about like what the fans, like he'll mention it like very passively on a cozy TV chat. You know what I mean? And then someone does something like they probably won't do anything other, but they might like harass him, harass Melina, like Dan. I know Dan had some concerns too, but you know, he knows Destiny thinks Chicken and KSI video reviewer. Jesus Christ.
Are there any Jewish
fucking names?
Are you Jewish by any chance? Why would you say no, I'm Italian? Okay, oh, based. The nose gave it away. Yeah, a little bit. Well, cheers to you. Why? Are you another Jew? No, I'm like you. I'm Irish and Italian. Oh, all right. Yeah, these are cool glasses, all right? The man said a friendly goodbye and left. What if he was Jewish? He looked a little... Were you going to start a fight? What if he was like, yeah, I am. What about it? Fuentes explained that because of the Jewish population in Miami, he suspected that Jews would be targeting him, a well-known anti-Semite, for harassment. Destiny said, I just think of like all the possible paths of like the conversation that could, when do you, like, are you Jewish? I don't see it ever being better than just not saying anything. The lukewarm admonishment might actually be the harshest moral condemnation from Destiny I'd ever seen. Chud Logic said to me in DMs, it makes me super uncomfortable hanging out for real, honestly. We planned our Age of the Giga Chad stream. Chud asked me to invite Destiny, and I did, warning him that it was likely we'd be talking about the recent streams with Fuentes. On August 26th, we did the stream. I explained Chud Logic's thesis. Yep. Basically, my whole idea for the stream was completely taken out of my hands, and it became the fucking, you know, Destiny interrogation stream. Anyway. And then Destiny and I locked horns almost immediately. I'm going to give you a granular play-by-play of how these conversations went down, because it's emblematic of Destiny's evasiveness and how dangerous it can be in certain contexts. I'm also going to include some of his audience's reactions. I want to show you how they've been taught to think like Destiny by consuming dozens of hours of his content every week, often at 1.5 or 2 times speed. I'm reminded of something he said to me shortly after I met him. I asked him how he would handle his fans being angry with him because he'd cruelly mocked a woman on Twitter for, in his estimation, having poor sexual boundaries and then sharing a negative experience. He said, the audience can only remember 3 things at a time, so I'll just do 3 more streams and then they'll stop talking about it. Wait, DK, what was the schism? Was this stream when there was massive drama in my Discord as well?
I need more. I don't remember this.
Which schism was that? Was that the
multiple
soy
schisms?
Was that the soy lefties?
Is that the soy lefties?
Man, fuck me.
There's like a lot.
Okay, shall I speak a bit about that? Basically, okay. During this stream, there was a massive drama happening in my Discord. I think like mods were fucking kicking off, mods were leaving. You know, I was trying to handle what was going on behind the scenes, and also I was trying to do this stream about the fucking Nick Fuentes shit and the fucking Age of the Giga Chad shit. So yeah, I remember being distracted. Obviously, the thing is, without my camera on, you would never have seen any of that because it's literally just my fucking voice when I speak. Fuck, man. Fuck, that was such a stressful day. I remember it. Okay. Anyway, let's continue on. I'm also going to include some of his audience. Okay, we read that bit already. I was shocked by his contempt for his audience when he said that, and in these debates, I was shocked by his contempt for me. It would be another 2 months before I'd officially cut ties with Destiny, but this stream was the beginning of the end. I mean, I guess I'm basically responsible. My actions
for the end
are the root of the entire arc of Destiny and Mr.Girl. Me freaking out about the Nick Fuentes streams in Mr.Girl's DMs actually led to all of this happening. I'm the architect of all of this. That's insane, man. Is that true? I don't want to take credit too much.
Well, that could be true, to be honest with you.
Was I the seed of chaos? Fuck, man, that's wild. Look, I was genuinely freaked out at the time about the Nick Fuentes stuff. Okay, I was genuinely like, oh my god. I wasn't just doing it for content, okay? I wasn't doing the long game. Oh, if I fucking freak out about Nick Fuentes to max, we'll arrange a stream with Destiny, it'll all kick off, and then 2 months later, they're going to split up, and then he's going to write an article, and then he's going to write an article about Destiny, and then I'm going to be able to cover it for the $5,000 stream.
That's true. Benefiting from Destiny's pain.
Anyway, let's continue.
Based.
There have been a battle order than all of us
DK
on how to draw the lines of
I won't go that far.
irony. Every famous comedian that I know that's engaged in edgy or racial humor has come to regret some skits and move on positions they previously held. Louis C.K. had a lot of reflections like the word. There's a lot of stuff that's gone on where people have engaged in edgy humor, and then upon further reflection, like, I think I'm going to walk this back a little bit. I don't know if I'm engaging with this in the best way.
Which is fine.
I think there's a level of responsibility you have to assume when you engage in these types of humors. And you have to be aware of what your goal is at the end of the day with what you're doing.
This is Max like on the mountaintop, prophesizing to all of us, telling us how we're all bad people, essentially.
That's happening, you know? Stephen, I think somebody compared I think comparing somebody like Fuentes or Trump, like these are people that come to my mind when we're talking about right-wing jokes that are also the person saying what they actually believe, kind of. Comparing to Louis C.K. like he's a comedian, right? Oh yeah, hold on. Wait, just to be clear, just so I'm not comparing them to Louis C.K., I'd be comparing somebody like that, like me, to that person, right? Like, I'm hoping that I'm the comedian that's saying a thing that's kind of offensive that I don't actually, but you're not a comedian, you're a poly. You can cope like that all you want, but comedy is part of that. A part of what we do, whether you're, no, I'm not coping, motherfucker, okay, Jesus. I'm saying that your existence online is not, you're not a comedian. People don't say, who's Destiny? They don't say, he's a comedian, right? Sure, you're wrong. You're just wrong. People that do YouTube, no, actually, I'm right. For entertainment, right? That involve elements of comedy, that those aspects of comedy could involve irony. Yes, satire and irony is not reserved for people that write comedian on the tax forms. I'm not saying that this, oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not saying that is it. Chod is the sum. Wait, Chod is the sum of a remainder of an unbalanced equation inherent to the stream. Despite my sincerest efforts, I've been unable to eliminate from what is a kind of harmony of mathematical precision. Why are you Matrix posting? Why are you Matrix posting?
Stop giga chatting.
That's a Matrix meme. That's the fucking architect. Oh, I get it because I was memeing about the architect thing earlier. I'm not saying that.
Oh, that's actually good. That is like a line from when Neo meets up with the architect.
I'm saying you're literally.
That's good. I didn't even catch it until he mentioned it too. That's fucking.
That's who you are. Who's your
Why he's making the big bucks now. Soon enough, that's gonna be me.
Okay, maybe.
As long as I continue to leech off this content.
Because I don't think there's no way you can possibly disagree with me here. So let me just call me stupid. Let it flow. No, it's not stupid. We're playing semantics games. When you do comedy, how about that? So not comedians, but people that do comedy. Is that okay? Me. It's okay. It's different when Louis C.K. does comedy because he's doing it for the purpose of making people laugh. Then when Trump does comedy, or when you do comedy, you're doing it for the purpose of illustrating a political message. Now, comedians can do that. I'm not saying they're totally separate from each other, but your goal as an entity is political commentary. Destiny will go to extreme lengths to avoid conceding even the smallest point that he's obviously not a comedian, and will even use the smallness of a point as an argument for why it shouldn't be discussed further. I feel like you're pretty emptying by calling yourself a comedian that Steven Crowder calls himself a comedian. Oh, good point. Let's go. Okay, let's get away from the word. The comedian word is rotting your mind, and we're about to waste a whole bunch of time talking about the word comedian. We can talk about the word comedian for 5 hours if you want to, but it is a piece of armor that you've donned. And I'm saying, isn't this just like such a typical fucking Max conversation? Right?
Yes.
The whole point of this is to talk about the age of the Giga Chad stuff, right? And talk about how people, you know, use memes to hide more pernicious views, right? Which I think perfectly sums up what.
And continue to moralize on top of his fucking mountaintop. That's all he's trying to do. He's actually like, Chud's like really right on the money about this too. All Max is like trying to do is he's trying to create his own version of TOS and force it upon other people too. You need to act in conformity to what I believe in too. And if you don't, and if I associate with you and you don't act within that conformity, I must force these views upon you. And if you refuse to conform to what I believe is righteous and moral, I'm gonna write a fucking deranged manifesto about you and try to cancel you. Quite literally, in fact.
And especially with now, he's come out and explicitly said stuff and people are like, he's a Nazi. Like, yeah, that's absolutely what he did, right? The whole point was to talk about that fucking dynamic that's at play, right? But this has now been stripped away completely and we're arguing over fucking whether or not someone's a comedian. Like, what the fuck, man? It is literal classic Mac shit. We've moved so far away from the topic to have a meta conversation about the conversation. It is fucking the most insufferable shit. Anyway, I want to acknowledge that you're putting on that armor because I don't think you or me or Chud deserve that armor. I don't think Steven Crowder deserves the comedian armor either. I think a comedian gets a certain leeway to say more outrageous things for the sake of a joke than a political commentator. Okay, I totally disagree. Who is the affair with? So I don't even know where to go from there. One other thing I wanted to throw in there too is there isn't a court case with Tucker Carlson. Isn't there a court case with Tucker Carlson? I mean, he didn't say he was a comedian, but I think it was something along the lines of nothing he said is supposed to be taken seriously. I think that is a defense often used by infotainment people like us. We're telling you stuff that's happening and we're telling you what we think about it and we're making jokes along the way, but I think you don't get your news or political takes from a comedian, but you do get them from Destiny. What would you consider Jon Stewart, The Daily Show? Infotainment. Jon Stewart ain't the same as Louis C.K. I think the Steven Crowder thing is probably the best example because Steven Crowder calls himself a comedian. What defense, if any, does that give him, and why would that not apply to you as well? The same defense it would give any of us, I would say, 100%. Well, that's why I don't think I should do it. Okay, you can argue that point if you want. I would just disagree. I think that one problem in your head is you think that that when I say that it's comedy, that gives you carte blanche to say or do anything. You can still be responsible within the realm of comedy. No, I understand. We all do comedy from time to time. I'm just saying we're not comedians. Okay. What is the difference between responsibility of a comedian versus just a normal person? I'm just curious, what do you think is the difference? Because I don't see any difference in the responsibility whatsoever. You're not a normal person, you're a political fucking giant. You're not a normal person, and like Trump isn't a normal person, right? People with huge followings and huge amounts of political influence are not normal people. I would say me and Chud aren't even normal people. I don't disagree. I'm trying to find a difference in what you think the responsibility should be between me and a comedian. The difference is that people are looking to you to figure out what they think about politics, and people are not generally looking to Louis C.K. to figure out what they think about politics.
Yeah, they do. What are you talking about? Like Jon Stewart he's a comedian too, and he's been embroiled in the political arena for like decades now. People want him to run for president. What are you talking about?
Do you not think that people are influenced by the types of jokes or things that these people say? They are, but these are similarities. You're asking me the differences. You're asking me about differences. The difference is a fan of you or a fan of me or a fan of Chud is looking up to us politically. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just don't think there's a difference. Okay, so I guess the concept is then because there's some level of this, looking at this happening, the concern is rooted in the idea of like going for a friendly meal with Nick Fuentes, even if, you know, having a disagreement with him at some point is a problem, right? That's kind of where we are with this, I guess. Awkward silence. Well, what do we want to say? Chud Logic seemed to be stalling out, so I decided to speak for both of us again. Okay, I have some things to say about... Okay. Again, the whole point of this conversation is to talk about this dynamic of the age of the Giga Chad, right? I didn't come into the conversation to argue with Destiny about whether he can refer to himself as a fucking comedian or not, right? So obviously this conversation is fucking rapidly flying away from like where it's supposed to be.
He's right. Like he's having like a meta conversation about like conversation. This is like so insufferable. He's right. Mr.Girl Max like never stays on point. Like he has like these meta conversations about the conversation itself. It's as if you're talking about Abed about like the meta influence of like a fucking TV show movie that like he's like, you know, obsessed over. This is like so insufferable, man. Like yesterday too, I didn't watch it on stream. I watched it on my own. When Mr. Girl's having like a post-mortem, I guess, on about the manifesto. It is a manifesto. He says article. It's a fucking manifesto about his hit piece. Really a hit piece on Destiny too. He's having like these meta conversations. Like that first caller too was getting so frustrated talking to Mr. Girl about this stuff too. He's asking him like direct questions, and Mr. Girl's having a meta conversation about the context of the reason why he would ask a question a certain way, and it was making these bizarre accusations about this guy being like a hardcore like Destiny viewer or something like that, and that he's seeing Destiny everywhere. Oh, you sound like him too. That's how Destiny would phrase this conversation. And it's fucking nuts, dude. The guy's like fucking lost in the sauce.
So yeah, of course, I'm thinking, I don't want to fucking argue with Destiny about fucking whether he's a comedian or not. This is supposed to be about the dynamic of people using edgy humor to hide their shit. Anyway. Okay, I have some things to say about Chud Logic interrupted me and folded immediately. The thing that, okay, right, we planned this ambush very, in a lot of detail. We just spoke about it behind the scenes. I'm sure Mr.Girl doesn't mind me revealing a few non-specific details that, flesh it out a bit. But, there's been a few times where, like, I've sorted out a bit when I've seen something you're doing and I'm like, what the fuck is this? This sounds crazy. But then when I watch the content, I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem as bad as I thought. Like some of the ways it's described on Twitter and stuff, obviously you buy into it a little bit. And then lo and behold, you look and you're like, no, Destiny has gone on and fucking slammed Fuentes in this, Sneeko conversation, And then it's the same thing where I'll be like, fuck me, you went for dinner with Nick Fuentes, what the hell? And then I watch it and I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem quite as bad as I thought. So I keep having this problem where I have a reaction to it. And there's been times where I've messaged Mr.Girl and be like, oh, did you? What's going on here? What's this about? Have you seen this? This is crazy. And then I watch it and I'm a bit more like, okay, well, that's fine. And then Mr.Girl gets freaked out because, I've watched it and I'm not freaking out like I was before. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, but I do understand having an emotional response or emotional reaction to the idea of it happening. The problem I have, what's the actual harm or what's the actual outcome off the back of, even if you think it's bad, even if you think there's bad things happening, what is actually going to happen on the other end? Like, are we going to have the Fourth Reich? Are we going to have a Holocaust? Like, probably not. So what's the issue, Why has he kept all the you-knows in? Why has he transcribed every single time I said you know? You know? I disagree with that. I think Holocaust and genocide are the normal state of humanity, and that it requires people who are actually going to prevent them in power to avoid. So the idea that we're never going to commit genocide or some mass atrocity, wait, no, come on, mate, that's fucking bullshit. I'm not saying we're never going to commit an atrocity. Then what are you saying? What I'm saying is, I don't see how we're going to have, it's like people out like Nick Fuentes and Destiny having chicken and waffles is going to lead to the Fourth Reich and a Holocaust, and I just don't see it. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. Well, you just straw man me, so I straw manned you. Fuck you, there we go. I'm not straw manning. I'm saying, that's like saying if you litter, you're killing, or if you're littering, you kill all the whales. You're kind of expanding the outcome of a pretty small occurrence. At this point, he was not only folding, but actively running interference for Destiny. So you could say, okay, if you litter, that's bad for the town that you're in, and it makes it look like shit, so you throw your rubbish away, right? So how would you strap that on the idea of Destiny having dinner with Nick Fuentes, for example? I believe that by having dinner with Nick Fuentes, Stephen, you're sanitizing him. Okay, that's probably true to some extent, yeah. And I see it in your subreddit. I gotta stop reading your subreddit, but I see it in your subreddit. There's a lot of jokes like, oh, because I saw Stephen and Nick have waffles, now I'm a Nazi. Or like, now I want there to be a Holocaust, blah, blah. And it seems like the general response of your community is, we're not brainwashable and we're not influenceable. We're too smart for Fuentes to screw with our heads. And then there's another line like, well, Fuentes is just an awkward kid. He's like me. I'm his age. We would play Minecraft together. It's like the guy tried to overthrow the fucking government. He's not a normal kid like you. He's like a radicalized political, like possible terrorist or like committing treason. Yeah, he might play Minecraft. Yeah, sure. It's weird to see somebody who does things like that and then see the human normal side and be like, oh, they're like a normal person. But that is sanitization at work. I've turned down every possible appearance with Fuentes and I've never spoken to him directly, but through intermediaries, I've said the only way I'll talk to Fuentes is a one-on-one conversation that's like an interview. And the same thing with Lauren Southern. Originally, I was supposed to play video games with Lauren, but I found out about the boat thing. Oh.
There you go.
Oh. Did Max know at this time about the... Did Max know?
Doesn't sound like he knew.
Look, okay. Obviously, oh my god. It's okay. There's no confirmation. It's an open secret. People say it's an open secret, right? People say it's an open secret of the affair thing. You know, I don't know if there's any hard evidence that exists, but you know, let's just put it like this. When we were talking about it yesterday, there was a lot of people in chat saying Lauren Southern in chat. Oh. But I would presume that he probably knows by this point. You are the only one confirming it in public. Oh no! I'm confirming a rumor that I've seen spread about everywhere, that even people in Destiny's chat talk about. Oh my god! Honestly, I feel like people are just freaking out at me because I'm just saying what everyone wants to hear because it's probably true, okay? Anyway, let's continue. If you read Reddit, people refer to you for confirmation. Oh my god. Look, I can't remember. It was the witching hour, okay? I've been reading for ages, right? I just said it. I just said it, okay? Everyone was saying it. Everyone's thinking it, okay? Give me a fucking break, all right? Honestly, people were acting yesterday like I was committing some great moral sin. It's not like Destiny said something to me and I'm revealing a secret that he's told me. Everything that I found out about this is all publicly available somewhere. You know
that's true. People
look. I'll tell you what.
People
happened,
have been talking about this. He's the only one who's been saying it like out loud.
Discord, right? Listen. It was being discussed in my Discord. All right. Someone, Queeman, linked the Kiwi Farms post about it. Okay. I read it and I was like, damn, this is actually pretty fucking convincing. This is actually pretty fucking convincing, right? And then the next day on stream, someone asked me about it and I was like, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. And I think I was getting mocked because I wasn't willing to like bite the bullet on it, even though the day before I'd said, yeah, it's pretty convincing. Okay. And now it's like, just putting the pieces together, it just kind of makes sense. It just kind of makes sense. But you know, it is still obviously an unconfirmed rumor, so you know. It's funny to say it though. It's funny to say it, but like oh, it is true though. I think if anyone was to be hurt by that coming out, it would be her, right? If it's true, it would be her because she's the one that's, you know. Oh. Okay. Let's just keep going, okay? Let's just keep going. If I betrayed anyone, it's Mr.Girl. I was saying that Nick Fuentes is going to bring about the Fourth Reich, and then when we get on stream, I'm like, nah, it's fine, don't worry about it. Oh my god! Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. We're in the $5,000 stream. Come on, give me some more money. Give me some more money. By the way, I just want to point out as well, I'm pretty sure that I said to Max before this, I don't think that Nick Fuentes is going to bring about the fourth. I don't think that Destiny and Nick Fuentes talking is going to bring about the Fourth Reich. So, yeah, sure, I appreciate, you know, this looks a bit kind of cringe on my part. It looks like I've got all
honestly, the more like Nick Fuentes gets like sort of like brought out there into like the mainstream and like Republicans, like even like people like Marjorie Taylor Greene are like backing off for like Nick Fuentes, but the more he gets like prominent in like the mainstream, the more those connections are being made, because those connections are there between like Republicans and like people like Fuentes too, and like that pipeline. So what's been on the internet and is being revealed, like this vast like network of like this vast right-wing network, because we all know it exists there, we all know it's backed by conservative billionaires and millionaires, but people don't know it. the regular average Dick and Jane, they don't know it because like they're not involved in the internet culture as much as we are. But the more they know about it, and it's been revealed to them, the more they're like, hey, this isn't right. This is like weird. Like, why are you like associating with them? It's better for the people on the left. So it's better that like Nick Fuentes gets out there too, and they say, well, hold on, because you can't deny these connections anymore. This video of you, oh, he's just a confused young man. You've been to his event a couple of times, so, you know, you all of a sudden, like, the lies start getting grainier, they start getting crazier too, right? Like, they're getting called out now too. And like McConnell's probably like, Mitch McConnell's probably the smart one. He's like, no, don't say that stuff out loud. And like people are saying it out loud now. They're saying these things out loud. That's why I think sooner rather than later, he's going to retire. Because he's seen the writing on the wall. I think more mainstream Republicans can retire. And the loonies are going to take over. And they're going to destroy the party. It's going to be a slow death. It's going to be a death by 1,000 cuts. But the more and more I read, and the more mainstream media's like picking up on this, and the average person's like, yeah, this is kind of funny. It's to Democrats' benefit at the end of the day, because then the Democratic Party, people like AOC come off as like normal and like level-headed. You might not agree with them too, but they're not going to commit another January 6th. You know what I mean? They just want to make things like nice and efficient, help people out. We'll keep it that way too. You might not like all their stuff on the environment or like LGBTQ plus people, but if the government, but everything's just functioning, all this other quote unquote progressive stuff, it's just gonna be like, all right, it is what it is, whatever.
Takes, and then on stream I'm like,
because generally people who are comfortable, they really don't care about like all this other stuff too. They'll like, you know, scoff it off like, all right, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
No, backing away from it. I think the thing is I remember before the panel started, I'd watched the video of the Nick Fuentes waffles thing, and I was like, this seems fine. Like, it wasn't nearly as bad as some of the clips had made out. They were debating and they were arguing, and I was like, I'm about to go on stream to argue why this is bad, and it seems fine. And then when we all spoke, I think a lot of this is missing the conversation, but Destiny had some like pretty convincing arguments about like what he was doing with Nick Fuentes, and it seemed to take into account some of the concerns that I'd had about, you know, Nick Fuentes doing certain things to try and ingratiate himself with his community. So, you know, I was just like, yeah, fine. But then obviously it looks like I've come on the stream. We're like, Max, we got to stop Nick Fuentes. Come on, let's get on Destiny's stream and put a stop to this. And then we get on and I'm like, yeah, this is fine. Oh. I do feel bad about it. I do. Look, in all seriousness, I remember at the time I felt like bad about it, and I felt like I'd sold him out. I obviously don't care now because fuck Max, but you know, I did think like, you know, I was supposed to be on his side, and then I was just like, oh. Anyway, come on, let's continue. Chud the Betrayer. Chud the Betrayer. I don't know. Look, I did have some concerns. Look, to be serious, I had some concerns. I freaked out excessively. When I reviewed the content, it didn't seem as bad. Destiny seemed to have a handle on it. It was not as bad as I'd originally thought. But obviously, to Max, I'd said to him, this is going to bring about the Fourth Reich. We need to stop this. And then I was like, no, it's not. So Max's perspective was that, you know, I'd folded and stabbed him in the back or something, right? It's so funny to think back on. The other thing as well, look, whilst this stream was happening, there was enormous drama erupting from my Discord, so I was also very distracted by what was going on there. Judas Iscariot.
Basically.
Man, I fucking hate this. Anyway, yeah, we hit $3,000. Thank you. Can we make it the $5,000 stream? Let's find out. I don't know. I feel. Anyway, I'll just read the article. Okay, let's get back to it. God. I'm Judas. Anyway, listen. Listen, you can call me Judas all you want, okay? You're welcome for all the content over the last fucking however many months, okay? You're welcome for the fucking content, okay? Originally, I was supposed to play video games with Lauren, but I found out about the boat thing, and I was like, well, I don't really want to talk about anything except the boat thing. And so I'm not saying I won't talk to her, and I'm not saying I think you should talk to Fuentes, but the Giga Chad thing is the reason. I think you shouldn't have dinner with Fuentes because you and him make the same jokes. When you're joking around with him, you're making fun of progressives. And when conservatives joke around, they also make fun of progressives. He pretends to be a Nazi, and when you joke around, you pretend to be a Nazi, but he's actually a Nazi. And so it just feels like, because of the dynamic, and because Nick Fuentes has said explicitly that he uses humor and irony as a way to get his Holocaust denial or racism to give cover to it, he's literally said that explicitly. That makes it even more dangerous. Okay. You're not worried that you're getting used by Nick Fuentes? Well, I mean, we're trying to use each other as much as possible. That's a weird dynamic, though, right? Welcome to online politics. Do you want me to go? Yeah, sure. Okay. So there's like two main different strategies when it comes to dealing with people that are severely politically misaligned with you. I'll say that severely politically misaligned. So one avenue that we kind of experimented with online was ban, censor, disengage, don't platform. And we did it relentlessly for 3 to 4 years. When I look at the communities that are in charge of that, all of them are dead and gone. BreadTube is gone. That subreddit, if I go back and check, probably like there's no more engagement there. All of the big BreadTubers, when people were talking about them rising up and taking over, there's 114 active users on BreadTube right now. So it feels like that project of deplatform, disengage, don't address people. One, not only are they all dead and gone, two, I don't think any of these people converted anybody. I mean, I don't know. This is just true. This is just true.
Oh, sorry. I was like distracted. I'm listening, but I'm like also distracted too. Okay, so there's like two main differences that when it comes to dealing with people that are, I'll say that severely. I'll say that severely politically misaligned. Noah. So one avenue that we kind of experimented with online was ban, censor, disengage, don't platform. We did that relentlessly for 3 to 4 years. When I look at the communities that were in charge of that, all of them are dead and gone. BreadTube is gone. That subreddit, if I go and check, probably has like, there's no more engagement there. All of the big BreadTubers, when people were talking about them rising up and taking over, there's like 114 active users on BreadTube right now. So it feels like that project of deplatform, disengage, don't address those people. One, not only dead and gone. Two, I don't think any of those people converted anybody. Yeah, that's true too. Also, like the people who are basically kind of put into that BreadTube sphere too, they don't really engage with like any other lefty communities. They're just in their community and that's it. And they put out their content videos and they talk about like the issues, which has its they talk about their issues and that's about it. And like they don't really engage in other communities too. Maybe every once in a while to do an interview and stuff like that too, but like they just put out like interesting videos whether or not you like them or not, and that's about it too. You know, I know like Vosh gets like a lot of shit too when he puts out his content too, but he's like really trying to push people to like Canvas and like text bank, phone bank, like what have you too, about this stuff too. I think the main issue a lot of people have is he's not going as far as like Destiny, and he could if he wanted to. For whatever reason, he doesn't want to too. Listen, I'll take like whatever help they can when they do it too. So if he just wants to like encourage people to Canvas, and he gets people who actually know what they're doing and actually can do the work, and tells people in his community, go here and do this, and they do it, I'll accept that too. You know what I mean? So I'll accept that too. So whatever help there is in doing like actual political action, you know, getting people elected who are aligned with your values, for everyone on the left, or at least people who you can who may not be directly aligned with all your values too, but you can force them to get in line with like some of those values, and they can push forward too. You know, that's a good thing too. That's why I always advocate for people to get involved in the state and local level too, because that has such a direct impact on your life too. Look at a lot of the anti-trans legislation. There's no federal legislation that's doing that too. It would be detrimental to the Republican Party, but at the state and local level, they're doing it too. I'm looking at Twitter on the side here too. There's a near total abortion ban that's being proposed by the GOP in what was it, like, I think it was in North Carolina. Look what's going on in Idaho right now. That stuff's extreme, man. This stuff is like incredibly extreme. And now, you know, they're gonna come for contraceptives next. I'm telling you, they're coming for contraceptives next. And you think that gay marriage, if they're coming for contraceptive, that's like not in dispute. That's just like common. It's a common thing now that people use, the women use too, that couples use who don't want to have any children yet too. Could you imagine that too? Banning contraceptives, and then they're gonna come for gay marriage. You know they are. And people say, oh, they're never gonna come for interracial marriage. They will. That might be one of the last things they do, but they will too. And this is happening. These people getting elected, and now they're looking at this and they're saying we can get away with this stuff. So they're gonna do it. Because they do believe in that too, and they have the political will to do it too. That's why you need to win these state and local elections. You need elect people who are aligned with your values too. If you can't find one to do it, then you need to run too. And I understand that's easier said than done, but someone has to do it. And you may not like some of the Democrats that are running. I'd rather have a Democrat in an office who's going to say, yeah, I'm not going to vote on a near total abortion ban. I'm not going to ban contraceptives. I'm not okay with like any of this like anti-trans legislation, etc., etc. Okay, I hate dealing with these Bernie or busters online still today. Oh, I'm not going to vote for like Hillary Clinton. Let me tell you something. Hillary Clinton won that election. You think that Roe v. Wade would be in question today? You think that Dobbs decision would have been decided? Or you think she would have put on 3 liberal justices on that court? They would have been milquetoast liberals, but they would not have done the things that the current 3 justices that Donald Trump appointed, Kavanaugh, Barrett, Gorsuch, contributed to. Those elections, all elections have consequences, big and small. And you may not feel all those consequences in the now. You will feel it later on, especially on the state and local level too. I'm going to point out to the Wisconsin Supreme Court election too. That Democrat needs to win. That liberal judge needs to win that election. And if you can canvass, get out there and vote. Wisconsin's a very purple state, and that's truly a swing state. It can go both ways too. She's got to win, because that involves like that. Because that one conservative judge said, you know, during the last presidential election, that fake elector scheme, it's not going to go through. If that conservative judge wins, and they pull that son again too, the fake elector scheme is going to go through in Wisconsin, and that's no. And from what I'm hearing now from the Roy v. Harper case that directly addresses that fake elector scheme too, it sounds like some of the conservative justices too, and luckily they'll align themselves with the liberal justices. They're not on board with what's being said in oral arguments, from what I understand. So if I'm wrong about that, tell me. But it sounds like it's going to die in Supreme Court, which I'm happy about. But for the next 10 years, at least in Wisconsin, you're going to have a liberal justice in there on that Supreme Court in Wisconsin who's going to at least hold up our democracy for a little bit longer. Okay? Like, take this stuff seriously. I want you to subscribe to me. I want you to donate. I want you to do the same thing with Chud, Hassan, like whoever you follow. But do like the real work on the ground. And yes, that involves you getting out your house and maybe doing something too. Or hell, if you're really that agoraphobic and you can't leave your house or for whatever phobia or whatnot, text bank, phone bank. These elections matter. They do. They're not sexy elections. Okay? They're not. Judicial elections are not sexy whatsoever. You probably don't even know any of the candidates on there. Get to know them too. That's how you build political power too. Helping people win elections, getting out there, connecting with other people. Like this is not like fucking rocket science. It gets like so frustrating. Like talking about that. This stuff like matters. Don't be like a Bernie or bust. Buster, okay? It's just, it's unhelpful too. It's unhelpful for our democracy. I don't care that you don't like Joe Biden. Joe Biden's not going to do the things that Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis might do if he becomes president. Because those motherfuckers don't care if like democracy burns all around you too. At least Joe Biden actually has history of actually caring too. And you can see it in these two clips too. Now, I don't know if he's paying lip service or not, but hearing him talk about this, because he's been around for literally forever. I think he actually believes in this stuff too, but he has to play the political game. You might think, oh, he shouldn't have to play this political game. Yeah, he does have to play the political game. That's the reality that he's in. And he's a politician. He wants to get elected. He wanted to be a U.S. senator. He wants to be in Congress. He wants to be the president. He was the vice president. Now he's the president. He probably wants to be president again. Vote for him again. Okay, and then make sure that the Democrats take back the House. Senate map doesn't look that great, but we can hold on to 50-50 Senate. Kamala Harris can be the tiebreaker. Let's get some actual things going in this country, man. This country is great, but it can be even better. This is so it's so frustrating that there's paths that we can do, but people are just so fucking doomer about it. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how the Republicans figure this shit out. All those years ago under Reagan. Look at what they've done. They are truly a minority in this country. Conservatives are too. But look how much political power they wield. Dumb fucks. God, you guys are so frustrating sometimes, to deal with. I hate talking to you guys online too about this. Oh, they don't do this too. In those rooms, when I'm gonna tell you right now, in those rooms, when they're looking at the vote totals and who voted for them too. For young people, they don't give a shit about you because you guys don't come out and vote. You guys have political power. You don't wield it though because you don't go out and vote. You don't get involved. You don't address, it's easier said than done, but you guys have the most time out of anybody too to do that. And you should use it too because you're not paying for a mortgage. You're not paying for rent probably. You're not paying for a lot of things too. So you don't have the issues that adults have to deal with when they're getting out there in the real world. And if you don't have those issues now, that's probably the right time to get involved too and to build a network of people around you. Get connected with people around you too. It's so soy that I have to say this too, but it's just it's so true though. It's hate the fact that so many truisms, so many things that are the truth. They're so soy and they sound so Disney. God, I hate that, but it's just the fucking truth.
Maybe they got real radical people from the right. And made them really radical people on the left. But I find that most of these communities... What's this? What's this? What's this? Huh? What's this? What's this, motherfucker? What's this? All the people saying, oh, chud, chud, chud. Fuck you. Just to demystify this, Lauren was having a tough time with her family. Her and Destiny got close. Mel didn't like it. They backed off, but it still blew up because of how close they got emotionally. Complete and ultimate vindication. Okay? And Queeman also vindicated. Queeman was a big, pusher of this theory.
And it's Counterpoints too. Counterpoints and Lawrence Southern are actually good friends too.
Counterpoints, why are you saying... Should you be saying this? Listen, mate, look, I fucking love you, man. Should you be saying this, though? I'm not sure if you're supposed to be saying this. But okay, whatever. Look, I'm just presenting the information that's presented to me, okay? That's it. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, okay? I just feel good that, there's at least some confirmation from a source that likely knows way more than I do about it. It does, look. What's the second one? Oh my God, what else did you say? Counterpoints, you're revealing all. Is this it? Yeah, but they don't talk as often because they're trying to be respectful of each other's situations. It wasn't physical. Oh. So it wasn't like they had sex or something. It was just an emotional thing. That makes sense, right? Because that's probably more likely why you'd have an issue in an open relationship, is if you have an emotional connection with someone that is, you know, seen as bad. But anyway, I can't speak to the physical thing. I don't know either way, obviously, but I mean, counterpoint. Okay, I just want to point out, Counterpoints has put things in my chat and I'm showing them on stream. Okay, that's all that's happening here, right? I'm just a conduit of information. All right. Listen, I said the name because of the conspiracy theories that I've read online. Counterpoints merely confirmed it. All right. Oh my god, I do feel. Look, oh god, I do feel bad. I do feel bad about it. But listen, don't shoot the messenger. Okay, I'm just a conduit of information. That's it. I'm just. This is so funny, man. This is so funny. Oh. I tell you, it's not funny for Lauren Southern's husband. I bet he's not fucking laughing now. Okay, stop it. Right. Come on. Stop it. Chudus Iscariot and Pontius Points. Stop it! Right, come on, let's read this fucking article, okay? Oh my god, for fuck's sake.
Jesus, man.
Oh. For cuck chair. Oh man, is it okay? No, stop it, right. Most people that I would see in the hardcore breadsheet community is about as harmful and bad for society as most people that are in far-right communities. They have a huge disengagement with the current political system. They have a huge disavowal with the current establishment, and it ends up causing them to horseshoe together on some positions that I never would have imagined. For instance, disavowing our support of Ukraine in favor of Russia, because on the right, they think that Russian values are something that we should push for, and because on the left, they think that American imperialism is always wrong and there are Nazis in Ukraine. So for effectiveness of the project, it seems like it failed on two fronts. One, the channels died because they were boring and sucked. And two, they didn't really penetrate any other communities. You didn't see these people, besides really me and Vosh, making headway into arguing with other people or gaining respect or gaining some kind of hold or having some kind of penetration into the other communities on the right. So that, let's say all this is true. Let's assume that it's true. It is. I lived it. Wait, hold on. I'm not going to get to I'm going to keep talking. Let Destiny finish. You can ask a quick question if you want, but you just laid out your whole shit, so I'm not going to let you cut me off when I'm trying to lay out my whole shit, but you can ask a question if you want. Go. Okay. Do you acknowledge that they are not horseshoeing on ethnic cleansing? I mean, yeah, I think I probably am trying to interject it to say, the right and the left do horseshoe on ethnic cleansing, though. They absolutely do. They 100% do. Obviously, the far left think that white people should be ethnically cleansed sometimes. Like, obviously, not every far right person believes in ethnic cleansing, but, you know, not every far left person believes in ethnic cleansing, but far left people, some of them think that white people need to be ethnically cleansed. Like, I know it sounds crazy and it sounds like white genocide shit, but this is just fucking true. Right? Look at all the fucking indigenous rhetoric and settler stuff. Like, what is that if not a fucking, you know, pushing towards the idea of ethnic cleansing? Who here has seen far lefties saying that white people need to be sent back to Europe? So, absolutely, there is 100% a horseshoe theory when it comes to ethnic cleansing. 100%. Also, look at the way in which I'm not considered an indigenous person, right? I'm not considered an indigenous person, but I am an indigenous person. I'm an indigenous Englishman, right? But I don't get afforded that same political label because it's not politically expedient to do so, right? So
that's true.
In terms of the lefty stuff, I'm not afforded the same kind of intellectual protections as an indigenous Englishman. versus an indigenous person in the Americas. For some reason it's different, and they get afforded this concept of like an indigenous right to and this, that, and the other, you know? But that's the thing, people say, oh, it's completely different. How? How is it different? Explain to me how it's different, okay? Explain to me how it's different without doing this weirdo fucking calculation, right? Okay, it's really simple. It's really simple. It comes down to this. If you've got the right skin color, you're indigenous, okay? It's the fucking Family Guy meme. It's the fucking Family Guy meme, right? Where it's like, you know, oh, what? You're white? Okay, you can't be considered indigenous. If you're brown, yeah, indigenous. And yes, the right wing have been arguing that, and yes, I agree with them. It's a complete fucking bullshit thing. It doesn't make any sense. Does he understand history? Look at GK, the little rat. I'm going to get one guide. The little lefty rat. Lefties have got this most retarded analysis in the world, where you need to look at the arc of history to figure out what's going on. Well, actually, what you need to consider is all of this history for your analysis today. That's somewhat true for certain things, but not as to whether I'm fucking indigenous or not. Are you serious? Oh, well, have you considered that 200 years ago, your ancestors... I don't fucking care. That was 200 years ago. Get the fuck over it. We're in 2023 today, okay? Show me who I fucking colonized, you little rat. Given half a chance, maybe I would. But I've not colonized fucking anyone, you retard. Anyway, we are fully right-wing. We're fully coming out with the right-wing, white genocide rhetoric. I'm fucking sick of this shit, okay? The Celts aren't even true indigenous. Neither are fucking Native Americans, okay? They came across the fucking land bridge when it was still a land bridge. The indigenous people of America weren't there first either, right? This is a complete cope fucking argument. This is a complete cope fucking argument, right? Oh, you need to go back. You need to go all the way back to, like, you know, however long ago. No. For the purposes of fucking analysis in 2023, I am a fucking indigenous person of England. This is true. I'm telling you. Listen, I know it's hard to understand. I know it's hard to understand because you've got the lefty brain rot of, oh, how can you be indigenous? You haven't got brown skin. Chud, how can you be indigenous? You haven't got brown skin. Well, it's because it's not to do with fucking skin color unless you're a fucking race realist or something, right? It's nothing to do with fucking skin color, okay?
It's not wrong. You may not like it, but he's not wrong.
Being deeply rooted in the country that you reside in.
I might have to pause for a minute. Well, I get my laundry.
Indigenous people of America were abused. Indigenous English people are being abused today. God, you people are so disgusting to me, right? You are no better than the race realists. Notice as well, notice this. Do you acknowledge that they're not horseshoeing on ethnic cleansing? Meanwhile, lefties are engaging in all of these arguments that act as a fucking foundation for ethnic cleansing, right? Oh, you're not truly indigenous. If you're not truly indigenous, right, then what does it matter where you go? What does it matter where you go if you're not truly indigenous? Literally building the fucking foundations to make ethnic cleansing arguments, right? No wonder the right have got so much of a fucking foothold with their white genocide shit when you're making retarded arguments like that. Progressives, get the fuck out of here.
I hate... Some people might hate to admit he's not wrong too. Remember the Professor Flowers conversation with Vosh? People like lefties, like a lot of like far lefties too, were like saying like Vosh was arguing in bad faith that Flowers was talking about like fucking like genocide of like white South Africans, but rewatch that argument too and listen to what she's saying. She's laying the groundwork to basically say that the people who've been colonized have a right to basically to commit genocide against their quote unquote colonizers too. She never used that specific term too, but it's the same argument that race realists would argue on the right. He's not wrong. He's right about this too. He's not wrong. He's right about that too. It's that same argument too that you're making against indigenous people have a right to basically do the same thing that's been done to them too in the modern day too. they're saying it too. Like people like Fuentes will never like say it outright unless it's like a private stream or something like that. But like those race real. Remember when Tucker Carlson was talking about like race realism and like white genocide too? And how white people are being like yeeted out of existence. Like it's those same arguments too. And I find it funny too. I find it funny too that like they refuse to acknowledge it, but I think that they do know it too. But it's all just like brownie points with like certain people, a certain group of people that are going to give them money. You're doing the same exact thing. It's literally the horseshoe theory. It really is. It's like he said, it is like a horseshoe. If you wanted to Google horseshoe theory, but it is really like that too. It's those same fucking arguments that you're making too. You're saying it without saying it too. But when people actually listen to the arguments, it's the same rationalizations that you're making that like people like Fuentes and other race realists, and like like Tucker Carlson would say about great replacement theory. You're making like the same type of arguments too, without actually using the words too. And your cover is, oh, I'm protecting the people of color, I'm protecting the LGBTQ, I'm doing this, I'm doing that too. But no, you're not. It's the same argument. Now, he's obviously saying it in a much more spicy way than I am too, but he's right on the money about it. That's the thing. Listen, he can deal with all the like the bullshit too. I'll just like leech off the content, but he's right though about it too. It's the same arguments. And then people like him, me, and like Destiny are like looked at like, you guys are crazy. You guys aren't progressive. You guys aren't like on the left. What the fuck are you talking about? You guys like hear yourselves saying this too? The thing is like most of them know. Most of them know, but like they need to feed into this narrative too because they want your money. They want your money. They want that clout. Dude, that's why they're saying it too. But think about this. Think about what they're saying and how they're saying it too, and what their end goals are if like their worldview came about too. It's the same exact thing.
Sick of this shit. I'm fucking sick of these lefty arguments about it, right?
I think it was like on a Zonia stream too. It's like a Zonia stream, like Zonia was like talking about, not this specifically, about, I forgot what it was. It was about systemic racism, it was systemic oppression, stuff like that too. It's like people on the left like throw these words around too. It's like, oh, systemic this, systemic that, and they don't explain what that stuff is. Like you're throwing these words around too, and like the average person doesn't understand what those things are too. You have to break it down to them too. You have to break it down to them in a way that like, you have to meet people where they are too. Like they're not going to know what systemic racism is. So you break it down to them too. And it's just like, hey, cops kill black people, they kill white people, kill Asian people too. Because you know what? Cops only care about the color blue, and that's about it too. So they say that too. And I talk to people, that's how I reach them too. Yeah, they kill white people too. That's why you should be concerned too, because they don't give a shit. You blue? You got a badge on you too? I know. So why are you concerned? So you should be concerned too, because that could be you. They don't give a fuck about you, man. You got a badge on you? You NYPD? You state trooper? You blue? They don't care about you, man. That's the reason why. Like people look at you too. Like people say like how like people down south like love the cops. No, they don't. I've lived in like poor southern communities. I have. They fucking hate the cops, dude. They hate the cops, and there should be like a certain level of like class consciousness like in regards to that too, because they fucking hate you. But like apparently like that gets like thrown out the water too, because it's like communism or something like that, you know? No, like Chud talks about like before in another video too, but like this whole it's so like frustrating too. Like you guys like suck at making these arguments too, because like I see through the grift. You don't give a shit. 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 You just care about like feeding your coffers. And at least people like me and Chud are honest about it. I want you to give me money too, because I am sick of working on a regular 9 to 5 because it fucking sucks. And I know I'm good at doing this. I just need the clout, I just need the money, and I just need the viewers. I can get that too. That's why I'm leeching off of Chud here.
We're talking about
I'm following his model here too. I just play a little bit more video games.
The fact that the left, without realizing it, put the foundation blocks for ethnic fucking genocide, for ethnic cleansing, but they don't even realize they're doing it because they're too fucking retarded to understand it. Anyway, back to the article.
He's right. He's right.
Do you acknowledge that they are not horseshoeing on ethnic cleansing? I don't know. I'm not sure about that one now. When I see all these huge tweets blowing up about how important it is that black people can maintain bloodline purity, when I see talk about getting rid of colonizers from Western countries, that type of stuff is getting very close to it. A lot of that rhetoric is indistinguishable from, actually, it's more extreme than what Nick Fuentes was saying now, so I can't answer that question. The trouble is, I do think that... No, wait. I want to continue and finish my thing. So when I look at my engagement with these other communities, I'm trying to contextualize it in the realm of what is happening today politically in the United States and largely in the entire Western world, okay?
All right, hold on. Let me just pause the video here. I've been streaming for about like 2 hours here. This is my... I should have been chilling before, but this is my hourly show. If you like the content, you like me leeching off of Chud Logic, who's leeching off of Destiny, who's leeching off of Mr. Girl and Mr. Girl's mental illness, go ahead and donate to the stream. I'm streaming right now on Twitch, on YouTube. I'm breaking some rule. I'm pretty sure I am too. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to get my laundry. I'm also gonna eat something real quick. So I'm gonna leave you to some pop music here. And I actually just closed the app here too. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute. We're gonna finish this. Look at all these videos here. We're gonna finish this. We'll get to the Just Pearly things too, because the guys over at Akira TV, I think the guys over at, hold on, let me just open it up too. I thought I saved it. At Playback, they responded to it, right? Akira TV's actually gone into like doing a lot of this manosphere stuff and covering like a lot of the drama too. Let me go to Playback. The Playback, I think it was Playback. They responded to the Just Pearly things too, and I think Papa Gut responded to it as well. Yeah, here it is. We'll add this to the Watch Later playlist. So we'll go ahead, watch that too, because the brain rot only continues. So let me just pause here too. We'll play some very soy music, and then I'll see you in a couple of minutes, because I do need to eat something too, because I'm like kind of, I'm crashing right now, and I need to get my laundry. So you get to see me fold my laundry. All right, I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
Why won't you tell me, baby? Why won't you tell me what to do, baby? Tell me. You got it all together. How could I give you more? You're confident you always get what you ask for. And I'd do anything, buy you pearls and diamond rings, give you the world and everything, but material just ain't your thing. Tell me what to do, honey, baby. You got me high, girl, you just making me crazy. Tell me what to do. I got these right, I know what I'm supposed to do. Why won't you tell me, baby? Why won't you tell me what to do, baby? Tell me, baby, what's your secret? Where you keep all your love? I trust you more than any man could dream of. Be serious, high and low, but I'm still so miserable. As far as I can go, girl, just let me know. Tell me what to do, honey, baby. You got me high, please just make it crazy. Tell me what to do, I got these right, know what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. Tell me, baby, honey, baby, you got me high, please just make me crazy. Tell me what to do, I got these right, know what I'm supposed to do.
Listen, city lights and skinny women with less clothing. Busy wishing I was less broken. Already wishing I was less jaded and more open to the thought of fame and love existing in the same places. But now I only call when I've been drinking. I mean, it's only when I'm lonely and I'm overthinking. I mean, I'm only getting older and I'm over being single. You don't need somebody different, you just need convincing.
Tell me what to do. Tell me, baby, you got me high. Girl, you just make me crazy. What to do? Tell me, baby, I got these right, I know what
bitter talks. They've been zoned out in the middle of. They've been zoned out in the middle of. I know now what the riddle was. Now what the riddle was. Now what the riddle was. Had to push it a little deeper. Push it a little deeper. I know it took some time to truly realize you are the one that I could find myself falling a little deeper. And now I got you untied to be there for times when I'm blue. Backed up my days and nights. You tell me what you see. Oh, when you look at me. Oh, baby. Oh, 'cause I see that everything that I've ever need, I think I'm too deep. Tell me what you see. Oh, when you look at me. Oh, baby. Oh, 'cause I see that everything that I've ever need, yeah, I think I'm too deep. We rise and fall, denied it all, now I'm involved. Realizing you're the light I want. We rise and fall, denied it all, now I'm involved. Realizing you're the light I want, my right or wrong. I know it took some time to truly realize you are the one that I could find myself falling a little deeper. Now I got you inside to be there for times when I'm blue. Backed up my days and nights. You tell me what you see. Oh, when you look at me. Oh, baby. Oh, 'cause I see that everything that I've ever need, I think I'm too deep. Tell me what you see. Oh, when you look at me. Oh, baby. Oh, 'cause I see that everything that I've ever need, yeah, I think I'm too deep.
I wanna wake, you got me up, just pacing my room. It's 2 a.m. and you're coming over, and I don't have a clue how to get you inside, but we're gonna hide. Oh Lord, if my parents knew. But baby, tonight I risk my whole life just to be close to you. Climbing my window, your hands in my hair, parents liquor, you stole dirty clothes everywhere. It might be stupid, but we don't care. I get caught with you anywhere. Long sleepless nights, we're trying to hide under my covers when you whistle won't walk by. Come on, baby, you know that I need you in my life. Just taking chances is what makes me feel alive. Got you inside, stay the night. Oh Lord, if my parents knew. But baby, tonight I risk my whole life just to be close to you. I'm in my window, your hands in my hair, parents liquor, you stole dirty clothes everywhere. It might be stupid, but we don't care. I get caught Climb in my window, your hands in my hair. Barren liquor, you stole dirty clothes everywhere. It might be stupid, but we don't care. I get caught with you anywhere. Climb in my window, your hands in my hair. Barren liquor, you stole dirty clothes everywhere. It might be stupid, but we don't care. I get caught with you anywhere. I wanna wake in your kisses like caffeine. I pour you in and I feel you flow through me. Don't wanna stop, but we can both sleep when we die. But tonight.
Finally, I'm where I wanted to be. You can plainly see me smiling in from here, you know. I'm grateful, so grateful. I'm lucky and I know this. Just trying to keep my focus on my joy can't go unnoticed. As you can see, I'm singing from a place of your peace. I just wanna share with you all my love. My love, I just wanna share with you. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, yeah. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, yeah. Wanna share with you. Finally, I'm where I wanted to be. You can plainly see me smiling in from here, you know. I'm grateful, so grateful. I'm lucky and I know this. Just trying to keep my focus on my joy can't go unnoticed. As you can see, I'm singing from a place of your peace. I just wanna share with you all my love. My love, I just wanna share with you. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, yeah. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, yeah. Wanna share with you.
Take it from me, I've learned my lesson. She gave everything, she was such a blessing. But from day to day, she would change her ways. Give me her love, then she'd take it away, take it away, take it away. Just like the Reaper, thought she was the one for me, turned out she was a sleeper. Sleeping on me in this game of love. I was too blind to see it'll never be enough. So good is never good enough for her. She won't stay for long while she's bringing you down, but she'll suck you right in with what she's doing. You'll want her somehow in her final bow. Like an elevator, elevator. She'll take you up and bring it down, down, down. She's like an elevator, elevator. She'll take you up and bring it down, down. Just like an elevator. missing. She gave everything, she was such a blessing, but from day to day, she would change her ways. Give me her love, and she'd take it away.
Coast to coast are diamonds in the rough. You see the most, but you've never seen enough. Counting all the cities till I'm home. The first time I had never felt alone. Summer loving, I would crave your lips. Thunderstruck in for just a kiss. Sunny loving all over me. Overthinking what we could be. Setting sun's the start of a new night. Transition your fun to black and white. Touching of an arm, your skin on mine. I've seen the way the moon will make you shine. Summer loving, I would crave your lips. Thunderstruck in for just a kiss. Sunny loving all over me. Overthinking what we could be. I find peace of mind in morning breeze. Understand the things that bring you ease. Summer loving, I would crave your lips. Thunderstruck in for just a kiss. Sunny loving all over me. Overthinking what we could be.
Round and round we go, losing self-control. I keep telling myself, but I don't wanna let you know. Is this what we become? Strangers on the run, looking for something, chasing the sun. All those days, trying to find a place we all make them just be alone, alone. All those nights, lying by your side, like it's a vibe, feeling it shine under your spotlight.
it's a vibe under your spotlight. That's the way every day goes. Looking back, I know we started falling. We were falling in love, yeah. Took my heart and you rode off. Was I feeling never enough for you, baby? When you left me chasing you. Chasing you. Trying to find a place where we can be alone. All those nights lying by your side, like it's a vibe, feeling it shine under your spotlight. Like it's a vibe under your spotlight.
Do you get tired of your misery? It's on repeat daily. It ain't gonna change over time. So relax and ease your mind. Have you thought riding with me? I'll take the wheel for you to see what would have been, what could have been. Let me drive a little crazy. 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 Drive a little crazy. We bust a mission, clear your vision so your eyes can see. Be successful is a hustle, take its destiny. Stop the blame game, we stay scheming. In my drop top, they start believing. Have you thought riding with me? I'll take the wheel for you to see what would have been, what could have been. Let me drive a little crazy. 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 Drive a little crazy. Now the honeys wanna get with me. They see Ferraris and Bugattis, now they're on their knees. Stop the blame game, we stay scheming. In my drop top, they start believing. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy. Let me drive a little crazy. Drive a little crazy.
kept me, you held me, didn't let me fall. When my plane was going down, when danger was holding me in its jaws, you came and pulled me out. Now I know I'm not alone. I can see your light shine bright through the eyes of my soul. My angel is watching over me. My angel, I'm safe under your wings. And where I go, I know you'll be with me. My angel. My angel. So humble, so strong, yet you're beautiful. The supernatural thing. My warrior, my force that's invincible. That heaven gave to me. And oh, how it will fight. Like a pledged allegiance to the light. My angel is watching over me. My angel, I'm safe under your wings. And where I go, I know you'll be with me. My angel. My angel. I know where you're from, you're not the only one. I'm so glad that you're with me. I am who you are. My angel is watching over me. My angel, I'm safe under your wings. And where I go, I know you'll be with me. My angel. You kept me, you held me, didn't let me fall. When my plane was going down.
Listen, baby. You got them nice clothes on. Yeah, yeah. You're feeling seductive, angel. But you're sweating now. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, want me, want me. Don't you? You're waiting for my next move.
What's your next move?
I know you're melting now.
Ooh.
You wanna see what I can do. You can't wait now, can you?
Oh, you know I can.
I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna move in slow. The more I make you wait, the more you're gonna flow.
bit, something's off it.
I know.
For now, just pay attention. I got what you need, girl.
I know it.
You've been wanting me to show it. You want your eyes to see it.
Can't wait to see it.
Your body needs to feel it. I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna move in slow. The more I make you wait, the more you're gonna flow. Girl, I know you like it fancy. I know you like that I'm sexy. I know how to drive you crazy. That's why I know you want me. You know you want me. Now I know you like it fancy. I know you like that I'm sexy.
Oh yes, I do.
Know how to drive you crazy.
It's crazy.
You want me. Turn me upside down. Right, it feels wrong. I can hear the sound of the voice whispering in your ear. All I know is that I need you. It's just that easy. I know you need me. People say that I'm crazy. People say that I'm lying. All those people think I'm running out of time. People say don't believe me. Tell me nothing comes so easy. I can only smile all the while. Nothing ever felt so good to me. Stand aside, there's a ride you won't want to miss. Some joy, fill the void that we try to forget. Can only help you out so far. You got to learn to stand when you fall. It's just that easy. I know you need me. People say that I'm crazy. People say that I'm blind. All those people think I'm running out of time. People say don't believe me. Tell me nothing comes so easy. I can only smile all the while. Nothing ever felt so good to me. Every time I think I'm falling down. Every time I wish I was falling down. Every time I think I'm falling down. People say that I'm crazy. People say that I'm blind. All those people think I'm running out of time. People say don't believe me. They tell me nothing comes so easy. I can only smile all the while. Nothing ever felt so good to me. God, you the one make my dreams come true. I don't wanna be too distant from you. Wanna lay back and listen to you. Make y'all not for shot messing, I true die. Be a hero out of gym class. Be a savior when you need that. Shorty so much for the tick eye. Such a sweet guy, how could I ever pass? For you I climb Mount Olympus. Right for you, give me all them on the hit list. Because my heart don't drop, I know my love won't stop. And that's real even though you wouldn't think this. What can I say that'll make you believe me? When I'm with you, how do things go so easy? Girl, I'm finna drown in these feelings. Just tell me now what you feeling. You can hold me down, be my ceiling. When you're not around, I can feel it. Oh, oh, oh. When you're not around, I can feel it. Oh, oh, oh. When you're not around, I can feel it. God, you the one make my dreams come true. I don't wanna be too distant from you. Wanna lay back and listen to you. Make y'all not for shot missing, not truth. I be a hero out of gym class. Be a savior when you need that. Shorty so much for the tick eye. Such a sweet guy, how could I ever pass? For you I climb Mount Olympus. Right for you, give me all them on the hit list. Because my heart don't drop, I know my love won't stop. And that's real even though you wouldn't think this. What can I say that'll make you believe me? When I'm with you, how do things go so easy? Girl, I'm finna drown in these feelings. Just tell me now what you feeling. You can hold me down, be my ceiling. When you're not around, I can feel it. Oh, oh, oh. When you're not around, I can feel it. Oh, oh, oh. When you're not around, I can feel it.
Show me your heart and show me your soul, and I'll take you somewhere only I know. Make me a wish, oh, make me your dreams. I'll show you nothing but love. I'll give you all that you need. I wanna see the sea, but amazingly, I'm too scared of water. Too scared of water. And I hope that one day you'll find me again. We can run to the top of the mountains. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Would you remember when you fell in love with me? Just give me a hand and we'll run far from here, away from curfews you have and all those things you hold dear. It would be stupid to throw it away, so let's get out on this boat and stop your crying for days. I wanna see the sea, but amazingly, I'm too scared of water, too scared of water. And I hope that one day you'll find me again. We can run to the top of the mountains. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Remember when you fell in love with me? my heart. No, we don't need to be clear. We need our best, I'll tell dear. We need escape from here. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Remember when you fell in love with me? Show me all you know. Tell me what you know. And show me your love. Show me all you know. Tell me what you know. And show me your love. Show me all you know me. Tell me what you know me. And show me your love. Show me all you know me. Tell me what you know. And show me your love.
I feel like I'm being dragged down, forced to be a slave to my emotions, caught in the middle of a bad wind. I'm left with shackles upon my soul. So take notice, I am the only one, the writer of my screenplay, the one to decide where I walk. No co-author who might betray. So take notice, I am the only one, master of my destiny, keeper of faith, cover of fate, ready for life's race, trying to find a painless way to climb out of this bottomless abyss. Want to stop dancing with the devil, change the ending to this crazy story. So take notice, I am the only one, the writer of my screenplay, the one to decide where I walk. No co-author who might betray. So take notice, I am the only one, master of my destiny, keeper of faith, cover of fate, ready for life's race. I am not listening to any words of wisdom. I'm just putting my life on full throttle, ignoring all the warning signs and speed limits. I'm not slowing down till I reach my goal. So take notice, I am the only one, the writer of my screenplay, the one to decide where I walk. No co-author who might betray. So take notice, I am the only one, master of my destiny, keeper of faith, cover of fate,
yeah. Saw you fake that smile, baby. Tryna pull your hand away from him. Does he see you cry in silence? Why do you stay? Why do you stay? Cause I'm right here now. I'm gonna show you what true love's about. But I can't move, girl, when you're tied up. Cause I'm not the type of man who calls. Baby, it's really in your hands. Can't you see that he ain't your man? Open your eyes and see your worth. Cause love shouldn't really be hard work. I'm gonna love you more. I'm gonna love you more than him. But you're not mine, no girl. I know this much is sure. I'm gonna love you more than him when you're mine. See, his grip is rather tight, girl. Does he know it when you're hurting? But I can see your desperation, trying to survive this life. But I'm right here now. I'm gonna show you what true love's about. And I can't move, girl, when you're tied up. Cause I'm not the type of man who calls. Baby, it's really in your hands. Oh, he ain't your man. Open your eyes and see your world. Let me in your world. I'm gonna love you more. I'm gonna love you more than him. But you're not mine, no girl. I know this much is sure. I'm gonna love you more than him when you're mine. Time will come, you realize there's a better life for you now. When it comes, I'll be here, waiting patiently now, baby. When you hurt, letting love come to me, let's change this, honey. Cause there's no reason not to. I'm gonna love you more. I'm gonna love you more than him. But you're not mine, no girl. I know as much as sure. I'm gonna love you more than him when you're mine. I'm gonna love you more.
say when you need the truth? What do you say when you can't get through? What does it take for the heart to choose? What does it take to survive with you? Oh, need some clarity if you still want me. 'Cause if you don't, then what do you say? Just give me the truth. Tell me where do we stand? 'Cause I need to know, oh yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where do we stand? 'Cause I need to know, oh yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where do we stand? Get me out, over, this way, yeah. I'm still being left in the dark, yeah. Get me out, over, this way, yeah. I'm still being left in the dark, yeah. What do you say when you crash and stall? Forget. What do you say when you're left alone? Spread my attention. What does our fate is we let our home? Death don't like this. What does it get that you play so well? Need some clarity and a sense of peace. I'm on this boat, so what do you say? Set me free and go. Tell me where do we stand? 'Cause I need to know, yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where do we stand? 'Cause I need to know, yeah. Don't just leave me hanging. Tell me where we stand. This way, yeah. I'm still being left in the dark, yeah. Get me out, over, this way, yeah. I'm still being left in the dark, yeah. And I'm tired of being left in the gray area. 'Cause I don't wanna chill with you, stop playing and deal with you. All I wanna know is where we stand. If you can't give me that, then say so. I'm a grown boy, seems to real with you. Got played now, deal with you. All I wanna know is where we stand. And if you won't give me that, then just go. Leave this place behind. Get me out, over, this way, gray area. I'm just gonna be left in the dark, gray area. Get me out, this way, gray area. I'm just gonna be left in the dark, gray area.
Let's take a holiday, some time away. Could be just me and you. Tropical getaway with palm trees swaying into the blue. Wanna see the world with you, see the world with you. Wanna see the world with you, see the world with you. Wanna see the world with you, see the world with you. Wanna see the world with you, see the world with you. La 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 do do do. La 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 do do do. La 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 do do do. Everything will do when I'm next to you. La 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 do do do. La 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 do do do. La 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 do do do. Everything will do when I'm next to you. Let's take a holiday, some time away. Could be just me and you. Tropical getaway with palm trees swaying into the blue.
I see you coming from the west side out. Whip the phantom, tell her let's ride out. And baby, there won't be a next time round. There's things I wanna do, yeah. So let me see your best side out. Sick of talking over text, I want to get you over and undress right now. So just come on over, just come through. Don't know what to say now. Yeah, I've been moving around the world while you just stay down. So we couldn't keep on pretending that this was something never ending. 'Cause we're too young, two different people. Always say but nothing keeps you. Something's changed since I've come around. You hate when I'm back telling stories. Makes you feel so unimportant. But I take you wherever I go. So when we get together, I swear you think that we had never ended what we had in the city. So let's take see you coming from the west side out. Whip the phantom, tell her let's ride out. And baby, there won't be a next time round. There's things I wanna do, yeah. So let me see your best side out. Sick of talking over text, I want to get you over and undress right now. So just come on over, just come through.
Yeah, pull up. I think you're cute, but you show no love. I spark my spliff while you rolling a blunt at the standard here. Louvre, the club going up. Damn, I've been in a phantom getting hella high. I'm not trying to face you tomorrow night. 'Cause even if we crash, never leave your side. Maybe if you felt different things, we could wonder why. Luck, always hitting the road. Never stop, call me now, there's money to blow. Even if we in the club, you dropping it low. And even if you hit my silence, baby, let's go. I'm on the east side chilling, west side killing. Call me with my girl, 'cause we outside living. Even if you wanna catch me all day and catch me all night, baby, this a one time, one
from the west side out. Whip the phantom, tell her let's ride out. And baby, there won't be a next time round. There's things I wanna do, yeah. So let me see your best side out. Sick of talking over text, I want to get you over and undress right now. So just come on over, just come through.
What you see is not all that you get. One side is the beauty, one side is the beast. All or nothing, I have nothing less. One life to live, one time to live it. Don't just take one side of me, nah, nah, all of me. Don't just love one side of me, yeah, yeah, all of me. Can't just accept one side of me, nah, nah, all of me. I got two sides, I got two sides. Don't just take one side of me, oh nah, 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 all of me. Don't just love one side of me, oh nah, 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 all of me. Can't just accept one side of me, oh nah, 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 all of me. I got two sides, I got two sides, two sides, two sides, two sides. I got two sides, oh yeah, I got two sides, oh yeah, I got two sides.
Yeah! It's ready for a night out. Ooh! Classic, 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 so classic, 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 feeling classic, oh so classic, classic, feeling classic, classic, oh so classic, 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 feeling fantastic. Good to see you all here tonight. So crack beer, pop wine, so fresh, so fine, oh my. Are you feeling right? Yeah, boy, I'm feeling tight. Gonna hit 'em with the classic, roof down and gas it. Tailored zoot suit, turn a man to a Gatsby. Button down brass with a lighter to match it. And a shotgun thing, see the girl so sassy. We out tonight, gotta get it right. So take a drink and take a three more. Make a groove thing move like it's something to prove. Shake it like you never danced before. We're dressed to the nines and we're feeling fine like a bull-tie troubadour. So button that jacket, zip that dress, out, we're at your door. Look, so where my people trying to score on the floor? Where my people trying to scout a little more on the floor? Where my little over eager find I'm dancing on the speaker with a lack of inhibitions, putting four on the floor. Where my insane champagne champions at? Where my screaming till our voices getting raspy at? Where my wallflowers early home and taxis at? You know we love you too, but boy, don't come back. It's one for the Uber driver rocking a Mercedes, another for the queens rolling deep with the ladies, one for the single mothers out without their babies, and a lot for the night making yes from a maybe. Hey tease, slide on over to me. You got my mind so damn fried I feel 100 degrees. I wanna pour from the wine until they're taking my keys, then wanna grind on that behind until it's 3:30. We out tonight, gotta get it right. So take a drink and take a three more. Make a groove thing move like it's something to prove. Shake it like you never danced before. We're dressed to the nines and we're feeling fine like a bull-tie troubadour. So button that jacket, zip that dress, out, we're at your door. We out tonight, gotta get it right. So take a drink and take a three more. Make a groove thing move like it's something to prove. Shake it like you never danced before. We're dressed to the nines and we're feeling fine like a bull-tie troubadour. So button that jacket, zip that dress, out, we're at your door. Classic, 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 yeah, they get classic. Classic, and I'm feeling fantastic.
I'm coffee, you're tea. Opposites attract, that's a fact, baby. The opposite to you may be complimentary. Yeah, to you flow like the sun, melt the snow. Yeah. I'm your friend. Till the end. You're my friend. I love feeling lazy when days are getting hazy. Nothing gonna faze me when you play the ukulele. I'm your friend till the end. You're my friend. I'm your friend till the end. You're my friend.
Yeah, on the line. I gotta hide in the crowd. Catch me if you can. It's right to the end of time. And I feel like you're mental, weird and sentimental. Experimental, love is worth fighting for. Feel like you're mental, weird and sentimental. Wish we could be here to slip to the beginning. I just thought I could spin around. I keep time when I want to drown. I just thought I will make you shine. I keep time when I want to drown. Don't you take it bad, I'm not really shy. Don't leave me on the side, cause I wanna ride with you tonight. And I feel like you're mental, weird and sentimental. Experimental, love is worth fighting for. Feel like you're mental, weird and sentimental. Wish we could be here to slip to the beginning. I guess I could spin around back in time. When I want you drown, I guess I will make you shine back in time. When I want you drown, come on, back in time. Just come on, come on, come on. I can stop, I can spin around back in time. When I want you drown, I can stop, I will make you shine back in time. When I want you drown, I can stop, I can spin around back in time. When I want you drown, I can stop, I will make you shine back in time. When I want you drown, yeah, yeah.
Oh, what I would do, just a moment with you, is all I really need. When the light's shining through, all I see is you, is all I really need. Just a moment with you, just a moment with you, is all I really need.
Yeah.
Just a moment with you, just a moment with you, is all I really need.
Don't wanna miss a thing, so stay wide awake. I only come out at night, but we're still looking for sign. When I wake up, oh, I can't help but to wonder, is this even real?
Oh, what I would do, just a moment with you, is all I really need. When the light's shining through, all I see is you, is all I really need. Just a moment with you, just a moment with you, is all I really need. Just a moment with you, just a moment with you, is all I really need.
Don't wanna miss a thing, so stay wide awake. I only come out at night, but we're still looking for sign. When I wake up, oh, I can't help but to wonder, is this even real? Is this what it feels like? Coming back to real, coming back to real life. Keep me in this daydream.
Every word is poison, 'cause every word hurts. Are we friends or bitter like thunder. I got a heart that's cursed. There's a black cloud that follows you and me. Love can be the perfect storm. One day it's there, and then it's gone. We used to be as one. Now those flames burn away in rage. There's something in the water, 'cause something has begun. Let's free our souls from this shame. 'Cause love can be a perfect storm. In the dying light, you pray for a door. 'Cause we've been waiting for the flood to wash away this bad blood. 'Cause we've been waiting for the flood to wash away this bad blood. Rise up, 'cause we've been waiting for the flood to wash away this bad blood. 'Cause we've been waiting for the flood. Oh, wash away this bad blood. This bad blood. We've been waiting for the flood to wash away this bad blood.
Girl, I want you to rethink about it. Promise me that you will stay around here. I love the way I feel when you look at me. Can you move forward and dance with me? When I was a hero, I wasn't a loner. 'Cause I was a hero. Oh, you made me feel like a superstar. When I was a hero, I wasn't a lonely child. When I was a hero, oh, you made me feel like a superstar. Oh, yeah. Second chances living off a lost cause. I count on you to save me from the drown. You're a gift that was left alone. So baby, please don't you hang up the phone. Don't let me live this much longer. I'll be your lover. When I was a hero, I wasn't a loner. 'Cause I was a hero. Oh, you made me feel like a superstar. When I was a hero, I wasn't a lonely child. When I was a hero, oh, you made me feel like a superstar. Superstar, 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 superstar. When I was a hero, I wasn't a loner. 'Cause I was a hero. Oh, you made me feel like a superstar. When I was a hero, I wasn't a lonely child. When I was a hero, oh, you made me feel like a superstar. Please don't get jealous of the things I've done. 'Cause I have played my way through the better days. I will not be angry if you walk away. 'Cause it just proves that you are not okay. I should've known from the start that I was starting something. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I should've known right from the start that it wouldn't be more than. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you. I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you. Please stop your yelling, you used to be so calm. You were my number one, but now you're just no fun. I showed you my hand and you played it repeatedly. Oh, and now it's time to go back into me. Oh, I should've known from the start that I was starting something. Oh, I should've known right from the start that it wouldn't be nothing. I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you. I can't help but feel the way I
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for like that long wait. The most Warriors of Heels has returned. It's fucking issues with the dryer, man, and the lint trap. It's a fucking never get a front loading washing machine or a dryer. If you can afford it, get a top loader. So much better. Fucking ruined like one of my favorite t-shirts too. All right, I'm gonna let Chud Logic talk. I gotta fold my laundry. Enjoy me leeching off of great content.
So right now, I feel like our biggest problem is everybody's becoming more and more divided over how we see the world. That more people are moving into these very homogenous, ideologically pure groups, and that kind of trend that we're been working towards. So if that is the case, my goal that aligns with that, with what I would want to see happen politically and my unique talents, is I'm not going to be able to go to other communities. I'm able to maintain my ideological purity. I'm not a fucking Nazi. I haven't turned into a conservative. I'm not turning into a white supremacist. And I'm able to penetrate these communities using things like humor, affability, willingness to have a conversation or debate. And willingness to debate on hard grounds like fact and logic. I'm able to make headways in these communities like nobody else from my side of the political aisle has ever done before. If you want to criticize it, there are times when I'm a bit too kind or I don't push back enough. There's tons of criticisms there. But I think that I'm in a unique position that nobody else on the left is able to be in. And I'm not going to go back like, oh, deplatform, get rid of, blah, 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 because I see that as an entirely failed model for all of Western politics. And I don't want to go down that road again because I feel like it's already failed. Well, I don't want to go down that road either. I don't think Nick Fuentes should be deplatformed. I should, though. I should be deplatformed. Okay, but you don't have to grow him either. I mean, it's going to be inevitable that anybody I react or engage with in some manner is going to experience some growth if they're smaller than me. Absolutely. But I think because of that, the way that you interact with them is pretty crucial. If you debate Fuentes on the Holocaust, anti-Semitism, racism, ethno-states, Christian nationalism, whatever, any of those topics, I would have no negative reaction to that at all. Sure, I understand. But what I'm trying to do is take it one step further. I can do the debate, but I don't want to come off as an overly hostile person all the time in these communities. I want to be seen as somebody that can joke with them, that can more importantly understand what they're saying, and then 3, engage in a more friendly manner. Because you always have a higher chance of kind of reconfiguring somebody's mind rather than just being overtly combative. I'm not going to leak our logs. I'm just going to take it on the chin. I'm just going to take it on the chin.
He's going to leak it. I feel it. As he reads more of this.
I don't know. It's just...
And the chat, leak the logs. Leak the logs.
Like he sticks to it, right? One of the best examples.
I need content, Chud.
One of the best examples of this is, you know, he would say, oh, I'm not going to speak about other streamers if they're not present. I'm not going to speak about other streamers if they're not present, right? How long did that last? How long did that last? He said, I'm not going to leak private DMs unless they do it to me first. I've not leaked any private DMs of me and Max. The only thing I've shown is a message I sent to him, which doesn't include anything he said, where I'm telling him to like not come forward without evidence, because otherwise he's going to fuck himself over, right? And that happened after this article was written too. That was yesterday that I did that. So now he's just like showing all of our private DMs from August to whenever last year. For what reason? Why? Why has he done that? There's like literally no reason to do that. It's because he wants to fucking, you know, cause me a bit of embarrassment. And it's because he wants to shit on me because I've shit on Lav or something, I guess. I don't fucking know. It's just the kind of desperation move. It's because he's mad at me. And look, I get that he's mad at me, right? If he wants to fucking shit on me, that's fine. I've shit on him. But it's like, don't say that you're not going to leak DMs and then leak DMs. That's bullshit. That's a completely fucking pointless sentiment. Anyway, guys, we're nearly okay. We're gonna have to listen. We're about $350 off the other end, okay. And I want to make this and I want to make as much money as possible as I can from this stream. So to that end, I'd like to say we're going to do a Keffals. I would like to say officially welcome to the $6,000 stream. This is now the $6,000 stream. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. This is now the $6,000 stream.
Shut logic.
I'm here going through the article. We're going to keep reading it. We're going to get to the end. Let's fucking go. Get your super chats in. This is the $6,000 stream. Thank you all very much.
Donate. Donate, chat.
Okay, let's
donate
continue.
to Chud Logic so I can leech more content off of him.
It's so shameless, man. This is the most shameless I've ever
There's no
been
shame in this, Chud. You are a capitalist like I am. You're a capitalist like Destiny. You have shed. The internet has forced you to shed your Marxist views. Accept it. Embrace the shame. All in the name of profit. Listen, I'm gonna go a little nerdy right now. Like the Ferengi. From that, like the early Star Trek episode, like Deep Space Nine actually made the Ferengi cool. Like the Ferengi, all in the name of the almighty prophet. And I'm not talking about that one prophet that couldn't move him out. I'm talking about the dollar bill prophet.
Streaming career. This is the most shameless
I can see.
I've ever been in
I can see.
my
I can see the
career,
Ferengi and Chud.
Honestly. Holy
I can
shit.
see him.
Unbelievable.
I can see the Ferengi and Chud. It's coming out. That's beautiful, man.
And you
sell your soul, the capitalism.
Okay, why should I give money to you? Let me put it to you like this, okay? Right? Max has tried to fucking do a little bit of funny business with me, but I'm going to destroy him by making shitloads of money off of this, okay? You've tried to cause me pain and embarrassment by leaking some of this stuff, and all that's going to happen is I'm going to make more fucking money than you, okay? I'm going to make more money than you little fucking bitch, okay?
Leak the DMs, Chud. Leak the DMs.
Your career's in tatters and fucking ruins as mine is flourishing, as mine continues onwards, okay?
He will crush him.
I won. I won. I also love the fact I'm making this all about myself when the main thing is Destiny. But anyway, nonetheless, let's continue. Let's continue. Is DK getting a bonus? Well, basically,
no.
These super chats, less obviously the YouTube 30%, the super chats get split 50-50 between me and DK. Any revenue on the YouTube channel, he gets 50% of. So, you know, out of this $3,000, he'll get a straight half of it.
Is there really like another Mr. Beast? Get over like him gifting stuff. Jesus Christ. You guys like, it's like the lowest level like content that it's like the dumbest thing. You guys look fucking crazy when you bring this stuff up, man. Like you just lose people. It's so, I hate using the word, but it is cringe. Like it's so stupid. Like no one's like on your side with that shit. It's like a nothing burger. I actually want to watch this like D&D movie. It actually looks fun. Very Guardians of the Galaxy. It's okay. I don't really care.
So, you know, obviously, yeah, that's like a bonus, right? It's money that we wouldn't be getting if I wasn't doing this, so. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Right. DK's eating good too. Right. But if Nick Fuentes wants to come to offer to your community as somebody who's not always hostile, who can engage in a friendly manner, who is open-minded and understands the concerns of your viewers, right? I understand. And if he's able to do that in a successful way, then I hope my whole viewership turns into Nazis and they go marching the Third Reich. This is what I've spent the better part of the last 10 years working towards. If I can't hold on to my fan base and I lose them all to a convincing Nazi, then fuck me, then I deserve it. And you know what? Maybe it's a better ideology. Fuck it. If it's that hard to hold people towards liberalism or progressive ideas, then it was always doomed to fail anyway. Like, there are aspects of my engagement with Fuentes that upset people, but I can talk about things with him in a context with him that I could have only dreamed of 2 or 3 years ago. I can preach until I'm blue in the face about the importance of, like, social welfare. And how important it is to take care of the underdog, blah, 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 blah. But in a totally organic setting, I can get a far-right Christian nationalist to ask me, hey, why do you think the things you do are about progressive values? And I can ask him to ask me that question in a genuine manner. And I'm able to talk about it him asking that and giving me the opportunity to talk about that in front of his audience, that's the type of access to the empathy that was unattainable before, and I could have never done something like that before, just screaming about how important social welfare is in the middle of a debate. But at the same time, you're giving him more access to a much larger community. Sure, I am. But I mean, there's always going to be a trade-off as you enter these communities more and more. Yeah, theoretically, they could turn your audience. But I mean, if you think you're fighting for the right stuff or believe the right stuff, like hopefully you can hold on to them. I don't think the framing of you would lose your audience to him is right. I think that they'll stay with you because you're friends with them. They could be Nazis and be fans.
By the way, this isn't even like a manifesto, an article. This is just like a giant transcript. That's all it is. He's just like reposting stuff for like Chud to like fucking read. That's all it is. Oh, Zonia? Final match. Okay.
Of you now have Nazi fans, probably, right?
God damn you, Jet Central! You 3 hours ago. It's what? No, I beat him to this. I knew the trade was going to be done before the draft. Like Green Bay's under tremendous pressure because Aaron Rodgers is not going to want to play for them now. He's going to want to fuck them over. He has everything. So the Jets are not trained. Like they'll give him like 2 picks probably like 2 seconds or like a second and a third. I imagine it's probably gonna be like 2 picks, but I can't imagine them giving away their first round pick. There's too many good, like you have the Ohio State wide receiver. Everyone's like hyping him up too. I think he's gonna be a top 10 pick. I don't think he's gonna be there at 13. And you could always like grab him, and then you have like him, who I forget the guy's name too. I apologize. It's Garrett Wilson, him, and then Alan Lazard, and Corey Davis is still on the team. I imagine Corey Davis is gonna get moved. And there's gonna probably be like in the second or third round, we'll probably get another receiver. I think we're gonna go after an offensive lineman too, because we have to make sure like Becton's gonna be. He's had back-to-back knee injuries on both knees, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that a white nationalist doesn't like you because they can't tolerate hearing anything slightly different from their ideology. They don't have to leave your community to become Nazis now. But I want that. I want there to be because if you're following me for long enough, but do you want your own community to turn to Nazis? No. If a figurehead is sitting at the top of a community, slowly over time, that community is going to look more and more like that figurehead. That's probably always going to be the case with any community. And I don't need a community full of progressives to listen to me preach to them every day about systemic racism and why we should support Biden, or why Republicans are quasi-fascist now under Trump. I don't want to preach to them about that. I don't care about that. They already believe that, and they can go to Vosh and get those opinions. But if I can get people that are ideologically incredibly different than me and my fan base, which I'm seeing show up all over my subreddit, all over my YouTube comments, in negative ways on my Twitter and in these emails, these are people that slowly over time can hopefully get a bigger buy into the things that I talk about. That's the goal. And I don't see any other way to get these people to watch me other than to show them that I can be in your communities with a level of understanding and humor that makes me like an empathetic character. I guess one thing I do want to ask as well is, do you understand? I appreciate there's like an extremist response where people call you a Nazi and shit, sure. But do you maybe understand why some people feel uncomfortable or wary about you going to dinner with someone like Nick Fuentes? I understand everything. I understand every point of view simultaneously and all at once, okay? Yes, right? The feeling is that from their point of view, somebody like Nick Fuentes is slowly kind of fettered out of reality. He's not somebody that anybody talks about anymore. He's kind of an irrelevant figure. And now, all of a sudden, not only am I engaging him in hostile debate, I'm presenting him to my community, which is growing at unprecedented rates, and I'm putting him in front of an entirely new audience to reach out to that might have never had access to before. So people have this fear in their mind that if I engage with him in a friendly manner, that I'm going to turn him into the next Hassan or Vosh, because I'm going to siphon off a huge portion of my community to go become Nazis and follow him. And there's no reason for me to do that other than the selfish pursuits of profits or viewership on my channel. I think that's the main problem people have with me. I think that, you know, I understand why people kind of get frustrated, but I think my concerns probably align somewhat with Mr. Girl's, but it's more so like your community that can be really fucking annoying sometimes.
Jesus.
True. But if it comes back to how responsible are you for that? Because one thing I know is that your community sometimes will have this response where it's like, come on guys, what's the problem with debating Nick Fuentes? We've got to debate bad ideas. And then the goalpost just gets shifted slowly to like, well, come on, guys, what's the problem with having Nick Fuentes? And, you know, it's just like, yeah, sure. And it's a balancing game that I have to play. I understand there's a responsibility, and sometimes I might not go far enough. Sometimes I might go too far. It's a struggle. There's a lot that I'm trying to balance, a lot of plates spinning in the air, of course. I understand that, but like the other side, I think has wholly failed in what they've attempted to do, like spectacularly failed. And when I see how crybaby and disgusting and unempathetic and mindfucked it is watching people on the left trying to engage with people they disagree with, people always say, oh, well, Destiny, can't you be empathetic towards those other people? Can you be empathetic towards me? Yeah, I guess. But can you guys be empathetic towards any of the right-wingers that feel they've got no voice in the internet? Any of the people that were like, oh, I think it's okay to be white and got off platforms for saying, and like, no, those people are racist and evil. That's different. Yeah, I remember this. This was like super convincing to me because I've obviously, you know, had a lot of issues with the way that the left have communicated, you know, for a long time. I talked about this kind of idea that on the left, there's this concept that I call woke Thatcherism, right? And it's this idea that people will believe in
a good term.
A material analysis of someone's circumstances until someone has got the wrong ideas. And then all of a sudden, oh no, you're a bad person. You're a bad person. Oh, you're racist? Well, that's because you chose to be racist and you're a bad person because of that. It's like no one chooses to be racist, right? No one truly chooses to, you know, think, oh,
believe it or not, that's true.
I hate black people now, right? That's not how it works. People become racist through a very long process of like ideological inputs. Of course, various different aspects, your parenthood, your school, where you live, where you grow up, etc., right? All of this stuff brings together to create a unique experience that puts you in the position that you are today. And, you know, you can criticize behavior, right? You can criticize behavior. If someone goes and beats the shit out of a black person, right, in a racially motivated attack, okay? That's not funny. Then you criticize that behavior. What's more important in that situation? Is it that they're racist? Is it that in their head they've got racist thoughts? Or is it that they've gone and acted on that and caused harm to another person? Obviously, it's the fact they've caused harm to another person. So you criticize that behavior. You criticize the behavior that they're engaging in. But the left, you know, have got to the point where it's no, the person is fundamentally and foundationally evil.
That is true. It's actually kind of strange too, because there was at one point, you know, people on the left believed in at least some form of rehabilitation, but now it's like you have to be completely ideologically pure from the get-go. No one's born a leftist, but it's like if you're not like completely in sync, that's why there's so many like so much left infighting and no like cohesive like leftist movement in the at least in the United States specifically. There's all these ideological viewpoints and everyone's stuck in their lane and they don't want to consider anybody else's viewpoint even if they're on the same side, but they just might be slightly different in one topic area or one subject area, and then it's just like, nope, if you disagree with me over here, we cannot ally. It's frustrating, man. Just, you know, you think I wanted Joe Biden to be president? No, I wanted Bernie Sanders to be president too, but I voted for Joe Biden because Joe Biden would have been a better president than fucking Donald Trump. And those people who were unironically on the left saying, no, you shouldn't even vote for Biden. Hell, you might as well just vote for Donald Trump. It's gonna be the same person. Are you out of your fucking mind? These fucking morons. Dude. I can't stand people like that so much. I just can't stand them. Like, just like go off and I don't even want to say it. I'm streaming on Twitch and like YouTube. Just like go away. Just permanently just go away. I'll put it that way. I don't even want to say like in Minecraft or Roblox. Just permanently go away and leave the commentary community and online politics to people who actually care about this stuff and have like good ideas and who are willing to work with other people. You guys are terrible, man. I hate like the thing is, this sort of stuff bleeds into real life too. I know a lot of people think Ryan Grimm is like soy. He's done work on The Hill. You sometimes see him on the Majority Report. He writes for The Intercept too. I think he's a good journalist. He did a great article about all these different like lefty groups and how they fell apart. They all fell apart because of infighting and ideological purity. You're not good enough to be in this organization, so they all fell apart too. And it's so true. And it's so true. A guy gets canceled because he tweeted something like 10 years ago when Twitter was first created by Jack Dorsey. And then like they bring up the old joke and he's completely changed, he's completely reformed. It was like a bad joke from back in the day. Then he gets completely canceled and he's forced to resign from an organization. The organization falls apart because he was the linchpin that put everything together. It's dumb shit like that, and I hate it. I hate it. And you unironically turn people like Louis C.K. and like Dave Chappelle, who are on the left, but they may not be as left on you on so many different other issues. Instead of like having a conversation with them and like talking to them about like maybe like, hey, like, maybe something you rhetoric is harmful and this is the reason why too. You can still make the jokes, but we just want you to have that consideration in your mind too. You might actually persuade him on a lot of that stuff too. But like you say, we should cancel the guy too. And he looks at that and says, "What the fuck you mean, man? I've been talking about this shit and advocating for like stuff." For this stuff for years too, and now all of a sudden when I decide to make jokes about it, you guys want to like cancel me too, and then all of a sudden they become darlings on the right, and they don't even agree with any of those people. Jeez, I fucking hate that too. Same thing with the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff too. Like I'm going on like these crazy rants, but it's true though. Like this guy like became like this like figure for the right now. This is just some like dumb kid. All right, he even admitted afterwards he shouldn't have been there in that situation. Jesus. But like you guys like put him up on top of the fucking mountaintop too, and now he's like this like right-wing figurehead that they could, anytime there's like a shooting or something, anything involving the Second Amendment, they pop him out here too. Remember Kyle Rittenhouse? The guy was like a nobody. He could have been like a nobody too. That coverage on that too. The coverage on that should not have been like the actual shooting itself. It should have been all the circumstances around that event. Like why was protesters on the one end too that were acting up, and they were acting because they were destroying shit, and then basically a militia group led down the same street where they were going to meet too. Why didn't the governor fucking call in the National Guard? That was a mistake on his part. There are so many issues to talk about outside of the fucking trial. The fucking prosecutor was an idiot too. I mean, listen, if you drop a buy in the state, you're gonna get prosecuted for it. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. But like the rhetoric should have been like the rhetoric should have been, I don't care about like whether or not, if he gets prosecuted, he's prosecuted. If he's found guilty, he's found guilty. If he's not found guilty, he's not found guilty. The issue is all the circumstances that led to that point. Why was he there? Should he have been there? Why wasn't the National Guard called in there too? Why were protesters led to a far right, to basically a fucking militia group? They were gunning for a reason to shoot people down. Do you think that's okay for people to take on like vigilante justice like that too? So those are good questions to like and discussions to have too. Not like when I was technically under Wisconsin law, like Kyle Rittenhouse could properly defend himself too, and it's reasonable too given those circumstances. Jesus, I hate like it's going like I'm going on like my anti-left arc right now too, but it's just like I'm like a normie too, but like I respect progressive politics, and I think that's the right direction the country has to go to. But I hear you guys like talk online too, and it's slowly bleeding out into the real world. And I don't think you understand like the consequences it has too. Eventually, everyone's just gonna tune out, and then the fucking right's gonna win. But all you guys online are gonna love it too, because you get to make content off of it too, and milk the titties of those fucking soy lefties online that donate to you too, and not do anything actually. And you're just gonna rage against the machine while you're living in your fucking nice apartments in fucking LA. And I don't really care too. You can do that. You can rail against the machine and make money. That's fine too. But like, the hypocrisy is like it's so apparent, and I really believe that you know it deep down in your soul that it's hypocritical. But like, you've now convinced, very much in the same way Mr. Girl's convinced himself that he thinks that he's doing something great here with this fucking whatever this shit you want to call it, article, manifesto, something. Mental illness personified by vowels, words, and our alphabet here. But it's like you've now fooled yourself. You've literally got high on your own supply. Is what I'm trying to say.
You can criticize people, Amal, just on their behavior.
This is the beginning. I don't even have much of an audience. I'm already beginning why I left the left, Lark. Ugh.
Yeah. Aguzi Soup, you're too retarded to understand the point that I'm making. Okay. If someone is racist, if someone has got racist thoughts, that's not a conscious decision that they've made to be racist. So what's the point in criticizing the person? You're racist. They're racist because of a complex combination of ideological influences that have led them to the position that they're in today. So what's the fucking point of that? You're racist. Why are they racist? They're racist because their parents were racist. How the fuck is that their fault? How is it their fault that they grew up in a household where their parents were really fucking racist? That isn't their fault, is it? If they take an action or engage in certain behavior off the back of it, that is where you can say, okay, well, that behavior is wrong and it's rooted in racism, it's bad, da da da. But just criticizing someone for being racist in and of itself is fucking retarded. So no one has agency, everything is environment. People have agency over their actions and what they want to do. Now, you know, I'm probably more determinist in my perspective than that would say, right? I probably have got a more deterministic view, and I think that everything can be put down to factors, even like little minute decisions that you make. But that's not really a good way to engage with the world, because that gives cover to people doing crazy shit, right? So I'm happy to have a little bit of a balancing act there, and you say, listen, right? No one has agency in being racist. Okay, that's not a thing that happens. Okay, nobody on this fucking planet wakes up and says, I'm going to be racist. I've looked at all the information and I've decided that I'm going to be racist because that's based. That is a retarded way to view the world, and that's not how it works. Okay, people are racist because of their influences and their thing and the actions they take. That is where you can argue for a level of agency in the actions that they take. And that's why you can be critical of behavior, because you can make strong arguments that they should change their behavior. Okay. But, you know, you're more likely to convince someone not to beat someone up because they're black than you are to convince them not to be racist anymore. Right? Convincing someone of why it's bad to hit someone because they're black is a far easier task than convincing someone this is why your racism is incorrect. Right? It's that fucking simple. It's that fucking simple, okay? So, you know, this is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean by woke Thatcherism, okay? You've got a criminal, okay? They have gone and robbed and murdered and stolen and killed people, okay? The left will invoke, and that's terrible behavior. That's terrible, awful behavior. That's terrible, awful behavior, okay? And the left will come out with every fucking excuse under the sun as to, well, socioeconomic circumstances, they grew up in a bad household, you know, list off the fucking excuses, right? When it's a literal hardened fucking criminal that's murdered people, okay? But then, oh look, this person is on a march and they're racist. They've not hurt anyone, they've not punched anyone, they've not engaged in any violence, they've not engaged in any racial abuse. They are just racist. They've got racist thoughts, okay? And they are more morally condemned than the hardened criminal that has murdered 5 people. They're willing to engage in all of the fucking material analysis in the world to explain why that criminal has murdered 5 people. But someone having racist thoughts, that all fucking goes out the window, and everyone is a complete arbiter of their own moral destiny. And actually, no, they've chosen to be racist. This is just true, correct, and accurate. It is absolutely a massive problem with the modern left. It's something I've spoken about for a long time, and I've thought about it a lot, and this is just correct. Can you point out a murderer who is morally excused by the left? So this is what leftoids do, right? You explain a general trend, and most of you...
Sorry about that, folks.
Chat are probably going, yeah, I know what Chud's talking about, right? I know what Chud's talking about. And then they go, can you name every murderer that's been excused by the left? And it's like, no, I can't name a specific murderer that's been excused by the left, okay? Right here off the top of my head, maybe people in chat could, okay? But the trend I'm talking to is obvious to anyone that spends more than 5 seconds engaging with politics online, okay? Everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Yes.
But you fucking disgraceful leftoids do this thing where you're like, give me a specific example, please, because you don't want to accept reality, and it's an obfuscation of the fucking disgusting politics that you fucking profess. Fuck you, okay? You fucking degenerate fucking do the same thing with woke, okay? If I say something is woke, most people are going to know what that means, okay? Most people are going to have a rough understanding of what I'm trying to express when I say, oh, that's woke. Someone's trying to be woke, right? And what do the leftoids do? Huh. They sit there smugly, don't they? They go, huh, can you define what woke is? No, I can't define exactly what woke is, okay? It's a very complex, like, conception of something, okay? Describing it in a way, in a couple of lines that makes it understandable is actually quite tricky to do. Okay, is actually quite tricky to do. But you know what I'm talking about when I say woke. You know exactly what I'm talking about, but you do this gay little move where you say define it because you want to obfuscate the worst excesses of the leftoids that you see online. You see the leftoids online and you think it's wrong and you think it's fucked up, but you're too much of a fucking pussy to say anything about it, right? You're too much of a fucking pussy to say anything about it. So rather than go after them, after all the fucking freak fucking, you know, xenogender fucking weirdos saying the most insane shit online, you say to me, we'll define what woke is, because you want to protect those fucking disgusting freaks. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Okay, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done, I'm done. Fuck me. Oh my god. I've thought about this a lot, by the way. I think most people ask you to define woke because you might not be on the same page with them. No, that's not true. That's a lie. They do it, you know, they do it because they want to act smug when you find it difficult to express exactly what woke means. That's just not true. A leftoid is sitting there, right? And they're like, can you even define what woke is? And it's like, oh, maybe they just want to, you know, see if you agree on a definition. Give me a fucking break. They got the smuggest fucking shit-eating grin on their face, as if they're really trying to find common ground with you.
He's not wrong.
Agreement. No, they want to do some chud dunking. They want to do some chud dunking, right? Purposefully obtuse, smug leftism is what it is, okay? And I fucking hate it, and I despise it with every fiber of my fucking being, okay? Anyway. Fuck me. Right. Let's continue. Let's continue. Come on. Let's continue. Come on. Those people are racist and evil. That's different. You should feel bad for us because we're righteous and good and we're people of color and trans, but the other people are fucking evil. They're ontologically evil. They're Nazis. They're racist. It's like, no, well, fuck you. As far as the left shows, empathy to the right is non-existent. So for them to beg me for empathy when all of their platforms are failing and they fail to penetrate any of these communities at all is rich to me. I don't enjoy that. When you say the right, I feel like you're giving cover for Fuentes. I disagree. The idea that fascism, ethnic cleansing, and overthrowing your government, your Republican government, are extensions of the right is, I don't agree with that. I think that's insane. 5 years ago, I would have agreed with you, but I think that Nick has shifted a little bit more to the left in getting rid of the ultra-extremism. I mean, obviously this turned out to not be correct. This turned out to like not be correct at all. Aged like milk. I mean, you know, this is this is what's so annoying about the fact that this whole conversation got fucking sidelined into this whatever it became, is that this is like the fundamental kind of point that I think is interesting, right? It's the idea that Nick was using comedy to try and obfuscate some of his more extreme views. Do you see what I mean? Like, this was something that was happening, but we moved so far away from that. We moved so far away from what that actually was to, like, what? Arguing about whether or not fucking, you know, who's a comedian or not. Here's a specific example. The left call Rhino. Oh yeah, that's true. That's a pretty reasonable example. At least the anti-Semitic rhetoric, and I think that the main Republican Party has shifted significantly to the right. So when we talk about
Mets are up 1-0 over the Marlins. Vogel got the first run for the Mets of the season.
problematic things that Fuentes says, that's true, but today 70% of the Republican Party thinks the election was stolen. I think the Republican Party thinking the election was stolen is different from storming the Capitol.
Yes, I am watching the game on my other screen.
No, you're sorry, that is not true. There's a 10-foot bridge from A to B. The Capitol was stormed because they thought 10 foot, no, that's insane. It's not 10 feet from believing in a conspiracy to going and risking your life to try and act on believing in that conspiracy. I think they're right connected to each other. It's right there. Well, then why... Wait, hang on a second. Right, let me just lead you through something here quickly, okay? Let me lead you through something here, okay? I freak out to Mr.Girl about the Nick Fuentes stuff, okay? This then leads to a stream where me, Destiny, and Mr.Girl speak about Nick Fuentes, okay? Right?
Yep.
And Nick Fuentes is discussed. After that stream, Nick Fuentes freaks out about Mr.Girl, and off the back of that, right? And off the back of that, wait a second, stay with me here, okay? Off the back of that, Big Tech gets Mr.Girl's YouTube channel banned, okay? Off the back of that, Destiny decides to cut ties with Nick Fuentes.
That is true. I forget. It was after that. It was after that conversation.
Nick Fuentes then connects with Milo Yiannopoulos, who then becomes ingratiated into Ye's campaign, which then results in them all meeting Trump. Am I? Do I bear? Wait a second. No,
I love how Chud's making this all about him.
Much. That's too many leaps. That's too many fucking leaps. No. Come on. That is fucking insane. There's no way. There's no way. It can't be like that. Surely Fuentes would have met up and done the Ye stuff without all that happening. The Chudderfly effect. Yeah, I think the Milo... Listen, I do think the Milo stuff happened independently of all of this. And obviously, I need to hold on to that because the idea that I could bring about... The idea that I may be responsible for bringing about a fascist uprising in America is too much of a good meme. You saw it so hard, it almost spawned the Fourth Reich. Oh... That's fucking hilarious, man. Once again, the far left are responsible for fascism.
Unironically.
That's a good meme. That's a good meme, man. It's that domino meme. It's that domino meme of, like, you know... Chud soys out to Mr.Girl about Destiny's Nick Fuentes streams, and then the big domino is implementation of the Fourth Reich and genocide of minorities in America. You are the arts degree linchpin to Fuentes. I don't know. Anyway, Listen, I know Mr. Girl thinks I folded. I think all of these arguments that Destiny makes in this, especially reading them written down, are pretty compelling. They're pretty compelling arguments, you know? Especially, and the thing is as well, a lot of this was tapping into my feelings about it as well, especially when Destiny's shitting on the left. I fucking love shitting on the left. So this is just true. Destiny's just saying correct things here. And yeah. Who would have guessed? Anyway, can we just also, I'm getting very fucking self-absorbed with my own shit in this. Can we just reset a bit as well and come back to the start and just think about this for a second, right? The point of this article, I mean, obviously, you know, some of this stuff here is turned out to be incorrect analysis, right? I know Destiny's done the whole, oh, well, he's a Nazi. Like, he was always a Nazi, okay? He was just you know, effectively hiding his beliefs with enough plausible deniability with memes whilst this kind of stuff was going on, right? That basically is the reality of it, okay? But that's besides the point, right? Put that to one side for a second, okay? Put that to one side for a second, right? What was this article supposed to be about? What was this article supposed to be about? Can you remind me what the article was supposed to be about? The article was supposed to be about the abuse faced at the hands of Destiny by Mr. Girl and other women and stuff like that. And yet, a big section of this that I'm reading now is about a debate that me, Max, and Destiny had about Nick Fuentes. Why? What the fuck has this got to do with anything? This is completely superfluous to requirements, okay? Even if you want to argue that, oh, well, the Nick Fuentes stuff led to, like, more abuse, you could do that without including the entirety of this debate. Like, it just seems so fucking unnecessary. And it just seems, like, not really conducive to the point at all that's being made. When the original point was that Destiny is Harvey fucking Weinstein. Destiny is Harvey Weinstein, okay? How does Destiny debating about his interactions with Nick Fuentes have any fucking say on whether or not he's Harvey Weinstein? It's totally fucking retarded if you think about it for more than 5 seconds. He's trying to show that orbiters will run interference with Destiny. Yes, I know what he's trying to do in that respect.
He's failing at
trying
that.
To show that every orbiter is just a fucking brainwashed idiot that just repeats Destiny's talking points, and that's all that they do, and they back up everything he ever says. But if you actually look at the reality of what's going on and the dynamics that are truly at play, that isn't true. That just isn't true. Even earlier in this article, right, he put a segment in when I was like criticizing Anna, right, in the video I did with Irrelevant. Didn't mention any of the other times that I've criticized Destiny's interactions with Anna whatsoever. Didn't put anything about that in there, right? But he's put in a specific segment when I'm covering the Lav document, right, to make it look like I'm not really giving a criticism of Destiny's sexual interactions with Anna, when anyone that watches my stream regularly knows that I fucking absolutely have criticized that shit, you know, before that, middle, and after. You were also very soft on Anna and tried to make her welcome in your chat for a long time. Yeah, that's true as well. Actually, that is a good point. Why is that not in the fucking article, eh? Oh, because that goes against his narrative, right? At the time,
that's actually true. I remember that.
Despised Anna, right? And everyone thought she was an abuser. She would be in my chat, and I wouldn't do it.
He actually was like very nice too. That was like a major criticism I had, you know, when I was in like actively in like Chud's chat too. I was wondering like, why is he like being so nice to her? Like when it was so apparent too, like Anna was like off the rails. Like I saw some of those streams she had when she would just like talk about like Destiny constantly, or when Zerka would milk her for content. Like it made no sense to me. Like at first I thought he was like, oh, he's being nice farming for content, but he was like legitimately trying to be nice to her too. I still think he was milking her for content, but like he was like, as DK says there, like he was like very soft with her.
Anything about it, I'd just be pretty chill with her and it was fine. And I'd even have people from Destiny's community going, oh my god, look at who's in Chudlogic's chat, and putting some fucking post somewhere about it, right? You timed me out for calling her a dumb bitch. You did criticize it, but you kind of backtrack when you talk to Destiny. So reason that I backtracked is for a few reasons. Bear in mind, I'd already said to Mr. Girl that one of the pieces of content I was concerned about, I'd watched it, it seemed fine. That was before we even spoke to Destiny. The reason I backtracked is because when we got on stream, I'd watched the chicken and waffle stream and it wasn't as bad as I thought it was based on the clips. And then when I spoke with Destiny, he had some pretty reasonable explanations for what was going on. And I was like, okay, it seems like he's aware of the risk. It seems like he knows there could be some problems. Good luck to him. What more can I say about it, you know? But obviously, once again, it's another situation. It's another situation where Mr. Girl assumes that I am completely 100% on board with all of his fucking analysis and all of his views on things, and any deviation from his perspective on it is sign and evidence that I'm just fucking defending Destiny and being a white blood cell. Okay, that is the problem. If you're not fully on board with Mr. Girl's criticisms and Mr. Girl's view on things, you must be wrong because he's right. He's right about it, you're wrong. It can't be that you've come to a different conclusion based on the information that you've been presented. What it is, oh, you're just running defense for Destiny because you're an abused fucking psychological orbiter. That is exactly what it is, okay? And obviously, Max is able to present things in a certain way to support the narrative that that's the case. Where if you actually look at what happened, it's pretty fucking clear that me, on the basis of analyzing all the information about what happened, just came to a different conclusion in the end than Max did.
That's right. This man's going to have an aneurysm on stream. It's going to be great content. I can't wait to milk it.
Let's keep it going.
Now I hope he survives the aneurysm, but I'm gonna milk that content for all it's worth.
But yeah, you know, it is frustrating. And again, the fact that he's presenting certain private communications we had months ago to support a narrative that I obviously don't even agree with is really fucking annoying, especially when he didn't even ask me to do so. But, you know, he doesn't leak DMs, guys. Mr. Girl doesn't leak DMs. He never leaks DMs unless you leak DMs first. Anyway, let's continue. When you say the right, I feel like you're giving cover for Fuentes. I disagree. The idea that fascism, ethnic cleansing, and overthrowing the government, your Republican government, are extensions of the right I don't agree with that. I think that's insane. 5 years ago, I would have agreed with you, but I think that Nick has shifted a little bit more to the left in getting rid of the ultra-extremist, at least the anti-Semitic rhetoric. And I think the main Republican Party has significantly... Oh, we've read that bit already. Sorry, my bad. I was soy ranting. Sorry, I was soy ranting. It's not 10 feet from believing a conspiracy to going and risking your life to try and act on believing in a conspiracy. I think they're right connected to each other. It's right there. Well, then why were there only a couple of thousand people there? I don't know why they were there. If 70% of Republicans think the election was stolen, why weren't there 10 million people storming the Capitol? Because I don't know how many of them had the money to fly out for the inauguration or whatever. That's not why, though. That's not why, no. There's a difference between vaguely believing in a conspiracy theory and actually believing that you have a fucking direct connection to God telling you to storm the Capitol and then going and doing it. I don't have an answer for why more people didn't fly in, but like what I know today, because they're not fucking insane. I disagree. Nick Fuentes is insane. I disagree. Do you think Nick Fuentes is insane? I don't even like the word insane. He's very far right. I'd agree with that for sure. Okay. This is what I think. If Trump came out as a fascist leader, I think that over 51% of the Republican Party would support him and the overthrow of the government. I think they would. And that's where we're at right now. Over half of them believe the election was rigged. How many supported him, like sending the military to build the wall? How many supported him unilaterally? Supporting him is different from going. I don't know how many people would go. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. That's what I'm saying. I just like you're doing the thing that people do all the time. You have incels and then you have mass shooters, okay?
What?
They might have some beliefs in common, but there's a big fucking difference between I'm an incel and blah, 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 and I'm actually going to shoot people.
There's a ramp up to that.
God, this is really painful to read to me as well, personally, because I just got completely sidelined out of the conversation, and this was just the Max challenging Destiny show. I got really annoyed with this dynamic last year, where I would set a stream up. The entire thing would be my fucking idea, right? And we'd all get on the stream together. And then, because everyone wanted to see the fucking Max and Destiny show, if I spoke, I'd see people be like, why is Chud even here? Why is Chud even here? It's like, bitch, this content you're watching right now is because of me. I'm the one that fucking set this up, you little cunt, okay? So fuck off. It was really annoying. But it's because people wanted to see the fucking Max and Destiny show. And then obviously, when you chip in with something, people don't like that because you're getting in the way of the Max and Destiny show.
To be fair,
narcissists.
To be fair, Chud does that too. Whenever Destiny's on a panel and like some like small streamer chips in, he's like, "Why the fuck are you talking?" That's just to keep it fair. Just keep it fair. I'd say like I'm uncritical of Chud. He does that too. All right, I'm gonna be right back too. I was eating and I got boba tea downstairs too. All right, be right back. I'm actually gonna be like 5 minutes. I promise. See, I'm actually back. I think I'm around 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm a narcissist. Correct. Correct. Sure, there's a difference between how we would even quantify what we would consider harmful, because I would say that a lot of the bad rhetoric on the left led to over 1 or 2 billion of property damage over the BLM riots. But none of that is considered extremist violence. None of that is considered extremist rhetoric. Nobody knows how many died during the BLM riots, right? All of that was okay because I consider rioting and burning down businesses and municipal buildings and blowing up cop cars and setting dumpsters on fire. I consider that extremist violence. Now, a lot of that is also opportunist violence. People see other people doing something and they just want to join in because they're angry or whatever. They want to steal TVs, whatever. Not every single person doing that violence is an extremist themselves, right? That's probably of the January 6th people as well, yeah? Well, that's true of January 6th, except Nick Fuentes is not one of the people who's just joining in because he wants to see what the inside of the Capitol looks like. He's not one of the people who's just like, oh, I feel like throwing a brick through a window. He's a thought leader, right? Take it on the chin that Max and Destiny is just far more interesting than fully boned drama farming. Okay, Guru, you seem to have a problem. I've seen you in chat a couple of times. You seem to have a problem not watching stuff that apparently is boring, so I'm going to help you and kick you the fuck out of my channel. Fuck you, bitch. Leave. Get the fuck out of here. You're never coming back. I don't even fucking know how to unban people on YouTube, so you're literally never coming back. Fucking idiot. Right, where were we anyway?
And another one bites the
What was
dust.
the last thing I read? I can't even fucking remember.
Dude, to get banned from Chud Logic's channel, you gotta be a special type of special. You know what I mean?
I can't remember what the last thing we read was.
Wait, what happened? Yeah, it like lost memory? You gotta go all the way down, Chud. If you go down to Fuentes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Here we go. He's a thought leader, right? He's a thought leader, he's an instigator, and he has said he's proud of that role that he played. And again, it's the fucking Capitol building, and they were going in to try and kill Mike Pence. And they're not raiding a fucking Foot Locker. I don't know what you're trying to convince me of here. I agree. This was all horrible. I think it was uniquely one of the worst moments in American history. But the problem was, it wasn't Nicholas Fuentes and his America First people that were there. It was Nick Fuentes and a bunch of relatively ordinary conservative people that were there, with like 5% of being part of the Oath Keepers or whatever. But those were a lot of normal fat fucking Republican fucking dudes that were just there to raid the building and do shit. That's true, but he's a political operator. He's not just a normal person. I don't disagree with you. Okay, so he's not a civilian. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. He's an important political figure in his moment, of course. I just feel like, again, you're providing so much cover for him right now. Stop saying I'm providing... See, this is the other thing as well that was annoying about this conversation. Is like... Destiny is like not providing cover for Nick Fuentes here at all. The worst thing that Destiny said, which turned out to not be true, was the thing of like, oh, he's a bit more left now. When clearly he was never really truly left. It was all fucking optical shit and, you know, hiding behind memes and stuff like that. But other than that, like, this is like pretty hefty criticism of what's going on. Like, this is pretty hefty criticism of like Nick Fuentes' actions as far as I can see. But, you know, even that isn't enough. And again, this ties into this other thing that happens with Max. It's really fucking annoying to deal with. If your criticism isn't good enough, if it's not strong enough, if you're not shitting on someone adequately
by Max's standards
you're
too,
providing cover for them, and
it has to be that criticism has to fall within. If it, what Chud was saying, if it's not good enough, but it has to be to Max's standards. If it's not good enough for Mr. Girl and his standards, then you're essentially providing cover, like Chud said. It has to be by those standards, whatever the fuck those standards are.
Between me and him in regards to Destiny now, where, you know, not criticizing something enough is considered as defense of that thing, which to me is insane. How can you set this standard that, well, you need to criticize something adequately to my satisfaction, otherwise you're providing cover for them? I remember the stream, it was a really good premise, the age of the Giga Chad, and it just got sandbagged into a Fuentes argument. Thank you, Ganan. I appreciate you. Look, I don't want to keep making this about me. I just want to move on. All I'll say is, it was annoying. I agree. Let's continue. I'm not providing cover. He's a far-right figure. I think his ideology is damaging for the United States. I think that his movement is largely composed of anti-Semitic and racist people. What cover am I providing for him? He's a Nazi. He tried to overthrow the government. Okay. It is about me. Yeah, I feel like this segment is... I feel like this is not... This is about Destiny primarily, but I feel also part of this segment, a pretty big part, is like trying to paint this narrative that I'm controlled by destiny, because otherwise why would he include all of the DMs? Like, clearly he's trying to put across the idea that I was like, you know, super against Nick Fuentes, but then the second that I spoke to Destiny, I was like, oh no, it's all fine, Nick Fuentes is based actually. So yeah, anyway, I don't want to make this about myself. I've said so fucking much. I've said so fucking much about this. I just want to focus on reading through this, okay? Known white blood cell. If somebody asked me, who's Nick Fuentes? Wait, where were we? He tried to overthrow the government. Okay, who's Nick Fuentes? I'd say he's a Nazi who tried to overthrow the government. He owns a streaming platform. He has been banned from all these places, and he's a friend of a friend. I guess I'd say, I wouldn't say those things about Steven Crowder. Everything you just said to describe Fuentes is true of Steven Crowder. No, I don't know if Crowder's fans are as racist or anti-Semitic in the same type of way that Fuentes fans are. It's a different flavor. Steven Crowder's fans. I mean, whilst I probably agree with this sentiment, what I will say is, who remembers when Steven Crowder had his spat with Daily Wire, right? What sort of things were some of Steven Crowder's fans saying about that? What sort of thing? Do you remember all the fucking Pepe posting about Ben Shapiro that Steven Crowder fans were doing?
There's a pipeline. There's a very clear pipeline.
There is a lot of fucking Pepe posting.
Do you remember the that Sneeko clip where it's like it starts with Fresh and Fit, right? The lifestyle. Then it goes to Sneeko about hating women, and then it goes to Nick Fuentes. It's a pipeline too. Now that pipeline's a little bit closer between Steven Crowder and like Nick Fuentes, but like Steven Crowder's a little bit, he doesn't use the same rhetoric, so to speak, right? But like tries to run on the money too. Yeah, Crowder's got an exclusive deal with Rumble now, from what I understand. But like when he had that spat with the Daily Wire, oh boy, the comments that were made about Ben Shapiro were pretty, you know, very Fuentes-like, to say the least.
Thing going on. Whilst I probably in principle agree, I think that when that happened, it was obviously, you know, a lot of people came out of the woodwork that had some problems with Ben Shapiro's Jewishness. Let's put it that way. Crowder fans are not Nazis, they're just far right. Sure, Nazis or whatever the word. I don't even know what the fuck people mean when they say that. A Nazi is somebody who wants to round people up in camps and kill them or get them out of the country. Yeah, that isn't what a Nazi is at all. There are people that want to round people into camps or kill them or get them out of the country that aren't Nazis. Like, for example, certain far-left progressives. Certain far-left progressives that think that whites should go back to Europe. Are they Nazis? I mean, you know, anyway. I'm going to stop doing the white genocide shtick now. We're done with it. That's not at all what a Nazi is. There's tons of people that have done that. Mao did that in China. Oh, he's making the point there. Oh my God, I'm literally saying Destiny's point. White blood cell confirmed. People did that in Japan. We rounded up people in camps in the US and internment camps in World War II like that. That's not a Nazi. We did that as a Native American, so no. Just by saying you've already proved you don't know what a Nazi is. Okay, so let's dump that term because it doesn't describe anything. It's a fascist who believes in racial and ethnic cleansing. A Nazi specifically wants to cleanse out the Jews and other people of color. Sure. So Fuentes doesn't, at least openly, advocate for that anymore. So when you say that you automatically lose anybody that's part of his movement, that might be like a covert thing that they're pushing for. Maybe if you had the perfect fucking world. Wait, explain the mechanism by which I lose somebody who's part of his movement. I guess you're arguing that his fans are also not Nazis. So then it devolved, oh my God. Then it becomes another fucking meta conversation about the use of the word Nazi. And the thing is like, Nick Fuentes is and has always been a Nazi, okay? He's absolutely 100% a neo-Nazi. He was a neo-Nazi back then, he was a neo-Nazi 5 years ago, and he's a neo-Nazi now, okay? And I think it's pretty obvious to state that. However, does it help to refer to him as a Nazi when you've got a situation where Nazi has been overused to the point of ridiculousness, where
that's the
just
point.
Saying someone is a Nazi gives an immediate and instantaneous ability for people to attack you on that basis? Especially if you've got a plan to try and ingratiate yourself with a certain community.
Yeah. That's the reason why I never like talk about like the trans like genocide that way too. I don't like using that term because when you use genocide, people think of like perfect pause on Chud. Like they think about Rwanda, probably second or third on the list, and they think about the Holocaust, right? Like that term is so like beyond like the communities like you want to talk to it, like, especially normie communities. Like it's just like I let Vosh use it all the time too, but like I don't care if Vosh uses it too, but like if I'm talking to somebody, I don't use that term because it goes beyond what people can really like comprehend with that too, because it's used like so much now. People like look at it as like there's no trans genocide, right? Because they can't like compute that in their mind too. But if you say like they're making it harder and harder for someone who wants to be trans, especially an adult, to be trans and go through the steps so they can become like a trans woman, trans man. Do you think someone who's over the age of like 18, over the age of 21 should be stopped from being able to transition? Most people tell you no. So like you shouldn't support people who do that too, because they're making it so much harder to gain access to like healthcare, things that they can understand, they can wrap their heads around that too. Like someone who's like in their 30s that wants to transition should be allowed to transition. Wouldn't you agree? So why are you preventing people from accessing the healthcare and telling someone who's like 21 years age or older to say you can't transition, or force them to detransition because you stop them from accessing like hormones? You know, so if the legislation is specifically targeting adults, but we're saying that an adult has the right to transition, so why are you specifically targeting that adults then who want to transition? Like stuff like small, like little arguments like that, like people like, yeah, they can wrap their heads around it too, and they can get on board with it, right? But like when you talk about like trans like genocide and stuff like that, it's just like it just like turns people off, and they think that like you're overblowing the conversation. You start losing them too. People who probably would agree with you too, and like the numbers slowly bear it out too. More and more Republicans are like, we don't want to keep hearing about like trans people. You're not solving the issues now. You're bringing up this like issue too, especially with like the most recent shooting in like Nashville too. They're saying like the shooter in question is trans, but like that person, whether or not that person was trans or not too, and the manifesto, the police actually have it. I don't think they've actually released the manifesto yet. Like the conservatives are bringing that up like so much that they're tying it's falling on deaf ears. So people are like, what does that have to do with the fact that they're trans? What does that have to do with the actual shooting? Nothing. It doesn't fucking matter. Anyone can commit a mass shooting in America because it's so easy to get guns in this country. The issue is it's the guns and the access to guns. What do you keep bringing up trans people for? How's the fact that this person's trans make any sort of difference as to whether or not they're like, why they commit the mass shooting? Oh, they're mentally ill. Okay, why aren't you funding like mental health programs and making them widely accessible so everybody can have easy access to mental health? Because the last time they got brought up, they got shot down because you don't want to expand Medicare under the Affordable Care Act, under the ACA, even though most of the country has expanded it too, and more states now are going to expand it too because it's so popular. Like it's easy to like get people on board with like a lot of these arguments too, but like a lot of this rhetoric, like calling everybody a fucking Nazi, calling everything like a genocide too, it like dilutes it. I personally think a lot of other people think it too. It dilutes like the actual meaning of those words too. Like a Nazi is a member, someone who's literally a member of the Nazi party too. Now, like if you want to expand it to like people who are ideologically inclined or in lockstep with like what the actual Nazi party in Germany believes in, that call a Nazi, which is unironically someone like Nick Fuentes. That would be an apt use of the word. But like just calling someone, I don't know, like yeah, I hate bringing up Vosh in like this in this Destiny stream, but like Vosh like calling like that one he uses the term Nazi like so much to anyone that he really like dislikes or just wants to hit on the point like he doesn't like him too. Like he was calling like that VTuber like a Nazi too, and I don't understand, like I don't know if like that person like streams on like Cozy or something like that. I don't think so, but like he was calling like that person a Nazi, and they were like kind of clapping back at each other too. But like it just kind of like falls on deaf ears. And I like Vosh too. I like how he argues. I agree with like most of his points too. But like you calling everybody not, I think he doesn't really even like give a shit anymore. He's big enough to where it doesn't even matter. Like at this point, it doesn't affect him. But like, you know, you're not getting people more on your side when you use that too, because it kind of like goes over their head. If you sit down and explain to them why, if it's sort of like this thing where it's actually it's something like Destiny said about like how sometimes like people who argue online are lazy, or when they go into a debate, they don't actually do like at least like a rudimentary like analysis of like what they're trying to talk about too, and they get into debate too, and they make the other person who's fucking completely off the walls and completely wrong sound sensible too. You shouldn't do that. You know, I don't like that too. Sometimes, like if you're gonna go have like an internet debate, like do a little research so you can dispute their point, especially if it's like these basic right-wing talking points. You know, like they can be easily disputed and refuted too, and it's an intelligent way to do it too, where it can also be entertaining. It's a skill and something that you have to hone over time, but you can hone it too. But never go into these debates and be like lazy about going into them too, because you'll be surprised who's listening to and how many people you can like change. That's why I appreciated Destiny more and more too, and the more of these debates I hear him in and talk about too, and how he analyzes the problem and he goes into it too. I can understand. I've grown to appreciate his analysis of Hassan too. Hassan's not a dumb guy, but he's lazy with his analysis too. When he talks about these things too, it's always like this surface level stuff too, which can get you so far. And for him, it's gotten him to the top of like Twitch politics. He's the largest political streamer by far, but like it's lazy too, and it does a disservice for like everybody on the left too. And I feel like more often than not, he makes more people doomer about like politics and like getting involved in politics too. The more and more I listen to him, and the more and more I hear critiques about him too, and how he like talks about certain subjects, and it's lazy, man. It's lazy. It's actually frustrating too, because he has a platform where he can like really like get people on board, but I just don't think he has the will to do it. And unfortunately, if you don't have the will to do it, then you know you can't force the guy to. I don't care about the house, I don't care about the cars, I don't care about the women, none of that shit. But like it's the laziness that really bothers me. You talk about all these things too, and he's lazy about it too. And more often than not too, now that I'm like, I hear Trainwrecks and his critiques about him too. But then the problem is like when Train critiques him, the analysis, it's hard for me to get around the analysis too, because maybe this is not to disrespect Train. I just don't think he knows enough or how to explain it well enough when he's talking to Hassan about like the analysis. But when Destiny goes over too, it's just because he just has more experience, I should say, than Train would explaining on like the laziness aspect of it too, and how Hassan stays at a certain level too, because he's gotten comfortable that way too. And that's not disrespecting Hassan. I would rather have someone like Hassan be in the top of Twitch politics than like some conservative. But like, boy, man, he could do so much. He can do like so much more. If he's not willing to put the money down too, he can not be as lazy with his analysis. Like the Ukraine stuff was bad. Like it was so bad, the Ukraine stuff. And like if the argument is like we should like move to some point of peace too. Yeah. When Russia leaves, like, why would Ukraine give up a good chunk of its eastern front, the Donbass region, when Russia illegally invaded Ukraine over nothing, for no reason whatsoever? And like, you got the lefties, unironically, lefties online, like giving cover for Russia and saying, "Oh, we need to just give it up too." And then like people like Crystal Ball and what was it? The Breaking Points is Crystal Kyle, and I forget the other guy on like Breaking Points whose name I can see his face, but I can't remember his name. Crystal's co-host on that show, like saying, "Oh, you're like worried about it." That's so he's not going to drop a nuke on Ukraine and start World War III. Putin's crazy, but there's enough people in Russia and in Russian command who are not going to let him do that. There should be some road to peace, but it begins with Russia leaving Ukraine. Like, I just hate like this lazy analysis too, and it's just like beyond the pale. And it's just I'm seeing it more and more now as I engage more and more about this and watch it and critically and think about these things critically. It's so lazy. It's just, but it gets people to the top though, because I think it hits an audience, because the audience can't like sit down and break it down, and for them to engage, you have to engage at a certain level, like Destiny engages with them too. But Destiny has a lot of history. He's honed his craft over several years, I think over a decade and change now too. And for everyone else too, it takes time to get to that point. But a lot of people don't want to like take the time and effort too, because there is money to be had here too. But because it's been expanded this much, like streaming, and like there's so much like competition compared to there was now too. You have to like latch on to like a Destiny, to a Hassan, and you see it too. I see when Hassan goes on how other people in his orbit, who he doesn't really acknowledge, but I know he knows who they are, like they go offline or they wait, right? There's literally like a Hassan waiting room. Some of these people are just Hassan waiting rooms. And I actually got no issue with any of these people too, but it's just, it bothers me sometimes too. And I tell you before, if you want to do like actual work, you have to get involved in like real life at the state and local level. I can't tell you enough how if you get involved at the state and local level, you can make a lot of changes. You really can't, but you have to get involved and you have to stay involved. And it's not easy. It can be frustrating, but that's just how it is too. And somehow the right's figured it out too, but left can't get out of its own way.
That's the point.
That's my rant. Not as eloquent as Chud Logic or as angry, but that's my rant. I think I've done 2 rants so far this stream.
That's the whole point of this conversation. Anyway. Sure, so Fuentes doesn't at least openly advocate for that anymore. So when you say, okay, wait, explain them, okay. I don't like to use the word Nazi because I don't know what the fuck anybody means when they say that anymore, right? Well, I just told you what I mean. He wants to cleanse the country of Jews and black people. I don't know if he wants to cleanse the country of Jews. Curious. I think that right now, their ideal policy positions would be to stop the immigration of black people or brown people to...
Holy shit. Is this true? Hold on. 4 minutes ago. Wow. The unprecedented case against Trump will have wide-ranging implications. A Manhattan grand jury voted to indict Donald J. Trump on Thursday for his role in paying hush money to a porn star, according to 4 people with knowledge of the matter. A historic development that will shake up the 2024 presidential race and forever mark him as the nation's first former president to face criminal charges. The felony indictment, filed under seal by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, will likely be announced in the coming days. Oh no, I gotta... Shit, hold on. Oh my god, it's actually happened. I want like actual the felony indictment filed and sealed by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office will likely be announced in the coming days. By then, prosecutors working for the District Attorney Alvin L. Bragg will have asked Mr. Trump to surrender and to face arraignment on charges that remain unknown for now. So they said this is sort of... to 4 people. So 4 people confirmed here. Okay, Mr. Trump has for decades avoid criminal charges despite persistent scrutiny and repeated investigations, creating an aura of legal invincibility that the vote to indict not threatens to puncture. His actions surrounding his 2020 electoral defeat are now the focus of a separate federal investigation, and the Georgia prosecutors in the final stage of investigation into Trump's attempts to reverse the election results in that state. But unlike the investigations that arose from his time in the White House, this case is built around a tawdry episode that predates Mr. Trump's presidency. The reality star turned presidential candidate who shocked the political establishment by winning the White House now faces a reckoning for a hush money payment that buried a sex scandal in the final days of the 2016 campaign. Mr. Trump has consistently denied all wrongdoing and attacked Mr. Bragg, a Democrat, accused him of leading a politically motivated prosecution. He has also denied any affair with the porn star Stormy Daniels, who had been looking to sell her story of a tryst with Mr. Trump during the campaign. Here's what else you need to know. Mr. Bragg and his lawyers will likely attempt to negotiate Mr. Trump's surrender. If he agrees, it will raise the prospect of a former president with Secret Service in tow being photographed and fingerprinted in the bowels of a New York courthouse. Wow. Could you imagine? We're watching that too, man. That's going to be on stream. The prosecutor's star witness is Michael D. Cohen, Mr. Trump's former fixer who paid the $130,000 to keep Miss Daniels quiet. Mr. Cohen has said that Mr. Trump directed him to buy Miss Daniels' silence and that Mr. Trump and his family business, the Trump Organization, helped cover the whole thing. The company's internal records falsely identified the reimbursements as legal expenses, which helped conceal the purpose of the payments. Although the specific charges remain unknown, Mr. Bragg's prosecutors have zeroed in on that hush money payment and the false records created by Mr. Trump's company. A conviction is not a sure thing. An attempt to combine a charge relating to the false records with an election violation relating to the payment to Ms. Daniels would be based on legal theory that is yet to be evaluated by judges. Okay? Raising the possibility that a court could throw or limit the charges. The vote to indict, the product of a nearly 5-year investigation, kicks off a new and volatile phase in Mr. Trump's post-presidential life as he makes a third run for the White House. And it could throw the race for the Republican nomination, which he leads in most polls, into uncharted territory. Mr. Bragg is the first prosecutor to lead an indictment of Mr. Trump. He is now likely to become a national figure during a harsh political spotlight. That's true. Get ready, man. Oh no, Control D. Let's go to... Yes. Actually, you guys can't actually see these. Can't actually see this. I have like a whole range of stuff. And I can't... Yeah, you guys can't see this, but like there's like a whole range of stuff here. I cannot believe that. Okay, now this is like trending now. Okay, according to the New York Times, it's not official yet though. That's the thing. Okay, I want to make this clear. Let's go back to... All right, that's true. Yeah, there's 4 unnamed sources that have said that too. So it's still under seal too, and this has not been officially announced yet. Make this clear. If he's gonna get perp walked, we're seeing it. Oh my god. Everybody's reporting it too. Everyone's saying it to be sure. It's 4 sources. It's 4 unnamed sources, okay? Fuck, I hate this shit. There's Kirk. Okay, now we're getting into the weeds. This stuff. In other news, I know it's the New York Times that's reporting this. That's the only thing too. They wouldn't they would have to they definitely double, triple, and quadruple check this too. That's the big thing. I got you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and change the title too. Sorry, Chud. This is way too. This is way too. This is B now. This is content, baby. This is pure content. Oh my God. This might be it, man. This might be it, folks. The indictment of Donald Trump. Oh shit. I gotta make a TikTok about this too.
News right now. CNN's Kara. Major breaking news, indeed historic breaking news right now. CNN's Kara Scannell is in New York for us covering this story. What are you learning, Kara?
Well, Wolf, three sources tell me, and my colleague John Miller, that a Manhattan grand jury has indicted former President Donald Trump in connection with the hush money payment scheme. This indictment
what is going
seal,
on?
According to sources, and the exact charges are not yet known at this time. But this investigation has been going on for a long time. The decision to move and seek and get an indictment of a former president is the first time that has been done.
What is
history.
happening, folks?
This could have a significant impact on the presidential campaign.
We have major breaking news, indeed historic break.
Shit. We need some more news.
Grand jury is voting on the Trump case in Manhattan right now. 22 minutes ago, the three of us convened and we talked about security being ramped up. It is apparently for a reason. The New York Times has also just moved a story on this with 3 bylines. Let me read to you from this breaking news. The unprecedented case against Trump will have wide-ranging implications. Manhattan grand jury voted to indict Donald J. Trump on Thursday for his role in paying hush money to a porn star. That's according to 4 people with knowledge of the matter. An historic development that will shake up the 2024 presidential race and forever mark him as the nation's first former president to face criminal charges. I'm going to continue reading from the New York Times story on this breaking news. The felony indictment filed under seal by the Manhattan District Attorney's Office will likely be announced in the coming days. By then, prosecutors working for the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, will have asked Trump to surrender and to face arraignment on charges that remain unknown for now.
All right, still under seal. It's still under seal.
President Donald Trump has been indicted by a grand jury in New York. Trump was under investigation by the DA's office for his alleged hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign. Here, we have just gotten word former President Donald Trump has been indicted by a grand jury in New York. Trump was under investigation by the DA's
You heard the audible gasp, right?
Here, we have just gotten word former President Donald Trump has been indicted by a grand jury.
You heard the gasp, right? Yeah. Cannot believe that, man. I cannot believe that. That is nuts to me, dude. That is so nuts to me. I didn't want to... Shit. I just didn't want to, like, put it in, you know? However, it is the New York Times. I'm gonna wait. That's why I put that tweet out there. You gotta wait too. You gotta be fucking careful when you're scrolling, when you're going down Twitter, man. I'll give this a like. This is a good one from Jason Selvig. One half of the Good Liars. Full Trump indictment. Oh, God. Dude, this is crazy. You got a right to be angry. God damn, man. This is crazy. There was another report I read that they were actually taken off for like a month. It must have been like the threats to Alvin Bragg and his family. He's like, oh, fuck this guy. Yeah. There were I think there was more than like one threat. There was like actually a couple of threats to him, to his family, and to the people working at that office too. That's fucking nuts. Yeah, I'm just like taking like a quick break from like watching, like, this is like madness, man. Just want videos. Give me videos. I love this one. This is good. Oh my God. True. Ron Filipkowski. God damn, man. So according to Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report, says Trump's indictment make his odds of winning the Republican primary better, just the same as before. That would be crazy. Could you imagine if he wins? If he wins the nomination, he's in the process of going through a trial. That'd be a fucking nightmare for the Republicans.
And he gets one in the air to center. That'll going to run home and lead.
Let's go. Sorry, I got distracted from fucking watching the game. I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful too on like YouTube and whatchamacallit.
We have major break.
All right, this is Wolf Blitzer. We saw that. Yeah, the timeline's gonna be filled with that, man. All right, we got anything else too? Yes, I agree. Bring on the mugshot. I'm just looking for like more analysis, more videos. Okay, I'll put my there's really not much there. God, is there like anything like going on? This is fucking great stream content, man. God damn. Let's see, subscriptions. This gotta be like MSNBC, David Pacman.
Himself, if he became president of the United States again. He could only do that for a federal offense. So then the question would be, if you're looking at a possible impeachment, and now I'm like 3 layers ahead, you would be looking
let's not go there yet. Let's talk about the actual case at hand and what maybe, we don't know what the specifics of this indictment are, but what are some of the potential criminal charges that the president could face? Former president.
Well, as I say, is it a high crime or a misdemeanor? Some of the potential charges that he might be facing.
Oh, this is crazy. So, I mean, he's not. So nothing's gonna happen right now, though. That's the only thing. Shit, I don't want to. This is like fucking nothing now, man. With a pending Donald Trump indictment, like this is like what would happen, dude? This is crazy. Yeah, I'm only afraid too that like I'll get a copyright strike if I continue to like essentially stream it without their permission. But if there's like a video or something, I can't cover the live stream. I can't cover the live stream, but any videos they make, that wouldn't be a problem. But dude, this would be nuts, man. Probably like tomorrow, or the next day, there'll be a bunch of videos. Chud, I'm like terribly sorry, man. This is like nothing now. Oh my god, this is nothing. I gotta run and use the bathroom too. So Brian Tyler Cohen, let's see what he says here.
A sentence I never thought I'd say, and that many of you likely never thought you'd hear. For the first time ever, a former president of the United States has been indicted by a New York State grand jury. The indictment was handed down in the Manhattan DA case regarding Trump's hush money payouts to Stormy Daniels, a crime for which Trump's own lawyer, Michael Cohen, had gone to prison, and yet, despite the fact that that crime was committed at the direction of and for the benefit of Donald Trump, he managed to evade accountability until today. At this point, Trump's Trump's lawyers have already come out and said that in the event of an indictment, he would turn himself in, likely with the express purpose of depriving everyone of a photo of a perp walk. Because while Trump might be content to traffic in a perpetual state of victimhood, even he knows that his sense of martyrdom has its limits. Those limits being a photo of him in handcuffs plaguing him for the rest of his life. Trump will now almost assuredly be released upon being booked. After that, there will be an arraignment. The judge in the case will likely set a series of interim status hearings to lay out which motions they'll want to file. From there will be motions hearings where they'll be able to call witnesses, and then a trial date will be set, most likely within 6 months to a year. So if you're worried about things moving too quickly to be able to follow, you've got time. Now, knowing that his indictment was imminent, Trump opted to defer to his tried-and-true tactic of inciting violence as some last-ditch effort to deter prosecutors from holding him accountable. He took to Truth Social, posting things like, "The far and away leading Republican candidate and former president of the United States of America will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. Protest, take our nation back." And, "We can't just allow this anymore. They're killing our nation as we sit back and watch. We must save America. Protest, protest, protest." And, of course, having plenty of experience now at inciting riots, Trump was seeking to do it again. And because he is as discreet as a hurricane, law enforcement had already begun working on security preparations in the event that he, of course, summons a mob.
Now, when we are learning that the Manhattan DA's office has asked for a meeting with law enforcement ahead of a potential Trump indictment. This is coming to Fox News from a source in the courts.
And they should, too, for a good reason.
What was requested yesterday and has not been set yet is to discuss logistics for some time next week, which would mean that they are anticipating an indictment next week. The same source who's familiar with the planning said they will go over security preparations in and around the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Secret Service will take the lead in what they will allow or will not allow. The source cautioned, mentioning, for instance, that the decision to handcuff the president, a former president, or not, they will set the tone and will escort him into the courtroom. There will be coordination between all of us, the source said, but we will defer to the Secret Service. The battle will be between Secret Service and DA Alvin Bragg. They will decide how and when he'll get into the building, and they are not going to leave him.
You treat him like everybody else. You put him in cuffs, and you perp walk him through that front fucking door. You fingerprint him and everything. He's just a man. I don't give a fuck if he was the former president. You treat him like everybody else. That goes for any politician. Doesn't matter what fucking letters next to their name. You break the law, you find out.
The source believes that the former president will still have to be fingerprinted.
And he's about to find out too. And I'm going to tell you right now, those other indictments are coming down the pipeline too. New York is getting their first crack at him. Georgia's next.
Every other defendant. So this is a huge development.
And just as a quick aside, for any Trump apologist out there who still maintains that it was never Trump's intention to incite an insurrection on January 6th...
This man is fucking fly as fuck, man. I'm jealous of his suits. Look at this. BTC, Brian Tyler Cohen. Great shit. Subscribe, like the video, give him money.
You can throw that right out the window. The fact that he's called for yet another protest in New York, even after having the knowledge, in retrospect, of what happens when he summons his supporters to avenge him, is all the proof you need that the violence was the point. Maybe he had plausible deniability the first time, but not the second. If you summon a mob again, armed with the knowledge that the last time that ended with the U.S. Capitol under siege, then you don't get to pretend that you want peace. For Trump, the violence was the point then, and the violence is clearly the point now. And the goal, per usual, is to try and bend the law to his will. He thinks that by virtue of threatening violence and chaos, that'll somehow redound to his benefit, somehow help him escape accountability. Although at this point, and I think I can say this with 100% certainty,
23 minutes ago,
ever, his last-ditch effort isn't going to work, and he won't be able to get away with it. But it really is telling that this guy, who literally took an oath to defend the United States of America, has now not once, but twice sought to stoke the flames of domestic terror and violence. Both times solely to defend himself. On January 6th, he sought to pressure Pence into illegally declaring him the winner of an election that he lost, and now he's seeking to pressure prosecutors into not holding him accountable for his own criminal activity. The notion that this person ever cared about anyone other than Donald Trump is, at best, an absolute joke. And let's be perfectly clear about one thing here. While Trump will throw his tantrums and cry victim and summon his mobs and pretend the whole world is out to get him, let's not forget that no one forced him to do any of of this. No one forced him into making illegal campaign contributions to Stormy Daniels to keep their affair quiet so it wouldn't hurt his chances of running for office. Just like no one asked him to call Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to tell him to conjure up 11,780 votes that didn't exist for the express purpose of winning an election that he lost. No one asked him to steal classified documents from the White House and lie about having already returned them. No one asked him to falsify business records and issue false financial statements and engage in insurance fraud in New York. No one asked him to incite a mob to storm the U.S. Capitol. He did all of those things on his own.
Brian.
So if he's being prosecuted now, Trump has no one to blame but himself. And it never does get old that I have to explain that to the leader of a party that brands itself the party of personal responsibility. It would almost be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. And while we're on the topic of pathetic, a number of Trump apologists have come out in staunch defense of their leader, but none more pathetic than Mike Pence, who, thanks to Donald Trump himself, was nearly assassinated the last time Trump summoned a mob to do his bidding. Pence had this to say.
The idea of indicting a former president of the United States is deeply troubling to me, as it is to tens of millions of Americans, and particularly happening in what appears to be a politically charged environment in New York, where the Attorney General and other elected officials literally campaigned on a pledge to prosecute the former president.
I did mention that the guy he's defending was about 40 feet away from having him killed, right? I did? Okay, just making sure. Kevin McCarthy took to Twitter writing, "Here we go again, an outrageous abuse of power by a radical DA who lets violent criminals walk as he pursues political vengeance against President Trump. I'm directing relevant committees to immediately investigate."
I want to make it very clear. Kevin McCarthy on January 6th was shitting his fucking pants because he knew if those motherfuckers got to him, they would have torn him to fucking shreds because they do not like Kevin McCarthy. He's a rhino. He's a fake Republican, whatever they say. They do not like Kevin McCarthy. They don't like him as a speaker and they despise him too. And if they could get him out of office, they would. So he's putting these tweets out there as his public face, but behind the scenes, he's hoping and praying that Trump goes to fucking jail and that the whole MAGA crowd just goes away. But they're not, because you got to deal with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert, and a whole bunch of others too. And I forget the now the congresswoman's name that took Liz Cheney's seat too. You had to deal with that fucking crazy woman too. You got a whole bunch of them, Kevin. You decided to get in bed with these motherfuckers. You fucked around with them, and now you're about to find out too. And they're gonna tear your party apart. I'm here for the ride. I'm a Democrat. I'm a progressive Democrat. I don't give a fuck about your party. I think your party needs to go down in complete flames. I'm hyper-partisan about this. You could exercised your party and gotten rid of these people when Donald Trump got knocked out of office too, but you kept getting them in because you want that sweet money and you want all that power too. But you're gonna lose it all, Kevin, and I'm here for it, and I'm willing to see it too, and I'm gonna be drinking my coffee boba the entire time, watching it all fall apart for the Republicans. I fucking love it too. Two-faced motherfucker. Same thing for Mike Pence. No, Mike Pence, he knew he wouldn't even get in a car with Secret Service, not because he wanted to stay and complete the process, no, because he knew some of those motherfuckers. He didn't trust those Secret Service agents that were there too. He didn't trust those Secret Service agents too. Let's not pretend, because if it succeeded, he would have been okay. He would have been okay with overturning the election results too. Get the fuck out of here. Right on to. Let's finish this video.
Used to subvert our democracy by interfering in elections with politically motivated prosecutors. In other words, Trump issues a call to arms, and the first thing that Kevin McCarthy does is try to stop an independent prosecution of his boss, all the while overseeing a weaponization of government committee, because up is down and left is right, and nothing means anything anymore. And of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene also sprinted to Trump's side.
And if they indict President Trump on fake charges, to go after him to try to stop the movement that they
FrankSpeech.com.
Stop, he is going to win 2024 in a landslide victory, and then we'll put him in the White House, and he will finish what he started. We will gut the government of all the traitors that are serving the globalists in America last.
And I just want to touch on this.
By the way, when she says globalists, I hope everybody knows she's talking about the Jews.
Idea that was surfaced by Greene. This idea that a Trump indictment would guarantee...
Same thing when they say like George Soros, right? Globalists are the Jews, George Soros is the Jews. You know, it's the usual.
a Trump landslide. And here's the thing. We were told that after Trump's impeachment, and yet he went on to lose re-election. We were told that after the FBI executed a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, and yet Trump's America First candidates went on to get crushed in the midterms. In other words, every time one of these Trump acolytes promises us that some modicum of accountability will lead to some inevitable Trump resurgence, the opposite ends up happening. So while these people will continue to believe that there's some massive contingent of Trump loyalists out there just waiting to mobilize to defend his honor the moment he's wronged, it turns out that's just wish casting on the part of some pretty deluded Republicans. The simple fact is that Americans have broadcast over and over and over that they're not interested in buying what Trump is selling. They're not interested in the extremism, in the corruption, in the self-dealing, or in the lies. They have shown us that in 2018, in 2020, in 2022, and I have no doubt that they'll show it again if they need to in 2024. So Republicans can stay lost in their little bubbles wherein they continue to sprint to the right to appeal to some dwindling faction of extremists that compose their base, but they've lost the rest of the country while doing so. So while Trump is a martyr because he's being held accountable for his own actions, the rest of us see him for exactly what he is, a criminal, one who finally and for the first time in the history of this country is beginning to face the accountability that he deserves.
Fuck that guy, too.
A quick announcement. I've started a Spanish YouTube channel. Democrats desperately need to be able to appeal to Spanish-speaking audiences, so this is me doing my part. To help that channel get going in the algorithm so that we can finally start spreading our progressive message and breaking the conservative stranglehold on Spanish-speaking media.
Trascendió que la oficina del fiscal de distrito.
Here. Go ahead. This guy does good work too, and he's actually like very much right about this. Go ahead, subscribe to this. Give this man some fucking love. And now, does that actually link to the Spanish-speaking channel? Yes. Okay. He's actually like very right about this too. He's got a Spanish-speaking channel. Go ahead and subscribe to it. Versus Andrew Wilson on the crew. I don't even care about that anymore. This is like this whole thing just like vanished into thin air too. But there's like not much. There's not much to like actually like do now. Yeah, there's really like nothing. Everybody's just like going to be talking about it too. I don't want to like restream like any of this stuff too. Citadel. Ooh, okay. Rebel HQ. This guy's great on Ted Lasso. I don't really care about like Gwyneth Paltrow case. Just saw that too. That's his Spanish speaking channel. Let's see what Flacco has to say. This guy fucking loves whatchamacallit. I can put this in the watch later section. Flacco fucking loves Nick Fuentes. It's Weekend President Sunday, Wick streaming. Yeah, that's the only thing too.
It looks like, yeah, maybe. We are here in Laguna Hills, California, at a random In-N-Out parking lot where I guess Donald Trump's most loyal supporters, there are tens of them, have gathered to protest his impending indictment. How many people do you think are here?
I don't know, maybe 50 on and off.
Okay, yeah, it looks like, yeah, maybe 20 maybe.
Pretty good for rain, I think.
If he truly did something illegal, it would be bad. But why
It would
don't
be
they?
bad.
His lawyer gave her some money to not say anything.
So that he could win the election.
Yeah.
I ran for Congress. I got 2,192 votes, 1.2% of the vote. And one of the ways I wanted to kind of...
I'm sorry.
Oh. I think they sprayed us with vaccine components in January 6th. Because January 7th, I was all inflamed and I couldn't use my fingers.
Trump should know that he has at least these 20 people standing with him.
There are so many of us that know what you did. Peace in the Middle East.
Donald Trump made peace in the Middle East?
Yeah. Didn't you see that?
It's also really cold. Is it possible that that's why you're? I think the really cold was the frozen spike proteins that they were releasing in the vaccine.
This guy has to be memeing, right? Like, I want to believe that he's just memeing right now. He knows who the good liars are. He recognizes the guy from like some videos he's posted like online. And Godspeed to you, my friend. Sorry, I just had to close my window. It's a little chilly now.
Vaccine. It was cold. The weather was cold because of the vaccine. Yes, I think it was literally drone delivered vaccine components.
Those Biden drones, man. It's those Democrats. Okay. Oh my God. Just yeah. Oh.
Right. If they give me, he is an OG. Right? If they give me, I mean, he is a badass. If he's got a mugshot, you might as well go right into it. And the thing is, his poll numbers have gone up with this. I just think this is going to make sure he is going to be on the ticket. He is an OG.
Oh, that's hilarious. Dude, yeah, you could hear it. Too. There was an audible gasp here. Oh my God. Dude, how are they going to spin this too? Could you imagine he wins the nomination for Republicans? And he's under an indictment now? He wins the what the fuck are you going to do? And the thing is, they're in bed with the guy. These guys, I'm for it, man. It's caused the chaos.
We told that. Trey, did Democrats just indict a former president over sex? Because we were told during the 90s that it was just sex, and it was just a private deal, and it had nothing to do with politics and nothing to do with...
Say this for like the umpteenth time. It's not about the fact that he paid like quote unquote like hush money to Stormy Daniels. It's the fact that he tried to smuggle it through and claim it for his campaign finances. That was the illegal part. That's what he's getting indicted. He's possibly getting indicted for. It's still the indictment's still under seal. But that's what the actual what could be the alleged crime is. He violated campaign finance laws. That's the issue. And as like kind of open and Swiss cheese as those campaign finance laws are, you have to do things a certain way. If you don't do those things that certain way, they're going to get you for it. And that's what happened here in this instance here. They're going to claim that he violated campaign finance laws. And they're trying to... Fox News and other concerns are going to say it's about the quote-unquote hush money. It's not about the hush money. It's about the violation of campaign finance laws. Don't get tripped up about that. That's the core of what the possible indictment's going to be. It's still under seal, but I'm under the strong belief that it's about the violation of campaign finance laws and the use of that like money and the use of that quote-unquote hush money. Like, smart people have talked about it before, because I can't like recall specifically how it violated the campaign finance laws, but I know for a fact it involves the violation of campaign finance laws.
With policy. Weren't we told that? And you have to understand, he says he didn't have sex with this woman. She had her hand out saying, hey, I'm not going to say anything unless you pay me. So either it's a consensual sexual encounter or it's a shakedown. And Democrats want to make that a felony? Trey, did Democrats just...
Oh my God. Bro, this is nuts, dude. Trump getting indicted like this, just trying to get any and all. Hassan has to be covering this right now. So Hassan's covering this. IRI's probably on it too. Okay. So Yeah, agenda-free. It truly is like agenda-free, like TV. See, like he has it up too, and he's eating at the moment, but that's on Twitch. So he's got Fox. So he's got Fox News up too. This has to be fine. I'll take. You know what? If I get in trouble, I'll just take down the VOD. It's not a big deal.
Before the 2016 election. But prosecutors could be looking at the fact that those reimbursement checks, while he was in the White House, knowingly were going to Michael Cohen for that transaction that took place before the 2016 election. Donald Trump, to note, when I pressed him on that very question, he would not provide me a clear answer as to when he became aware of the Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen arrangement. For Donald Trump, he, over the last 2 years, ever since leaving the White House, has avoided tough questions. Not only about this case, but also the January 6th Capitol attack, as well as the Mar-a-Lago documents case. Donald Trump has refused to meet with prosecutors. He was presented the opportunity to go to Manhattan and sit down with the grand jury to provide his own testimony under oath. But if he had done that, he would have been under oath and would have been obligated to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. He declined that opportunity. What we now see is that this will go to a court proceeding, and at that point, it will be up to a jury to make the case on whether Donald Trump is guilty of the alleged crimes that Michael Cohen and clearly others have suggested that he made.
All right, Von Hilliard, thank you for that insight. We're joined by former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst Carol Lamb. Carol, if you could walk me through what happens next. And I'm also curious about some of that late testimony that the grand jury reportedly heard over the last several days.
It's always hard to speculate about what the grand jury has heard because, of course, the grand jury proceedings are secret, and so nobody outside the grand jury room knows what was said inside there. But the fact that Karen McDougal, testimony there, it indicates that the grand jury is being told about what they call sort of similar acts, and that would indicate that that's evidence that's introduced to show that it's more likely that the charges that are being brought against the former president actually did happen because they've happened in other contexts as well. So that's the best speculation I can have as to why they would have heard that testimony.
All right, we want to go to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, you're hearing from the president's camp right now.
Well, his attorneys, Lester, and in this statement, it is short. It is only 3 sentences, but his attorneys are confirming. They say that he has been indicted. They say President Trump has been indicted.
Oh,
they go on to say he did not commit any crime. And then they say we will vigorously fight this, what they describe as political prosecution in court, as we are taking now what I believe is a live look there at the Trump plane, clearly.
It's fucking
in
nuts,
West Palm
dude.
Beach in Florida,
like, you don't, like, this is like
network crew
big.
is down there monitoring, obviously, what is happening at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, my God.
Again, surprising statement from the Trump
Don't let him leave the
Lester.
country, Secret
We knew that they
Service.
would vigorously fight this. Donald Trump has long denied any wrongdoing in this particular instance. But again, significant as they confirm this indictment. What this also does here, Lester, tonight is put the Manhattan District Attorney in, frankly, a white-hot spotlight, one that he's already gotten a taste of. There had been, of course, threats to his office. He has had to reassure prosecutors working on his team that he would work to secure their safety. And he had been in this back and forth, he and his office, with Donald Trump's allies, not far from where I'm sitting here in Washington, on Capitol Hill, Republicans in the House of Representatives who wanted to bring Bragg in, Alvin Bragg, and have him answer questions
Get the
about what
fuck
they
out of
also
here,
see
dude.
and what they
You
are
know
saying.
how improper that is? Like, for the federal government to, like, bring in, like, a prosecutor prosecuting an individual, even if it is a former president, in regards to, like, crimes committed in that state. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
From Stormy Daniels, and then I want to provide for you a statement from the Democratic National Committee as well, those who will be helping lead President Biden's re-election campaign, which he hasn't formally announced, but the expectation is he would announce soon. First, from Stormy Daniels, here's a statement from her attorney who says, there is no joy in seeing this man indicted. It is a sad day.
Because Russia earlier this month began the closed-door trial of your husband. He faces more than 2 decades in prison on charges
All right, that is something in regards to something else too.
Above the law. Those are the words of the attorney for Stormy Daniels, who really is at the center of this hush money payment that is now behind the indictment by the New York grand jury of the former president, Donald Trump. Separately to the political backdrop to all of this, as we told you, there is no comment here from the White House as they've tried to steer clear of this, not to appear in any way like they are tipping the scales in this investigation, certainly not to appear like anything they would say would be misconstrued as an effort to try to push the Attorney General Merrick Garland to prosecute the former president Donald Trump as a function, as a result of the separate federal investigation by the special counsel. But the Democratic National Committee is weighing in, and in a new statement that they've provided to NBC News, they say the following: no matter what happens in Trump's upcoming legal proceedings, it's obvious the Republican Party remains firmly in the hold of Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans. The statement goes on to read,
"Fuck 'em.
We will continue to hold Trump
Get
and
this
all
done,
Republican
folks.
candidates accountable for the extreme MAGA agenda that includes banning abortion, cutting Social Security and Medicare, and undermining free and fair elections." Lester, what's notable in all the statements we are seeing from those on all sides of this is an effort really to try to cast this in the framing of 2024, with the real expectation being that President Biden in a re-election campaign could very likely be in a rematch against the former president Donald Trump. Obviously, this indictment has the potential to change a lot of things, but a lot of them trying to frame this. The Democrats, as we're not focused on the indictment, we're focused on the Republicans' extreme policies as they describe them. Donald Trump and his allies and aides describing this as, in effect, another effort to try to push out a political opponent here. Now we'll just watch the proceedings as they play out.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks. Let me bring back Danny Savalas, now our legal analyst. Danny, now that his attorneys have publicly acknowledged that this indictment has gone down, it's perhaps fair to ask, looking forward several steps, if he is ultimately found guilty, can he legally continue, constitutionally continue to be a candidate for president or a
That's a good question. I think he can.
This is a fascinating constitutional question. The Constitution obviously is silent about this, but there are legal opinions followed by the Justice Department that says that a sitting president is immune from prosecution. But what about the candidate who is not immune from prosecution? What happens if he is elected while he's either convicted or even imprisoned? What happens then? Because the entire purpose of presidential immunity while he's in office is that the president is unlike any other person in American government. You could indict a justice of the Supreme Court and the court could continue its business. You can indict a congressman and Congress could continue its business. But arguably, if you indict the president, he is the head of the executive branch, and you literally and figuratively may be arresting the executive branch. And some say, well, no, the vice president can jump in. That's not how it works constitutionally. None of those mechanisms spring into play if he's just
maybe it should work that way. You know what I mean?
The amendment doesn't come in, although I imagine that would happen, or it possibly could happen another way. So it's a fascinating constitutional question. What happens when a candidate is under indictment and if he's convicted? It may be a moot question because there is no mandatory minimum if he's charged in New York with the charges that most folks are expecting related to falsification of business records. So it's possible he could get a straight probation sentence. But, I mean, at the same time, if there is an incarceration sentence at all, and he is the then president of the United States, you run into a really difficult constitutional issue. And it's probably the case that a state authority cannot jail a the head of the federal executive branch for the same reason that a president is constitutionally immune while he's sitting, while he's currently serving as president. But again, that's not in the pages of the Constitution. That is the interpretation that has traditionally been followed by the Justice Department.
All right, Danny, thanks. Let me bring back Hallie Jackson. Hallie, I just received, I think you're looking at the same thing, a statement from Mr. Trump. I haven't had a chance to go through it, to give us the highlights.
Well, it's rather lengthy. It's, I think, 5 or 6 paragraphs here, Lester, so I will give you just the highlights here. And again, this is coming from the former president himself. So this is a statement from Donald Trump calling this indictment political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. He goes on to talk about how he has felt essentially aggrieved since the day he came down that golden escalator at Trump Tower. He claims that the Democrats, as he put it, have done the unthinkable. They say indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. interference. Again, I'm quoting from the former president's statement that is just into us here at NBC News in about the last 60 seconds. He goes on to say that the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, is a disgrace. He goes on to slam him, suggesting he is doing President Biden's dirty work, and then goes on to say that he believes this witch hunt will backfire massively on Joe Biden. He says, we will first defeat Alvin Bragg, then we will defeat Joe Biden. He says, and we are going to throw every last one of these crooked Democrats, he says, out of office to make America great again. What I read several times for Lester to try to get any insight on, because frankly, this statement is of a piece as to what we have heard from the former president in the last week and a half or so, ever since the drumbeat of a potential indictment began to get louder. Obviously, it is significant that he is declaring himself innocent, completely innocent, as this indictment has now come out, and his lawyers have confirmed that the former president has been indicted. What I don't see in this statement is what comes next for him. If he will get on that plane we just showed and head to New York to essentially surrender himself, if the negotiations are happening between his team and the Manhattan District Attorney's team, and to
this
what
is
unfolds
just
in the next maybe
still
24,
blowing my
48
mind.
hours
Everyone's
or
like talking
so.
about this right now.
I imagine that we will continue to get more
This
on
is
that. We're
just-
certainly going to pursue that line of reporting, Lester, but that will be significant. There had been no real indication that the former president would try to resist the legal machinations here, and you heard that somewhat alluded to by his attorneys, who suggested that they will vigorously defend this. They will vigorously fight this in court. So we will see where the former president goes and what he does next, Lester.
All right, Laura Jarrett is here. Laura, does Mr. Trump have to be careful of what he says about Alvin Bragg? Are there statutes that limit or draw a line between what's critical and what may be perceived as threatening?
Well, yeah, sure. This comes up a lot in terms of defendants having the right to vigorously assert their innocence, but there is a difference between asserting your innocence and attacking, obviously, a prosecutor and the person who is bringing the case against you. Obviously, we saw that social media post, I believe it was last week, where he had a bat in hand and Alvin Bragg's picture on the other side. It was eventually taken down, but many people pointed out that could be problematic, especially if, in fact, he was indicted facing a judge. The judge might have feelings about that when you're talking about bail conditions. So, again, he has a First Amendment right, obviously, to be as free as he wants to be in his speech and defend himself, but there is a line that you do have to be careful about, obviously, making threats against a prosecutor.
Is it clear to you how this is going to play out now? I mean, how far along before we would see the actual indictment and the process of arraignment and photographs, et cetera?
Usually it moves pretty quickly. I would imagine that the prosecutors are negotiating.
This is going to be a slow
with
burn.
His lawyers behind
This
the
will
scenes
be a
about
slow
when
burn,
exactly
though.
a surrender
His
would
prosecution
happen, but
on
I
this.
imagine they don't want to waste much time here, and they would want to bring him in pretty quickly. And the period of time from when he would actually get processed to arraignment would usually be pretty quickly as well. But again, this is an unprecedented situation we're in.
It certainly is. I'm going to go to Chuck Todd again. Chuck, I'm looking at the Trump statement, and he links it all together. Russia, the Mueller hoax, Ukraine, impeachment hoax, the illegal and unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid, and now this. Is that what you would expect, that all this will become part of one narrative?
Well, that's what he's been doing, and it's worked for him. If you think about it, over the last 7 years now, if you start with the Russia investigation, he has really conditioned his supporters on this. He links them together. He has always done so. So I think this is why, I'll constantly have people who are not fully informed about our current political system, if you will, and they'll say, none of this, I don't understand. And it's like, look, he's done, this is a years-long campaign. And again, I would describe it as, you could call it conditioning, you can call it gaslighting. But he has successfully, I think, at least with his core supporters, made them think that any investigation, any allegation of wrongdoing is just part of the attempt to stop Donald Trump. On one hand, it's, it's the mark. There have been many a successful and unsuccessful authoritarian leader or wannabe authoritarian leader in our history that has done this themselves, and you can find some political success doing this for a while. But on this one, I think this is why this really is going to freeze this GOP race for a while.
Yeah, but
I have to say, I look at this, and if I were Ron DeSantis, I would not get into this race until the fall, because there is no use at all doing anything active on the campaign trail while there is an active indictment. There's probably going to be one or two more that come down on him on either the classified documents or what's happening in Georgia, and I think they're all going to get litigated and dealt with over the next 3 to 6 months. It may be that this race really doesn't start anew until we know where these indictments are going, and if you're another candidate, you might as well just stay under the radar and really not get into this thing.
It would seem, though, that there are those on the left, those who are against Trump, who will be celebrating, if not quietly celebrating this news. But at the same time, is there going to be a sense of, we wish it wasn't this one to kick it off?
Look, there's a ton of that. I'm hearing this constantly from sort of the more strategic side of the Democratic Party that are just like, this is the wrong one to lead with. This is going to make it easier for Trump to sort of conflate this one, which there is plenty of legal debate about whether this is even a felony charge or not.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
And all of that. When the other two cases, I think, are both appear to be stronger, number one, but also seem more consequential. I mean,
true, especially the Georgia one. Can you find me like whatever, like the 1,000 or so votes?
There's plenty of political analysts who would argue that the country made its decision on this stuff back with Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, and essentially going, we don't like the behavior and we don't like the weaponization of it or trying to drag this into the courts, right? And so I think that's why there's so many Democratic strategists that are like, cringing that this is the first one.
All right,
cringing.
Chuck, thank you. That concludes this NBC News special report. Much more this evening on Nightly News this evening. For many of you, that starts right now here on NBC.
Dude, this is...
Of Trump fatigue, and it could mean that some of the support could go to other potential rivals. Of course, Ron DeSantis is the one that's closest in the most recent polls. He has not, of course, jumped in the race yet. He's expected to after his legislative session is over in Tallahassee next month. But initially, right now.
We'll also with NBC.
The former president is going to surrender to Manhattan officials when that could happen, and we are hearing a lot from him, from his allies, and from folks on the other side of the aisle. First, from Donald
He's going to be truthing like crazy.
He is tonight calling this a witch hunt, saying that he has felt aggrieved essentially since the moment he ran for president in 2016.
This is completely inconsequential. This is like nothing now.
Declaring himself.
I'm not gonna lie. This is probably like, no offense, this is probably like the worst thing that could happen to like Matt. This is like such easy content for Destiny to get into now, and this is like completely inconsequential to Max.
He is not just a former
because everyone's going to be talking about this in Twitch poll. Everybody
has declared that he will continue to run for office even if this indictment were to come down. He has no plans, he has said, to get out of this race anytime soon. The spokesperson says this is the indictment of a failed nation. Remember what this case is about: an alleged hush money payment made back in 2016, before the 2016 election, an agreement to pay former adult film star Stormy Daniels. Her lawyer says this indictment is no cause for joy, but that no one is above the law. One of the key witnesses in this case is the former attorney's former fixer, a guy named Michael Cohen. You see him here. Cohen was a key witness to the grand jury. He is somebody who, he says, facilitated that hush money payment and testified against the former president. He says the indictment speaks for itself. We have a team on the ground from Florida to New York and beyond. And I want to start with Dasha Burns, who is outside.
Everybody just talking about it, man. This is fucking great, dude.
Florida. Dasha, the question
this is great content. This has been a great content week. Should Logic going over the Mr.Girl article, Destiny, everything. And then this.
Coming around him, rallying around him and saying this is a
it's good for democracy too. Let's get this wrong. Sorry, the content brain's active right now.
Because it has not been unsealed yet. We presume that it is related to that specific hush money charge.
But in all seriousness though, this is like a legitimate test on like our democracy too. Can it withhold this level of scrutiny and like pressure?
these statements that are coming out, they are being written from a war room somewhere in Mar-a-Lago right now. We haven't seen any movement there just yet, Hallie, but you're right. We don't yet know what the charges are exactly. We don't know when we will see Mr. Trump in a courtroom, but we did sort of expect this kind of response, right? This is the drumbeat that he has been beating leading up to this expected indictment. We have been waiting for this moment, although now that it is here, it is historic, like you said, Hallie, not only because this is the first time a former president has been indicted, but because he is currently a candidate, right? A third-time candidate for president. And we can't forget that, because this next election is so important as a backdrop. And because, look, we're seeing in these statements right now, both from him, from his attorneys, and from his allies, this trend that began really in 2015 of this chipping away at trust in the institutions, the continued pattern of claiming that all of these institutions, whether it's the FBI, whether it's the Department of Justice, whether it's the legal system, being politicized, being weaponized, and used against former President Donald Trump. And that is going to be his line of, if the trend continues, if what we're seeing, if the pattern keeps going the way it is, that's what we're going to see all the way to November 2024. Because also, as you said, I don't think we're going to see him dropping out of this race anytime soon. And Hallie, I did check in with some voters over the course of this week as we were anticipating a possible indictment, and I asked, does that possibility make you more or less supportive of him? I asked some Republican voters this, and most of them said either, you know what, I could care less about this, or, you know what, it actually makes me more supportive, because I feel like people have been coming after this guy, and I want to defend him, because this is ridiculous. And look, this is what he even
That's
said
how they feel, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Sean Hannity, he said, I think this could actually help me. So politically, this might not be such a bad thing for the former president, Hallie.
Dasha Burns, that, of course, is what his team is suggesting. That is what they've been suggesting now for weeks. I want to bring in our NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent, Ken Delanian. So, Ken, Dasha has laid out politically where things stand. Talk about where things go legally and, frankly, from a security perspective here, because up in New York, they're going to presumably begin preparing for security reasons. We know that the Secret Service has started those conversations. We also know that whenever Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, unseals this indictment, it is going to be significant.
Nuts.
It's possible we could see other charges.
That's right, Hallie. And our colleague Jonathan Dean,
it's the snowball going down a steep hill.
The NYPD and other agencies have already started to get ready for any potential security disruption that stems from this indictment.
Keep everybody back.
What we believe this legal case is all about. At its core, it's about what Donald Trump's own lawyers have acknowledged were hush money payments to this former porn star, Stormy Daniels, who was claiming that she had an affair with Trump. That's a claim Donald Trump denies. And hush money payments are not themselves a crime, but the issue here is that Michael Cohen, the lawyer who paid them, billed the Trump organization for compensation for those payments as legal fees.
That's it.
What we believe the expected charge here, at least one of the expected charges, is a charge of falsifying business records. Now, that's a misdemeanor under New York law unless it's combined with another crime, and that's where this gets really sticky. It's long been thought by legal experts that the other crime that Bragg might allege here is the federal crime of an illegal campaign contribution, alleging that this was designed to cover this embarrassing matter up right on the eve when Donald Trump was beginning his 2016 presidential campaign. $130,000 is an illegal campaign contribution. It exceeds federal contribution limits. But that is a tough case. That combination of charges has never been brought before, Hallie. And there's also been some talk that Bragg may go in a different direction. He may allege a violation of state campaign finance law. New York has a very interesting and unique campaign finance law that makes it illegal to that makes a federal violation a state violation. The bottom line here, though, is that it's important to know that the federal government, the Southern District of New York, the prosecutors in that office, took a look at this case when Trump was president. Obviously, they couldn't indict him then. There's also been some reporting they took another look at it after he left office and still declined to prosecute. They had concerns about this case. This is not a a slam dunk. It's something that legal experts are going to chew on. We need to wait and see what's actually in the indictment.
And it sounds like he's going to get him on the state charges.
Saga here in this case, Allie.
When might we see it, Ken? Do we know? Do we have any sense?
No, we don't know for sure, but if they've just voted, generally
they don't know. I'm telling you, man, this is nuts, dude.
For the indictment to be unsealed.
Ken, stand by if you can. I want to bring in former U.S. Attorney Barbara McQuaid, who understands what these machinations are like, how this works once a grand jury does vote on an indictment like this. What will you be looking for once it is unsealed, Barbara? And what else should we know about this?
Well, as Ken said, one thing that's really important, I think, is to look at the actual language of the indictment. There has been lots and lots of speculation about what this might be. Of course, the falsification of the business records is just sort of the first crime. That's the misdemeanor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just don't know.
What will be really interesting is the other crime.
It's exciting, though, right? Like, this is exciting.
Whatever that felony might be, because there are a lot of options here. As we know from the civil case that Letitia James has brought, the Attorney General of the state of New York, there are all kinds of allegations of business fraud by Donald Trump. And so it could be something other than a campaign finance violation. So I think that's really important. I think we're going to hear an awful lot from Donald Trump, as we have already, about how this is all politically motivated. I think he is going to rile up people out there. He may not know who or when, but I worry that someone will take this as a call to arms. And so I think for that reason, law enforcement needs to be at the ready for someone who might hear about this and decide to take matters into their own hands and engage in vigilante violence.
Of course, the potential for threats, Barbara, has been something that is on the radar of the Manhattan District Attorney of Alvin Bragg after he received essentially an envelope containing a death threat, containing a powder that was later found to be not hazardous. He pledged to his prosecutors, to his team in Manhattan, that he would do everything he can to keep them safe. Barbara, stand by, because I want to go to Ryan Nobles, who is live for us on Capitol Hill. And Ryan, as this news is starting to come out, we are hearing from the president's sons, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. Eric Trump is calling this, in his view, a third world piece of prosecutorial misconduct. I'm quoting here, the opportunistic targeting of a political opponent. I have to imagine that allies of Mr. Trump on Capitol Hill, where you are standing, are echoing that thought. What are we hearing from them, and frankly from Democrats here on this historic evening?
Yeah, it's really remarkable, Hallie, because this indictment, basically, at least the news of this indictment leaked out within minutes, I want to say, of most members of Congress leaving Washington for an extended recess. They're going to be out of town now for the next 2 weeks. But within minutes of that indictment news coming out, a flurry of statements via Twitter, via our inboxes came flooding in from both Republicans and Democrats responding to the news of the former president now facing this legal trouble. As you might imagine, it is falling very much along partisan lines. The most notable members that I'd like to point out, Steve Scalise, who is, of course, the House Majority Leader. This would be the second ranking Republican in the House of Representatives. He called it a sham. He said the New York indictment of President Donald Trump is one of the clearest examples of extremist Democrats weaponizing government to attack their political opponents, and he called it outrageous. Elise Stefanik, who is the Republican conference chair, essentially a fourth in line for House Republicans, and one of Donald Trump's biggest backers, has already endorsed him for president in 2024. She also calls it a sham and says that it's an unprecedented example of election interference. On the Democratic side, we've seen a remarkably different tone. There are some Democrats that have just, tweeted out the news with an exclamation point. Representative Ilhan Omar, for instance, of Minnesota, who's a big critic of Donald Trump's. But we've also seen other Democrats simply say that this is the rule of law in action, and that specifically no one is above the law. So this is about what we expected would happen. They've been forecasting this for several weeks. Many Republicans, particularly House Republicans, have been very critical of the district attorney's actions. In fact, they've gotten to the point where their various committees, the House Oversight and Judiciary Committee, the House Administration Committee, sending letters to DA Alvin Bragg demanding information about his investigation, calling for him to come here to Washington for a transcribed interview. So there's no doubt, Hallie, that Republicans in Congress are going to have Donald Trump's back. But as this process plays out, we're going to have to see how far that support they are willing to take.
Ryan, thanks. Stand by. Let me bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, the key point here is that while we know that there is an indictment now, that this Manhattan grand jury has voted to indict former President Trump, again, something we have never seen happen before, we don't know specifically what that indictment says. Do you expect it to be a felony charge?
Yes, for a couple different reasons. Number one, in addition to the Stormy Daniels payments, there are potential charges that we haven't talked much about that Donald Trump allegedly inflated his value for securing loans or bragging rights and deflated his value in statements of financial conditions in order to avoid taxes. That could be problematic. There are defenses, potential defenses, but we may see those in the indictment as well. And if we're talking about the dollar amounts of millions of dollars, that would bump it up almost automatically to a felony. The second reason is if the only charges are related to the Stormy Daniels hush payments, yes, it's true that the default falsification of business records in New York is a felony. It would be a really bad idea to indict Donald Trump on a misdemeanor only. So it's likely that Alvin Bragg, to make this meaningful, would indict only because he believes there is a felony, and that felony exists under falsification law if the falsification is done in order to conceal or further some other crime. Now, whether or not the DA's office can actually use a federal election law violation as that predicate crime remains to be seen. There's some authority that says it could and some authority that says that may not be the case. But if that is the predicate crime, look for the defense to fight that hard and early and try to get it tossed.
How?
Well, I'll give you an example. One argument would be that because New York State is a state prosecutor, state prosecution, it doesn't have the jurisdiction to prosecute federal crimes. It's not prosecuting a federal election law violation, but it kind of is if it's using that federal election law violation to bump up a New York State misdemeanor to a felony. There's no clear answer on this, and there is authority saying that they can do it, but it's just not crystal clear. And anything that's not crystal clear, to me as a criminal defense attorney, that's something you got to fight. You got to put in a motion, try to throw it out.
Yeah,
Judges
that's fair.
hate throwing out criminal charges. You don't want to be the judge that throws out, that denies New York State, the DA's office, their day in court. You'd rather, it's the safer move to just let everything go to trial. But it is a possibility that this could get thrown out if it's a felony and if it's based on federal election law.
Danny, stand by. I want to bring in senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, I have to imagine that the White House, President Biden, doesn't feel like they need to say a lot here at this moment. No comment, right? And I wonder if we expect it to stay that way.
Well, certainly for the time being, the White House, when we spoke to advisors and we went back into some of the areas where advisors were taking in this news as we were all learning it together, there is a posture that there is nothing to be gained for the Biden White House to weigh in on this. And we've seen that for some period of time where they've referred any questions relating to any of the Trump legal matters to the Department of Justice or to outside counsel. And today they also directed us to the Democratic National Committee.
All right, folks,
and
this is big.
Issue a statement talking about the concerns.
It's really
of,
like not much to say about this either. There just isn't like much to say. That's the only thing.
To be a candidate for re-election, and of course Donald Trump in this context is also a candidate in 2024. So you've got not only a president and a former president, but you have possibly a rematch of these two individuals, depending on what happens through the primary process and so on. So this is one of those situations where, again, outside events are controlling a narrative that the Biden White House is having to be sort of a bystander here. They have their own issues, their own serious concerns that are taking place and taking the oxygen for the president. He is expected to travel tomorrow to Mississippi to deal with what people have been going through there with the terrible storms, also dealing with the news we saw today with a Wall Street Journal reporter in Russia who has been taken into custody.
But you may take a step back here and go, okay, Donald Trump actually got indicted today. Wow, that's a big deal. And if you're a fair person and you follow the law, and we have lawyers on this show talking about it, Donald Trump's still legally presumed innocent. Okay, but if they convict him at trial, Donald Trump will be a legal convict, a felon in this felony case. And he would then go and have to serve whatever sentence he's given. And Donald Trump could literally be incarcerated, be behind bars instead of running for president. That is a big deal. I don't say that as rooting for one side or the other because, again, the legal process will play out. But everyone can see the obvious stakes here. It is a huge deal. And this is not exactly where it seemed like we were headed a few months ago. We live in a world where people love to say, I saw that coming. The defendant himself was trying to predict the exact date of his arrest as if he were in charge. But back in December, for example, when I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the Trump org was convicted as a company. That is a legal process where a company gets in trouble. And its CFO was convicted. That's Mr. Weisselberg, who is at Rikers. He was mentioned in the broadcast. But Donald Trump wasn't charged with anything. So it looked like, if you take yourself back to December, it looked like Trump was getting away again. The Manhattan DA, who led this case and now has indicted Donald Trump, was right here on the beat that night. Alvin Bragg, after the Trump org conviction. And this is what he told us.
The work never stopped, and we're going to continue to do that. And there may be, I don't know, I don't want to get ahead of the facts, but there may be other moments when we can report out publicly. In fact, I've committed to doing that when we reach a conclusion, whether that's by indictment or some other way of closing the investigation.
With regard to Mr. Trump?
With regard to
It has to be a felony. He wouldn't indict him on a misdemeanor. He has to have the goods on a whatchamacallit, on a felony.
Trump or update that they weren't charging him. And I'll just tell you, because it's really striking here to take stock on the night that Donald Trump's indictment has broken as news. It didn't look to a lot of the legal experts like he was going forward towards a Trump indictment. We heard from a veteran of that office who clashed with Mr. Bragg, Mark Pomerantz, who basically alleged that they weren't going to go and indict Trump. We heard a lot of different things. What we can see now is that this process did continue. It did gather more facts and criminal evidence against Donald Trump. That the DA really was leading something, and, well, we won't have all the details yet until they unseal the indictment. Apparently, they got a grand jury to agree there was enough criminal evidence to charge Donald Trump. And that's why today, by the end of March, looks very different from December for those convictions, and certainly than the last few years where it seemed Donald Trump was going to continue to skate. I want to bring into our special coverage tonight New York Times legal writer Emily Bazelon, Talking Point's memo publisher and journalist Josh Marshall, and we have Maya Wiley, who I think will be rejoining us. But Josh, you're the first non-lawyer I've had a chance to get to, okay? It's been a lot of lawyers. So I'm curious what you think. I'm curious what you think, not on the statutory stuff. We'll get to that. We've covered a lot of that. But what does it mean for America that Donald Trump is now indicted? What does it mean if he continues, as he's vowed to tonight, to try to continue to run for office while fighting these charges, and he could beat them? Where do we go from here? Because this is new.
You know, your lawyer guests have, as you said, spoken to the legal questions. It's a very big deal. I think we've anticipated this for a long time. You know, what I really draw from this is we all collectively have to remember there are a lot of things we don't know. We don't know exactly how this is going to play out, and that's good to remember. You know, last week we had this, you know, everybody was set for Tuesday. The NYPD was putting up barricades outside the courthouse and all that kind of stuff. Then it didn't happen. I believe it was just yesterday that there were news reports that the grand jury basically was going to be on hiatus for a month. So not only was it not, you know, the next day or the day after that, it was, you know, it was a month away. I don't know if that was some kind of misdirection or something changed. But we all tend to, you know, collectively, we create stories, fables to fill in the gaps of what we don't know. And yesterday,
everybody's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. Dylan's talking about it. Hassan's on it. IRI's on it.
Some people are saying, "Wow,
you got gender-free TV."
To get indicted, and then
I think Voss will probably address it. If he's not going to talk about it now,
scared him off or something like that. You know, that never seemed like that was going to be true.
See the serfs if they're talking about it.
A good reminder that there are things going on here that we just don't know. And a lot of even good journalists get wrong what is happening. And as I think you mentioned with Weissman a little earlier, you know, there have been a number of
just waiting on
who have been brought before the grand jury over the last couple weeks that we didn't we didn't know about. There are these new reports just over the last couple days that the Manhattan DA's office has been sort of applying new pressure to Alan Weisselberg. So it may be that this is just, a Trump version of the Stormy Daniels hush money case, indicting him for that. Or it could be more. It could be things that go deeper into his, the Trump organization and so forth. So it's a very big day. I think we're going to see coming out of this that even though many people say this is, it's not as consequential as January 6th. It's not as consequential as the conspiracy over the fake electors and stuff like that. But I think we're going to see that this indictment changes things a lot more than we anticipated. There are certain things you can't quite get how they're going to land, how it's going to change everything until they actually happen.
No, it's in that sense a huge deal, and you make important points. We've emphasized tonight that this is under seal, so we don't know the charges. It could be one felony, it could be multiple counts, it could relate to Trump Org, as I mentioned, or not. But over the course of this, Emily, we've been following something that has had a very binary quality, because every time he skates, it sort of leaves this echo of, well, he's going to get away, and that becomes, in some ways, Josh mentioned fables, becomes a fable of invincibility. That seems to be pierced today, Emily.
Right, and we've heard a lot about Trump being nervous about being arrested, about being fingerprinted. There's a certain just indignity of being part of the criminal justice process in this way. If we are in the land of the hush money charges, which we've talked about and which I'm speculating that there seems to be the most basis for imagining that that is what's happening here, then I think there's going to be a conversation about whether they are too small, whether they're not enough to make it worth it to indict a former president, or whether once you know the facts, then the DA has a pretty clear path to bringing these kinds of charges. And I think the key question is going to be whether the district attorney can show that Trump was trying to influence the election and that he knew that's what he was doing when he signed those checks. That seems like the real test here, if indeed those are the charges we're talking about.
Right, and again, we have to see what they unseal. I mean, Josh, we do know that he will be booked. His lawyers say they're preparing for that early next week. So that's a cooperative booking process, which is what you'd expect for someone in this situation.
Which is fair enough. I
suppose,
would
Josh,
I would not suspect that from him whatsoever.
How much of that becomes another Rorschach test in polarized America, because you can see him getting booked and say,
yes, that's true. Ari's right about that.
Say, what he wants people to say is they should be ashamed that this political prosecution is going forward, Josh.
Yeah, look, we live in a divided country. People are going to see things in different ways. One thing I think we should resist, and you can kind of see it in that whole debate that you've referenced a few times over the course of, during this hour, should this case go first, since it's not the biggest of the cases? And is it big enough to be the first indictment, and all these kind of second guessing? And I think what we should recognize is, in some sense, that is all of us living within Donald Trump's drama. There is, of course, a prudential element to this. Indicting a former president is a big deal. You shouldn't do it frivolously. You shouldn't do it with a very marginal case. But in some ways, Donald Trump, through all of his drama, through his threats, through saying, this is the day I'm going to get arrested, this and that and the other, has got us all in this mindset of, the rule of law and everything, but is this one big enough? Should this one come first? As though to hold Donald Trump accountable, we are collectively responsible for, lining up his various crimes in the proper order. But that makes no sense at all, right? You commit crimes, you get indicted, and you go to trial, you're presumed innocent and all that kind of stuff. It is too much to ask, which we have actually gotten in many cases.
Right on the money, my guy.
Are we are we choreographing, again, the order of Donald Trump's accountability just right? Because he'll go on Truth Social and talk about George Soros and talk about burning things down and stuff like that. At a certain point, I think we need to step back and say, we have a criminal justice system, and it unfolds the way it unfolds, and that's also part of the rule of law. Not falling into this man's drama, which in some ways, because he has a knack for this, he's gotten the whole country to do over the last 7 years.
Yeah, and that the principles of interior decorating and decluttering and organizing are not how we organize and follow felony indictments, not the way we're supposed to anyway. It is quite a night. I want to thank Josh Marshall, who you just heard speaking, Emily Bazelon, and Maya Wiley, who's been with us for most of the hour. Thanks to each of you for being part of our breaking coverage here on MSNBC. We got a lot more coming up. Let me tell folks in a final thought here as you watch the Be With Ari Melber and we finish this night together, what we're doing here. We are following something that is unprecedented, but no more. It was unprecedented to indict a former president until today, and now it's not. And that means that goes off the table, and other prosecutors may not have to wrestle with that question. We're dealing with something that is a jurisdictional priority in New York, which means national Republican politics have no impact on it. Even if a Republican takes back the White House, there will be no pardon for Donald Trump in New York because this is a local case. That may scare him too. There are people like Steve Bannon and others who got into trouble and then got their federal pardon. There's no pardon for him here.
That's right.
When you look at the other cases, we alluded them tonight. You have the January 6 investigations, which are both federal in D.C. and local in Georgia, where another local prosecutor could act because the attempted coup involved planks of alleged crimes in Georgia. And you have the classified documents case. If none of this seems normal, that's because we have been living through a prolonged state of a very abnormal time where someone who used to be president and who's currently running to be president again is caught up in so many allegations of misconduct, of crimes, of attacks on democracy itself. And so everything changes now. I mentioned this once a little earlier tonight.
I am listening, folks. I'm just like adjusting everything here.
The future is
made a small change in my setup.
The beginning of a trial that sent someone to prison, or the beginning of a process that cleared his name. We can't tell you that, and anyone who tries to prejudge that might be getting ahead of the process. But it is certainly the end of a period where Donald Trump was not legally held to account. And today and the rest of Donald Trump's life are fundamentally different as he learns, perhaps for the very first time in his life, what it is to be completely out of control, to have to react to a government and prosecutorial system where he doesn't and his statements don't and his antics don't actually matter. Because what matters, what will matter here is what a judge says, what a jury of his peers says, not what he says or posts or anything of the like. So we're going forward on this together. It is a big and historic night. We're going to keep all of this, the facts, the law, and the rule of law central as we cover this for you. I'm going to bring Joyce Vance in, who has been with us, and as we go to Joyce, do I have you?
Yeah, they've got Joyce.
We're going to keep our coverage going, as I said, but I mentioned at one point we thought we had a clip. At one point I thought I had a guest, but that's what breaking coverage is like. I will tell you what we're looking at right here, which is West Palm Beach, Florida, at 7:01 p.m. on the East Coast. Josh Marshall is with me. Josh, for viewers joining us, I was giving a little bit of a final thought at the end of the last hour. This is now the start of the 7 p.m. hour in our special coverage on MSNBC. And Josh, I wanted to ask you if you wanted to respond to the point I was making is this has been such a jumble at times of different investigations of Trump that it's easy to forget why he got out of this or that. In the Mueller probe, we heard from a Mueller vet tonight who explained that while they thought he committed obstruction, that wasn't indictable under those rules. That's actually not something that has to do with Donald Trump's strategy or brilliance. Those were just rules he benefited from by being president. There have been other issues. I mentioned the pardons that have helped Trump allies. I reminded viewers, though, that's federal. There is no election, no Republican, no federal development that could rescue Donald Trump from this indictment in New York?
Yeah, it's understandable in a way because Americans have seen Donald Trump get away with quite a lot, and there's kind of a comfortable cynicism that we can fall into. Oh, he's never going to be held accountable. It's all, the fix is in and stuff like that. And again, it's understandable that people have felt that way. But as you say, for a sitting president has, yes, they're not above the law, but they can be pretty close. They have all sorts of powers that they can just get out of stuff.
We see Charlie's coverage of that too.
As you were saying earlier, there are reasons that he didn't face the music for the stuff in the Mueller probe. There's kind of it's standing practice. You can't indict a sitting president. There's other things, and this is really important, that a sitting president, is he obstructing justice, or is he following his constitutional power and duty to see that the law is followed? Now that might sound a little funny, but that gets complicated in a criminal process. Even if Donald Trump has been impeached and removed from office, he runs the Justice Department. He's not supposed to run it directly, but there's all sorts of complexities.
You see, like, the issues people. That's why, like, when like lefties like talk about this, they don't take this into consideration too, because if these are like the norms, like you're getting into like uncharted waters here too. So let's say like there's like a lefty president or like a Democratic president too, and he does something, maybe not to the extent that Donald Trump does this too, but if you do this now, you set the precedent. What's stopping Republicans who are probably willing to go to the extreme of a lot of this stuff of like indicting a Democratic president for whatever crimes they can like drum up for like that Democratic president too? And like these are issues too. Do you want to like set this up for this country where every time you have a sitting president and the opposing party see control of Congress, or you have like governors, district attorneys in like Republican controlled states, are they going to be doing this to like Democratic politicians? Are they going to be doing this to like a Democratic president? These are considerations that you have to like take into account.
As I am sure you now are aware, we have major historic breaking news tonight. For the first time in our country's history, a former United States president is facing criminal charges. The Manhattan grand jury has voted to indict Donald Trump for his role in the hush money payments.
All right, folks, let me take a quick break. I'm going to run and use the bathroom. We'll be right back. We're going to continue watching this. We might just take a break because they're going to be repeating the same things like over and over again because there's no new information until like probably like tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. So I'll be right back. Damn. All right, people, we're back.
So if his lawyer or representative, his agent, got in trouble for it, why wouldn't he eventually? In some ways, these facts are, yes, older, but they're also more developed. And so what you're dealing with here tonight is this accountability that he had evaded before, so people thought maybe that's less likely, or why not go to one of the bigger cases? Well, yeah, Al Capone got in trouble for tax evasion. The DA's job is not to compare crimes in other jurisdictions and decide who goes first. The DA's job in New York is to see whether there's a chargeable offense, and he found one. And so, as you alluded to, we were covering this earlier today, news has exploded across America tonight. Today is the first day of the rest of Donald Trump's life. He is going to learn very quickly what it's like to be out of control, to be on the other side of this process, to have his life and liberty in the control of other humans, a judge and a jury, and he is legally presumed innocent, and he's entitled to a fair jury trial by his peers. But he's going to learn real quick how different it's going to be.
And you know what's interesting is, you know, we're in the business of covering a lot of politics here on both of our shows, and covering a lot of spectacle. And Donald Trump is an expert at spectacle. But to the point that you just made, Ari, spectacle and the show that he likely will try to make of this doesn't really work on prosecutors. It doesn't really work in court. And so Donald Trump can create atmospherics around what is happening, but to your point, he can't control what is happening. And he's used to not being held to the same account as an ordinary person. I think one of the interesting things that you and I and our colleagues are going to cover is what it's like for Donald Trump to be treated like an ordinary person would be treated.
Absolutely. And that's sort of the core principle, and we've covered in many ways over American history where America has these principles and we live up to them or we don't. And when we fail them, do we then try to fix them or not? And that's the ultimate, I mean, tonight is so big because that's the ultimate stress test. Not whether we're perfect as a country and a history, we're not. But whether having been pushed this far by someone like this, and to be clear, I'm not talking about Donald Trump's ideology or his politics or many other things that people might rightly find objectionable. I'm talking about someone who tried to lie and cheat and then steal an election and end American democracy. So the charges in New York relate to the more old school lying and stealing, and what they allege will be some sort of fraud, financial fraud, campaign fraud, but in the main, we don't have it unsealed yet. We don't have the details, but it relates to things he did going into his first presidential election. But with everything we also know since then, if you have a cleave in the country between people who say, oh gosh, but someone once had a powerful title, we should never hold them to account, and the rest of the people who are saying, well, is it rule of law or not? Is no person above the law or not? The people saying rule of law have the better side of the American principle, what we should aspire to. And that doesn't mean he's automatically convicted. It doesn't mean he couldn't still beat this case. But it does mean, as I said, today is different. His life is different. And America can rise up to the standard of saying, yeah, no person above the law.
See what Voss says.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is the proof that we have a citizen president. And the idea of having a citizen president is that, to the George Washington example, after you are president, you go back to being a citizen and you're subject to the same laws. Barb, I do want to bring you in here because I think I want to sort of anticipate some of the questions that people might have, because I think for a lot of people, this did not seem like the most momentous potential case that Donald Trump could face. There's obviously the Fonnie Willis case, which is literally about trying to overturn a state's lawfully held election. There is all of what Jack Smith is investigating, everything from secreting government documents that Donald Trump was not entitled to, having them at Mar-a-Lago and then not giving them back, and possible obstruction and possibly drawing his lawyers into obstruction, and obviously everything related to January 6th. So let's talk about some of the questions that might bring up among folks who are looking at this being the first case to drop. And we don't know that any other case will drop. I should say that as well. We don't know if Donald Trump will face more. But on this case, Barbara, if you could start with the question of the age of the case. whether this case, because it is not new, this is something that happened,
Flag of
years
India.
ago.
Okay.
And he was never prosecuted for it by the federal officials who prosecuted Michael Cohen. What does that say to you, that this is a state prosecution based on the same facts as the federal prosecution, but he was never pursued for that? What do you make of the fact that he theoretically might be pursued for it now?
Yeah, it seems, Joy, that Donald Trump's misconduct is a distraction from Donald Trump's misconduct. There's so much swirling around, it's difficult to put these together. But, the age of it, no doubt, is, not
I guess
a great
Trump
match
hasn't.
for Alvin Bragg. But it is what it is. Prosecutors, don't get to create the facts. They respond to the facts, and they prosecute facts when they amount to a crime. And so, if you compare this to other cases, or the fact that federal prosecutors didn't pursue it, is not going to matter to a jury. When a jury hears this evidence, the court is going to instruct them to simply assess the facts and decide if the law was broken. They're not going to say this is too old to bring. They're not going to say we've heard this all before. They're not going to hear that the feds, for whatever reason, didn't bring it. They're just going to hear the facts, and they're going to have to make a decision about the law. They're not going to hear about what's going on in Florida or what's going on in D.C.
Right. And also, just to be clear, Barb, just lay out for people just the nuts and bolts of this. This is not the DA indicting Donald Trump. It is the grand jury listening to the facts, listening to the evidence, listening to testimony, and then this, we don't know how many people, 20, 22 people indicting Donald Trump. Is that an accurate way to put it?
Yeah, the check on abuse of a prosecutor's power is the legal system, due process. So as you say, a grand jury made a finding of probable cause to believe a crime has been committed here. That's a fairly low threshold, but prosecutors are ethically bound to bring a case only when they believe they can prove it to a jury in court beyond a reasonable doubt. And so as this case goes forward, Donald Trump can say whatever he wants outside of the courtroom, but in the courtroom, he will receive due process. He'll be able to cross-examine witnesses, and the prosecution will be held to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right, we do have a statement now from a spokesperson for DA Alvin Bragg, and here's the quote. This evening, we contacted Mr. Trump's attorney to coordinate his surrender to the Manhattan DA's office for arraignment on a Supreme Court indictment, which remains under seal. Guidance will be provided when the arraignment date is selected. Let's bring in NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who is outside the DA's office in Lower Manhattan. What is the atmosphere like there? Donald Trump had led us to believe that it could be a raucous atmosphere, but what are you seeing and hearing, Gabe?
Hi there, Joy. Well, first, let me tell you that just within the past few seconds, we saw DA Alvin Bragg's car pull out of here. There was a crush of media awaiting. He had no comment. He did not speak to reporters. So he left here. We have noticed.
Yeah, he's not going to talk to anybody right now.
Here, Joy. The NYPD is down here, and over the past several weeks, we've seen them install these security barricades that are right behind me. The DA's office is obviously in Lower Manhattan, right behind me as well. But Joy, I can tell you, this is not the raucous atmosphere that former President Trump thought might happen. He had been calling for protests for his supporters, and you'll recall, Joy, that it was former President Trump himself who predicted earlier this month that he would be arrested last Tuesday. That did not happen, but
there's a couple of days off.
He had no direct knowledge of that. But now the NYPD, though, is taking these threats very seriously, because as you recall, last week the DA's office got that suspicious white powder that turned out to be harmless, but a death threat as well. We're told from law enforcement sources that there have been a dozen serious threats.
Dude, these people are going to go to fucking jail. Why would you do any of this stuff?
On a prosecutor in an active grand jury investigation. Now, sources close to the matter who've been in touch with former President
people acting up in IRS chat.
The next question is, when might he be arraigned? And we understand, we expect that to come sometime.
I imagine the cons are going into IRS chat and Hassan's chat.
Just left the scene here, did not comment to reporters, Joy.
Thanks, Gabe Gutierrez. Much appreciated. If you see or hear
Sounds
anything
watching
that you
Fox
think we should know
News.
about, wave your hands.
Dude, they're going. They're playing cover for him hardcore right now.
Claire McCaskill, and as well as Charles. I think I've named everybody. And Barbara McClain. I'm sorry about that. Charles, I do want to ask you about that last point.
This is just crazy.
Respect. Now, rumours have been going around that the two Tommies moving to Kick, as Tramex TV announced that there's going to be 6 big signs moving to Kick. But during Doc's stream today, chat kept asking the Doc, will he move to Kick? Here is Dr. Disrespect's response.
Doctor, are you going to Kick? Shut the f*** up! Stop asking! I'll let you know.
We're just taking a quick
Cardi
break from
opened
this.
up about her mental health struggles.
I'm having just a really difficult day, and
You guys already know like my thoughts about like talking about like your personal problems like on stream too. It's not that like I don't think that like you shouldn't talk about them too. I don't think it's like the best thing for your mental health and for your not just your mental, like your overall health, to like share these issues like with your community. I think that you need to like create like a strong barrier between yourself, your online life, and your real life too. And if you like for whatever reason like you're struggling like that day, maybe you're like an hour or two into the stream and you're like it's like something's like going on and like you can't continue. You just end the stream. You don't even have to say anything. Just end the stream. Just end the stream. And if somebody asks, and if you got to like make a comment afterwards, be like, hey, I actually wasn't like feeling, just say something generically. I just wasn't like feeling that well. Sorry, like abruptly ended, but like I just had to like step away for like a minute. I just like something was like going on. I had to end it too. And then that's it. Like you don't have to say anything. You should share like very little with your community, to be honest with you. And I know how that sounds too, but like, it's just like people use that against you, and just, you know, the more information you put out there, the more information is going to be used against you at the end of the day. And just like sharing stuff like that, I understand it fosters, you know, that parasociality, which you kind of need to be able to grow. But at the same time too, it also fosters like this unhealthy relationship with you and like frankly strangers. Like you don't know these people. You're just like a wall of text on my right. That's all you are. Like I don't know who you are.
I obviously only show a little bit of how I'm feeling and what I'm going through, and a lot of people are saying that I'm really strong, but I'm not. I'm actually really scared. I'm really scared.
I believe Kade opened up about the fact that she's I forgot what it was.
People on
leukemia,
the outside
cancer,
can
something
look
like that.
They're doing really well, but they're not on the inside. And just please know that everyone is going through stuff, and this isn't just like a pity party, and that's not what I want.
OTK fighting over league game during the game night.
You guys keep playing, dude. You're so good.
Can we just talk about how irrelevant bot lane is?
So good.
I'm happy to be here, guys. I'm having a great time.
We're supposed to be friends.
By the way,
Tectone, shut up, please.
By the way, check damage. No offense to Chance. Chance, you literally did 1/4 the damage of your whole team. Okay, let's put it up.
I know. I'm not good at AD carry.
First time playing it, and you guys go bot lane when you're both like diamonds. So.
I never played.
I just let it throw that out there, dude.
Are you blind?
Are you retarded?
Are you
blind? The only time you beat us was hovering top to heal them.
Oh, shut up, E-Rob.
You were all tabbed, and we literally killed Chance, and you were literally doing nothing. Like, what is that?
This is like when you get invited to your house and it's
shows how irrelevant bot lane is. I literally did double Soda's damage and he got carried. Like, what kind of game is this?
each other and they're yelling.
Okay, guys, listen. I'll be honest.
Aiden Ross says his pronouns is kill them, while talking about trans people.
My pronouns are Z, Zem, Zir, and Zirs. I would refer to mixed cocktail.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We were literally talking about this when we were watching Chud's video. It's just, I don't. Oh my God. Okay. Whatever. Good luck trying to explain this to like the normie people. Like I understand it. Don't get me wrong. I frankly, and I'm gonna be honest with you. If you want to like use those pronouns, I'll fucking use those pronouns. I don't really give a shit personally. Doesn't matter to me. But good luck trying to explain this to like normie people. Like it doesn't like register with them. But like whatever, man. Like this is how you lose people.
So cringe, bro.
I don't think I would want my kid in this class. Am I reactionary? I wonder if Nathan has
Listen, bro. To all you guys that get to pick your pronouns, my pronouns is kill/them. Okay. All y'all, bro. Y'all are making the world a shit place, bro. I'm gonna call you either a guy or a girl. I'm not calling you by a cat, by a turtle. I'm gonna go f***
Jesus. Oh shit, yeah. I'm like fucking streaming on like Twitch too. Shit.
All y'all, bro. Self-entitled.
Queen69 skips an ad.
There's hundreds of heroes to collect, a super in-depth RPG battle system.
I was taking a shit, bro. I had my pants down. I had to pull my pants up, cancel the shit that was coming out of my ass to come skip the. I did not turn down hundreds of thousands.
That's alright. It's only like a quick minute or two.
Avoid advertising this dog.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Worse than gambling,
like
Diablo
afterwards.
Immortal,
So far,
game,
my
hereditary monetization, dog.
Like so far too. I might just delete the VOD after this on
Isn't
Twitch.
It crazy that like people in the industry on Twitch will cry about the exploitation of women and how f***ed up all the pornography and shit is that they do it, and then their boyfriend will go and take a sponsor from Fancy like, here's some motherfucker, check it out, baby. You know what I mean? Pretty wild, dude.
They are not a monolith.
Little people. What? Little people know that Olive Garden was launched by General Mills? Little people know? Or little do people know? Hold on. We need some clarification here. Little people know that Olive Garden was launched by General Mills in late 1982. That is quite a typo.
Squeaks exposed.
Suspicious Squeaks, who just so happened to start trending on Twitch after the January 6th insurrection. Look at that. The
Someone just like do a bad superimpose of Squeaks all over January 6th. I'm like next to him, like next to the QAnon shaman and shit like that. Next to like Baked Alaska. You've opened up the floodgates, Wake. You've opened up the floodgates of AI generated art of Squeaks next to like Nick Fuentes on January 6th. Was it Nick was like I think on the Capitol steps, on one end of the Capitol steps, like yelling into like a megaphone. And he put Squeak with his arm around him. Yeah. Jesus. What have you done, Wake? You put your boy in harm's way of Twitch poll.
first time he's in partner range for Twitch, and it's all going downhill from there. Am I right, boys? All right, so let's look this out. Squeaks. Big operative letter there is Q. Let's look past that for a moment. We add all the letters.
You know not what you have done, Wake. You know not what you have done now.
Letters up in Squeaks to a total, we get 91. What happens when we flip 91 on its head? Much like Squeaks flipped democracy on its head on January 6th, we get 1-6. January 6th, the date of the infamous insurrection. Now, let's check out the name and create a few anagrams here. Q seeks you. That's in Squeaks. You CQ when you go to twitch.tv/Squeaks. That's punctuated with a kiss because he's trying to hypnotize you with his masculine guile. Now,
Squeaks gets mad.
You know what I mean?
Austin right now. He was on Simply's stream the other day.
Hey, keep it down. You understand? I'm doing some work. I have logged into work.
My mom gives me the new and vodka. I
want to go. Wait, did you guys do your social studies homework? Huh? That's what I thought. Now go to your room. You understand? We didn't immigrate to this country for some Fortnite loser children. Now get the inside job. Sorry about that, guys. Just parenting. You know what I mean? Ooh. Anyway, yo, Handsome Pantsome, thank you so much for the $3. I'm not Dr. K. Sorry about that.
What will they complain about?
No, honestly, I agree.
Plan was not the issue.
It's every game. It's every event.
Let's hear what they bitch about. I'm very curious. Let's see what they do.
Obviously, you're gonna
like gang up on Tectone because that was the thing to do.
You're not wrong. All right, let's go up. Let's go up.
What the?
Tectone. You.
Canute reacts to OTK's Sports Day highlights.
What? What the fuck's going on? Yeah, it reminds me of OTK Sport. OTK Sports Day. What did you post?
Human killer NMP.
Down for that? He wasn't listening.
I killed that fly.
Yeah, that was it.
No.
Dude, no. Flies? Do you feel bad killing a fly?
I wouldn't feel bad killing a human.
What are you talking about? You wouldn't feel any remorse?
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up
Oh
with the
my
latest
God.
news and clips, be sure to subscribe and
Yeah,
turn
I didn't realize, like,
and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Aiden was in the
Among Us task.
Aiden was in the clip and Destiny was in the clip too. I'm just gonna delete the VOD.
What's wrong with this?
Oh shh!
Oh my god.
That fucking scared the shit out of me too.
Dude, that was the worst fucking scare I think I had in like a year. And I like knew it was gonna happen too. That up my whole brain.
Rest in peace!
Night. 3 months, Bruce W.
Okay. Got you. You finna get DMCA? I don't think so. Y'all. Y'all. Meet Kenyon?
9 months.
No, this is Meet
Let me go get
Kenyon.
my phone. Let me run upstairs and get my phone real quick. And then I'm gonna put on this Meet Canyon for y'all.
Ooh-ee-ee.
Alright.
Yo,
W man though. He bringing it. That's fine. Alright, I ain't gotta leave y'all, chat.
down 4 liters cash flow.
Gifts.
Thank you, bro.
More gifts.
Look at that, man.
Alright.
Big 19 and I just turned 19 on the 16th twinning.
Let's go to Benjamin City.
Yeah, their new Meat Canyon. Whenever like Bruce was watching it, 3.3 million views.
He is not
Over 2 days. That's pretty fucking good.
Y'all are. What is wrong with y'all, bro? What is wrong with y'all? Right,
So Alan Bragg left his offices under heavy police guard for obvious reasons.
Yo, stop, bro. Stop. For real, y'all making me uncomfortable.
I'd love to see that little soy boy come up here and mess with me. You all know.
What's going on in this bed right here? What's going on in this bed right here? What's going on in this bed right
Keep
here?
watching.
He ain't gonna say anything
Keep
to
watching,
my
Bruce.
face. What? Is that Charlie? Hey, yo, baby, hey, baby.
Oh, wait.
What? Is that Charlie? Hey, yo, baby, hey, baby.
Yo, this shit's never gonna get old, man. I'm sorry.
Room, please. I can't hear myself think.
No, Cap, though. This is literally a chat.
All that love making you're doing.
Yeah, fine, whatever.
Yeah,
no problem. No
problem, Sneaky.
What is the normal shit that y'all see in our chat room? Like, it's so, bro, the new shit, bro. Oh my God. CCL, BBL, clone.
It's Sneeko.
Type like an ordinary DEO chatter.
Yo, chat. Charlie is at my door. What should I say to him? What do you want, you little soy boy loser? Nice. What the hell is that?
Damn. Is that what my legs look like?
Charlie's at my...
Bruce with the timing.
Chat. That is not what the fuck my legs look like.
Door.
Got Andrew Tate in the background. You got. I like the little touches that obviously you got Andrew Tate in the background. You got the Sneeko sign there. You got some like random art. You got like some towels there. You got the 1 minute podcast there. You got play buttons there, and then you got some dumbbells right here, bottom left hand corner. But there's cobwebs on them.
Need some time.
Chad. Charlie's at my. He's at my bedroom door. What do I do?
Classic Tate W.
Hey! This is private property! You better leave! He's not leaving.
Yo, what the fuck?
Okay, alright, fine. Sorry, Charlie, but you asked for this! Chad, I'm out of ammo. I gotta find another clip. It's called a magazine. You better get out of here.
Nigga got a fucking 50 pack.
Charlie, I'm actually a huge fan. I watch your stuff all the time. Just let me turn off my stream and maybe we can talk this over, okay? Let go of me!
Is he about to...
Andrew Tate wept.
There's nothing that gets me more hard than my favorite movie, Paddington 2. This movie is like if you combined Belle Delphine's tiny little tits and something else that's good, I don't know. Anyway, that's it for today. See ya.
The fuck did I just witness?
Me Canyon at his best. Oh my god. That shit always hits some way, somehow.
Yo, Kawhi with the 33 fucking months. Rice, thank you for the 7, bro.
God damn, man.
Good. Very Omega, but I roast racist people. Oh,
looking homeless today.
What the fuck? Bro.
Donations.
Stop saying that, bro.
V's follow you and you don't know how to act. You did not play his music this often before he followed you.
All right.
It's not true. Oh God, it's not true. Actually.
www.
All right, a little love there to Bruce. Good stuff, man. Shit. I wonder if I want to like keep. So this was an hour ago. So we go ahead and watch Voss's reaction to this.
Weisselberg to seek his cooperation, and if he didn't cooperate, to hold him account for additional crimes.
Caesonia.
Interesting. Let me a couple other people. David Pecker, and of course this was the man from the National Enquirer. He met twice with the grand jury.
Crazy stuff. She's live right now.
In terms of trying to discredit the notion that the payments
He's still talking to President Sunday.
To Melania Trump. And this was in 2021. American Media Inc., which owns the Enquirer, settled a complaint with the Federal Election Commission alleging that they unlawfully aided Trump in 2016. The FEC found that Pecker and AMI had violated federal election laws by making a payment to Playboy model Karen McDougal in order to purchase and bury a story about her 2006 affair with Trump, same year as
Let's see.
Indicted.
Here.
That's right. We've done it. We've done the Capone thing again. Got him on taxes. Except in this case, of course, taxes are hush money payments made to Stormy Daniels to keep her from talking about an illicit affair with Donald Trump that were not properly disclosed and were instead written off as campaign finances for a mere $130,000. An incredibly minor, mark in the grand scheme of terrible things Donald Trump has done, but sometimes that's how these things go. I'll just
As you,
say it here,
everybody.
and I have to say it quickly too, because I thought I would get more than like 3 hours post-surgery to recover before getting in front of this microphone again. One.
Oh yeah, he said he's
yes,
having
this
for
is
his
relatively
other
trivial to get
keloid.
Donald Trump thing
Good for him, man.
Two. The only reason we're considering it trivial is because Donald Trump is a former president. If Donald Trump was a normal proletarian like the rest of us, then yes, he would get axed
go
on
ahead and
stuff
share
like
it.
this. The reason why it's considered minor is because people like him are often considered special. This is the first time a former president has been indicted. It is not the first time a former president is known to have committed a crime. We are just so used to people like Donald Trump getting away with stuff like this. Now, people are going to say there is a degree of political favoritism in this indictment. Obviously, all forms of indictment, of charging, of choosing to prosecute are to an extent an extension of favoritism and bias, because there is so much leeway in how these things are applied. Every time a law is enforced, there is a decision that has to be made to do so, and very often that decision is not made. Now, I personally am very happy to see law enforcement and judges and grand juries lean in favor of being punitive when it comes to extremely powerful people getting away with stuff that otherwise we would not be able to. Listen, this is going to cause an unimaginable firestorm, and the right is going to be extremely angry. They're going to say, you know, he's a martyr, he's a victim of the deep state. They were already saying that. They're going to keep saying that. Do not listen to people who say that this was a bad move because it is a match thrown into a powder keg. I stand very firmly with what Jon Stewart said on this recently. I believe that if you start to think of the enforcement of the law in that way, that you can't do it because people will be angry, then you've already lost. You've already lost at that point. I mean, once you've acknowledged that, you know, okay, well, you want to go over this or after this powerful person, but you can't. Oh, well, if you do, you'll make their supporters angry. That mentality right there is a concession to an incredibly dangerous future, an incredibly dangerous.
Wasn't I supposed to do laundry right now? I did my laundry, just haven't folded it yet. Let me go ahead and fold my laundry, everybody.
I can, but I'd like, yeah, it just got my ear, you know, exploded. So. Well, I'll need just a moment. That's what they say. You know, I don't stream for a day. Something big happens every time.
Yep.
It's anytime I take a break, man. Good luck.
That's why I'm on the grind set. I'm on the grind set, baby. That's why we're gonna milk this for as much as possible. And you know, because you know, democracy. Oh shit, Ben Simmons out. Ooh.
Locked in a legal battle that I think has to be the most unhinged court case I have ever had the privilege of watching live. It's such a blessing. It really feels like this is a parody of the legal system, like it's some kind of old college humor skit about how court works, because I just can't believe this is real.
Listen, for anybody, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but like I've seen the inner workings of like courthouses and courtrooms before. At the state and local level, fucking it's like a shit show. It is not law and order. It is not orderly. Federal court is actually much more orderly and much more, it's just like, because there's so many cases that go through and they have to get those things done and close those cases. It's just, there's not a lot of federal cases. There's a lot, but not as many as you think there is. And it's more orderly. The rules are more sufficient. And in state courthouses, they just need to like ram that shit through and get it done. So it's not clean by any stretch of the imagination.
Watching this Gwyneth Paltrow court case is like experiencing an episode of Psychosis without ever doing any kind of drugs or anything. It's baffling. Before even getting into the the actual specifics of it, I just want to lay the groundwork real quick. She's getting sued by someone named Terry over a ski incident that happened in 2016 where Terry's claiming she ran into him and caused a brain injury as well as other injuries and is seeking damages from that. And Gwyneth Paltrow is saying, no, she's wiggling her finger and saying, that's not what happened, Terry hit me. So now she's countersuing for $1. She's looking for $1 in damages as a result of all of this. So already the case itself is delivering on the goofiness, but what elevates this and brings it to a higher level and turns that dial from goofy, blowing all the way past wacky, and even teetering on silly, is the fact that the two lawyers that are representing them feel like they've never practiced law in their entire life. I wouldn't be surprised to learn this is their first case, or that this is all just one big publicity stunt and these are two actors pretending to be lawyers.
This is about 11. She hears, suddenly she sees, and a man comes up right behind her. It's like they begin falling to the right, and he hits down side. And
could you imagine the judge in this case is just like, oh my god.
Now, he's like, I know the whole thing. Younger woman, not younger. It's young. Does that say sad? I can't read it.
No, I know it's not exactly fair to do a little supercut here of his explanation of the situation.
Grooming
but if you just watch the
itself.
whole thing, it's not much clearer. It really feels like he's trying to recall a nightmare he had after taking NyQuil. Like he's just trying to recall this dream and he's not getting it across clearly. Like even my cat was confused. Like she came in here and jumped up while I was watching this live and must have overheard some of his explanation and then immediately just got the fuck away and went over there and it's been hanging out ever since. The thing is, like, he's presenting like he's nervous. He's actually delivering his side of the situation like I would deliver a class project back in college, where I'm presenting to the class and I've got the butterflies in my tummy, so I'm fumbling all my words, I can't get any of my thoughts out clearly. Like it just does seem that he has a problem with public speaking, which I've never really seen from a lawyer before. And it's not like his opposing lawyer, his opponent here in this legal combat, is any better. In fact, she seems like she's just more of a fangirl of Gwyneth Paltrow, and all of her questions are just kind of conversation starters for small talk between them. And keep in mind, this lawyer is representing Terry, so she's supposed to be grilling Gwyneth Paltrow and trying to like prove that Terry's the one that's telling the truth and he deserves to win the case. But when I listen to her statements, it really just feels like she's like internally freaking out because she's getting to meet and talk with Gwyneth Paltrow. It's so weird.
Good friends with Taylor Swift?
No. Overruled?
You're not good friends with Taylor Swift?
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before, but we don't talk very often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal
how is this relevant?
intimate gifts for
This is
Christmas?
oh my
Your Honor, relevance, or I would like a bench trial.
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
Why are you
I was
asking
expecting this lawyer to then turn around and say, if you give me some free Taylor Swift tickets, I'll go ahead and drop this whole case right now and throw Terry to the fucking wolves here. Like, these interactions don't lead to anything. I tried to get the context on what the fuck the thought process here even was with bringing up Taylor Swift out of the blue. And it's apparently because Taylor Swift also did some kind of lawsuit for like $1 in damages as a countersuit back in like 2017 or some shit. But it's still completely irrelevant to the whole case here. It doesn't really serve a purpose to try and establish a connection between Gwyneth Paltrow and Taylor Swift, because that has nothing to do with getting to the bottom of this ski incident and who's at fault and who should be awarded
Oh
the
my
damages.
God.
Now, while we don't know who's fully at fault for the ski incident right now, I do know that you're at fault for bad fashion choices if you decide to miss out on the new Moist Global Swamp Core line. It's our new swamp wear, very Duck Dynasty-esque, beautiful garbs.
Do it, Charlie. Chill, Charlie. Shh. Oh, shit. not gonna lie, I like the t-shirts. And are those like sweatpants or pajama pants?
Every time the lawyers ask questions, it just reminds me of that scene from Godzilla 2014.
That actually looks
where he
good,
says,
to be honest with you. I
"Let
like
them
the
fight,"
t-shirts.
referring to the kaijus. But instead of it being giant monsters here, it's giant fucking weirdos. Everyone involved in this case is weird. You all know I'm not a big fan of Gwyneth Paltrow and Goop in particular. I think Goop is downright dangerous at times and at best extremely stupid. In fact, I'm surprised she hasn't gone to trial for her scam of a candle, "This Smells Like My Vagina." I made a whole review on that candle, and I promise you, no vagina has ever smelled like that candle. It was fraudulent. It was misleading advertisement. It was completely false. It did not smell like her vagina, and I'm very confident. In fact, I might even go for a lawsuit to see if they can put Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy on the stand so we can all smell it and compare it to her candle, but that's a can of worms for a different day. Point is, I'm not a Gwyneth Paltrow fan. And Terry went on the stand today, and after hearing him, I'm certainly not a Terry fan. I don't know who's at fault here. Gwyneth Paltrow moves around and acts like an evil rich supervillain, so I definitely do think there's a chance that she is the one that just blasted Terry because she's not good at skiing and then had no empathy and left him there. That's super possible, but I also think it's equally possible that Terry is a shitty skier and a pathological liar who has been chasing this potential bag for 7 years, because originally he was seeking $3.1 million in damages, but it got thrown out due to them ruling it wasn't a hit and run. So he came back and is doing it again, but this time for a lower amount of $300,000 in damages. So it really feels like both people are fucking weird. But before showing
Wait, shouldn't it be precluded then? It's the same like action? I don't understand. So wait, was it dismissed? Because there's like, you have claim preclusion and issue preclusion. If this is like the same, would it be removed on like both those grounds too? It's the same issue, and is this the same? Well, it wouldn't be the same claim, right? Was there like a dismissal on the merits? No, because they would have one of them. Oh shit, I forgot like the difference between the two already. But it would be precluded, right? Unless there was like, one, I know one is there would have to be an actual judgment in the case, and like if it's a dismissal, right? Like the judge rules on a motion to dismiss. I think it might be issue preclusion or claim preclusion. I forget, but like if there's like a dismissal and like off a motion to dismiss, which it sounds like the first case there was, you can bring the same case. But wouldn't the issue be precluded then? Unless it's completely different.
Or best of moment from Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, who tries to see if they can bring in treats for the bailiffs.
This is like too weird even for me. All right, let's.
To him immediately after the news.
Charlie, I love you to death. I shared the link to the video.
Team. I mean, we know that his lawyers were informed by the DA.
I shared the link to.
In kind of the
you go ahead and watch. This is like too weird for me.
For his political team, they found out about the news from the New York Times. They saw the app alert hit their phones, and they peeled away to figure out what next steps would be, at least from a political front. And from the political front, they seem to be focused on a fundraising thing. You know, this has always been Trump's or the Trump campaigns go to. You know, if you can't beat the news cycle, then at least try and make money off your supporters. So this is exactly what they're trying to do. But you know, Trump, for all his bravado, has been very muted. He has not been particularly happy about this indictment. He was always fearful about how he's going to be perceived in history. And now that he is actually criminally charged, you know, the first former president or sitting president to be charged, I think he takes this personally, and it's quite a knock to his self-esteem.
You know, and
so we got the readout for a little bit, then we have two. Go ahead. Watch the Avalon Preach video.
Charlie.
Who's Charlie?
Moist Critical, the guy, the white dude.
Florida man.
I'd love to see that little soy boy come up here and mess with me.
Who did that?
You see what's happening in the background? You see what's happening here?
You all know he ain't gonna say anything to my face. Was that Charlie?
Who did that? Who the fuck did that? That is so good. That is so good. I would pay to have whole episodes of different things that happen on the. Who did that?
It's a channel called Meat Canyon.
God damn.
Meat Canyon does good work.
Let's keep watching.
Hey, yo, baby. Can you and your man take this into the other room, please? I can't hear myself think with all that love making you're doing.
Yeah, fine,
Thank you so
whatever.
much,
No
baby.
problem.
Yeah.
No problem, Sneaky. No problem.
It's Sneeko.
Bro, they had to add in like that one part.
Shit. Who the fuck did that? And you have the angel of death.
It's so wild. If you look at the wakes, they got cobwebs on them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like this
No,
nigga
it's a
never
detail.
lifted. They even got Tate's picture in the background. They really did a good job representing his room.
Yo, chat. Charlie is at my door. What should I say to him? What do you want, you little soy boy loser? Nice. What the hell is that? Chad. Charlie's at my bedroom door. What do I do? Hey!
The legs. The legs. The legs, bro, the legs.
Bro.
Who did that?
Bro, they gave this man Ethiopian legs. That shit is wild.
That's fucked up.
This is private property. You better leave.
That's a chastity belt.
Bro, this is just
He's
like,
not leaving.
I don't know how many times I've seen this video because of all the people that are reacting to it.
Sorry, Charlie, but you asked for this. Chad, I'm out of ammo.
Cuties.
I gotta find another clip. It's called a magazine.
Hey, this is good. This is good.
This motherfucker's the angel of death.
Hey.
You better get out of here. Charlie, I'm actually a huge fan. I watch your stuff all the time. Just let me turn off my stream and maybe we can talk this over, okay? Let go of me!
Classic Meat Canyon.
Andrew Tate wept.
There's nothing that gets me more hard than my favorite movie, Paddington 2. This movie is like if you combine...
They literally nailed this cadence the way he talks.
Belle Delphine's tiny little tits and something else that's good, I don't know. Anyway, that's it for today. See ya.
Yo, that's good.
They killed it. They killed it.
Yo.
Yeah,
They
that was
killed
good
that
shit, man.
Yo.
And you know what's so funny? So I remember this clip I saw a while back, but before Nico became like a Tate fanboy, basically,
Yeah.
Daddy Tate's son.
Yeah.
There's a clip of him reacting to Tate. Watch this.
Really?
If I was him, I'd hate us. I'd hate you. Of course he does. Of course he does. Don't get mad at the dude. He's fat. He's short. He's clearly lonely. He's wearing fucking baggy ass shorts. All
right, now they're going a little too, like, come on, bro. Fat, short. All right, you don't need to. Why are you
You shouldn't be like physically talking about another man on that level. You fat lying piece of shit. I would beat the
Is he American? He looks fucking amazing. Dresses American. I'm in my tailored $10,000 suits without a geeky hat on. I haven't got a pedo mustache. I got all the women. I got money.
He just said, I paid $10,000. Why do you spend $10,000 on suits? It's a suit. It looks the same all the time. It's a fucking black jacket, black pants, and a tie. You don't need to spend 10 bands on that. You spend 10 bands on it so you could say in a podcast that it costs 10 bands. But just dress
Yo, this is like crazy, like how aware he is of all this shit, like back then.
Of course, but it's just an amazing.
I got a jet. I see this. I don't know, man. Like these self-help dudes are just are too full of themselves. Like, why are you yelling about your jet on a podcast?
Well, how long ago was that?
A year. This is a year.
Well, people can switch. People can flip. There's something.
My man is like pancakes.
Lack of self-awareness for somebody like that. It's actually almost an impressive lack of self-awareness for someone like that to look at someone like me, who's as accomplished as I am, with every genetic gift God can.
All right, bro. Like, as accomplished I am with the genetic gifts of a man and the physical superiority of my body. So why are you like, bro? You're wearing a shiny fucking bomber gold jacket with open and sunglasses on. You look like a video game character. You look like what a 12-year-old would pick as his GTA character. All right, there's self-help for men, and then there's also just jerking yourself off to other men. Because right now you're like,
all right, Anakin Sneakwalker. Like, shit.
You said Anakin Sneakwalker?
Yeah, you
Yo, I'm actually giving you that one. That's actually fire.
No, but he flipped on the dark side.
Anakin Sneakwalker. That's crazy.
No, but he fucking flipped on the dark
Yo,
side.
that is actually
But I mean, that's what he does. That's what it is. He flipped on the dark side.
Yo, preach. I gotta give it to you today. The nigga.
No, but yo, that's what it
Anakin
is.
Sneakwalker?
Yeah.
Hey.
That's what it is. He flipped. Yo, that's a.
And if you look at pictures of him now, he's wearing the same type of shirts. He's literally wearing shades indoors during interviews. So he's literally copied verbatim Tate's whole playbook.
Yeah.
You know, for someone who calls everyone else a bot, it's crazy how he became a Tate bot himself.
He became what you hate. And you hated Tate.
bro, button up your fucking jacket, B.
But the thing that happened is that he didn't become Tate.
He did.
He became the image.
Sure.
Because he's not doing what. The thing is this. I actually believe Tate does everything that he says he does. That's the difference. I believe he does and he moves exactly how he says he moves. It's not the fact that, I got respect for that, but I got more respect for that than for emulators that emulates that. They emulate the fact that they move like him, do what they don't. Sneeko don't do what Tate does. Sneeko doesn't have the training, doesn't have nothing that. They're emulating that. Same thing with other people like that. They're doing that. At least Tate is doing what he says he does. Good or bad. Consistent. He's consistent in what he says.
I mean, no. Because sometimes it's a character, sometimes it's not. I'm just joking. No, you're not. You know what I mean? I don't think he's consistent.
What I mean by that, he's trying to play a game. He always says that he's trying to play a game, and when he says it's consistent, it's because it benefits him. And when he's saying it's a game, it's because it benefits him. When it's not, it doesn't. But at the end of the day, I think he really moves like that. Only uses the game and character card when he's in trouble. You understand what I'm saying? Sure. But other than that, I think he actually.
Oh,
lives like
okay.
that.
Now I'm getting what Preach is saying. Okay. Like he says like these outrageous things, but he actually believes those things, and he does act like that in his private life though. But when he talks about like, oh, I'm just like a character and stuff like that, that's to like soften his image so he can get into like other communities too, where he doesn't want to, like when he was doing the Tucker Carlson interview, when he was speaking to Piers Morgan, you know, when he does things like that, he's talking about, he softens his image, right? So he doesn't get like canceled, or so he can present himself in a certain way to other audiences too. Oh yeah, I'm not that bad. I'm just playing the character. You know, I'm just playing the character too. But in private though, this character that he keeps talking about, that is actually him. That's how he actually acts too. It was actually very telling. And like, remember when Vice did that piece on Andrew Tate too, and they were talking about like that the journalist from Vice, he actually fought somebody, and he was talking about like Andrew Tate watching like these guys who weren't like trained fighters, like actual trained fighters, including the Vice guy. And in one of the like after report, they did a report like afterwards when they released it, and the producer was talking. and they were like, and another journalist from Vice was interviewing the journalist who covered Andrew Tate and the producer for that piece. The producer was talking about like they did like a sparring session, and Tate was actually going pretty hard, like. And if you go back to the original piece, and that journalist, that Vice journalist, and that fighter was going at it, Tate was like enjoying it a little bit too much. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he wanted that. It felt like to me when I was like watching, I was like, bro, I think Tate wants like this guy to actually get hurt, right? It's another thing too if like the guy went in there for like 30 seconds and then like Tate just like rang the bells like, nah, we're not gonna let this. I just wanted to see if you would actually do it, and you actually did it, and you actually did it. So like, you don't fight the guy, and like bring in somebody who actually was gonna like a legit fighter to fight the actual fighter. You know what I mean? But like, he wanted the guy to get. He enjoyed the guy getting hurt. That's a difference too. That's the difference between like actual fighters and people who think that they're fighters too. Actual fighters know like the pain and suffering that they can inflict on another human being, and they have like restraint. But when they get into the octagon or the ring and they're fighting against someone who they know like is trained as hard as they have trained, they're not going to hold back because they know that person can protect themselves. They know that if they don't go all out, they can get knocked out, you know. But people who play fight, you know, they either going to get their ass kicked, or they don't have the nuance in the training and the self-restraint to restrain themselves to the point where they might actually hurt the other person, and they might kill that person, or they might seriously hurt that person, and then they're dealing with a manslaughter charge down the line, or they're getting like sued for millions of dollars. You know what I mean? So it's interesting though. I really love that report. Like, I understand, like from the onset I can tell like Vice was trying to like tell a specific story about Tate, but like more and more I was watching Tate, it was like he is that character. I don't know if it's like he's always been that person, or like he kind of got high on his own supply. It might be a little bit of both, but like he is that person behind the scenes. Yeah, the person he portrays on camera, I think he is that person behind the scenes. You know, because sometimes people just like they play a character and then they eventually become that character. That makes sense.
The mansion, he lives like that. Most of these other dudes don't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. A lot of the guys in the Red Pill just cosplaying.
They cosplay.
Like, they act like they out here players, but they married and they not getting nothing on the side. Even though they say like options. Yeah,
you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that, and then your whole wife is this,
Yeah.
your whole wife is that, or you shouldn't date girls that are like the girls that are in this industry, X-work,
Yep.
things like that, and then you do and date those. Well, Tate
Yep.
doesn't really give a fuck. He's like,
I disagree. He claims the whole Muslim thing. Meanwhile, he owns casinos and still running the sex web stuff. Like, he's also fake about a lot of his stuff too. I don't buy that.
This is the amount of fake.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
what you're saying.
These guys, like women in the chat, there's like maybe 6 of you here. Do you think that these guys are going to be fun to date? I guess I don't know them, and I'm judging it off of 2 minutes of a podcast where they're defending themselves being called incels. I guess it'd be fun, like, cause like this, I think this guy on the left is a fighter or stuff like that. So like a woman will enjoy that. But based on this so far, do you think that they're giving like the charming personality that women want to be charmed? That's actually takes precedent over the rest of the superficial stuff that men always talk about on this podcast. Women want to have a good
And now you listen to him today, and he's the exact opposite. There's just an interesting little look into it. You know what it makes me think of?
What?
It's like when you know a girl, and then a pimp rolled through, and then you don't know her anymore.
Yeah.
Sneeko just got pimped.
Yeah.
Say
the whole thing, nigga. A pimp named Slipback. I'll be in my car. You join me. 1, 2.
It's crazy. But anyways, let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
Sneeko's Cristal, like the champagne? That's Sneeko.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that was fucking rough. Let's see. That's an old video. Let's see.
Would the foreperson that the jury has selected please stand and state your number?
Number 19.
Thank you. Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have.
Will you please hand it to the bailiff, and the bailiff will bring it to me? Thank you. You may be seated.
I was not following this trial at all. I don't care about like civil suits. I didn't care about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, even though that would have been good content, excuse me.
Was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? No. Was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Oh, skip that.
There's just no response there.
Okay. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause Gwyneth Paltrow's? Did Terry Sanderson's fault cause Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes. Comparative fault. What % of the fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? 100%. Damages. What amount fairly compensates Gwyneth Paltrow for economic damages? $1. Signed March 30th, 2023.
Thank you. So to juror number 19, the foreperson, is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And the attorneys have asked that I poll the jury, and so I need to ask each one of you if this is your verdict. This is not an unusual thing to happen. It happens quite often. So number 16, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 8, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've already covered number 19. Number 28, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 29, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
And number 32, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So to the attorneys, is there anything further before I discharge the jury?
Nothing for the plaintiff, Your
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you to jurors.
Let me just read you the last jury instruction. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is finished.
That's it, folks.
For your service. The American system of justice relies on your time.
Okay. That's enough for that, too. Let's see here. The fuck is this? No, movie channel. Oh, it's a Gundam. Yeah, Velma's fucking terrible. I saw like the first 2 episodes and I was like, why did they make this? We can watch Hassan's coverage of this. This is not his official channel. This is like one of a million fucking channels. Let's see. Is there anything else here that's worth it? Scherzer had a decent out. He gave up 3 runs though. Yeah, there are actually a couple of fake job listings online. They get taken down pretty regularly too, but every once in a while, people apply to them too. And unfortunately, like, you don't put like a lot of information on there, but you put like contact information on there on your resume, and it's like fucking like, why do people like scam people over like fake job listings, man? I didn't see the new episode of Mandalorian, so I don't want to look at any spoilers. I'll probably look at it, watch it after stream. I do want to watch this hearing tomorrow. That's the only thing, too. That's sort of a big thing. Let's see what they say about this.
Good evening and welcome to the News Hour. We come on the air with breaking news tonight. Former President Donald Trump has been indicted in a hush money case involving an alleged affair. A lawyer for Mr. Trump says he has been informed that a grand jury in New York returned that indictment.
It's the first time any ex-president has been charged in a criminal case.
And it comes as Mr. Trump is running for president again in 2024. We turn now to two former federal prosecutors, Renato Mariotti and Jessica Roth. Thank you both for being with us. And Jessica Roth, I think it's fair to say that we were not expecting an indictment today. Of course, a grand jury conducts its work in secret, but we knew the Manhattan grand jury works on Mondays and Wednesdays, and there was reporting that the jury was planning to take off much of April for a pre-planned break. Walk us through how this jury would have arrived at an indictment today.
Well, we don't know if they voted on it today or if they voted on it on another day, and it just had remained under seal, as it still does as we sit here. I mean, one of the extraordinary things about a grand jury is that it does its work in secrecy. And so we don't know precisely when they voted on it. Presumably it was after they heard the last witnesses who were presented by the district attorney's office to shore up the testimony of Mr. Cohen and his credibility, presumably after the witness had been called, who was requested by former President Trump to impugn his credibility. And so sometime between when that happened and today, the grand jury indicted.
Renato Mariotti, we have to underscore the unprecedented nature of this case, the first ex-president to be charged with a crime. What does this tell us about the case that was built by the Manhattan District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, and the kinds of evidence and witnesses that had to be presented to the grand jury?
Well, I will say Alvin Bragg must know that this is going to be his legacy, one way or the other. I'm sure his office has handled many cases, and he has obviously had a lengthy career. But the bottom line is that this is a case for the history books, regardless of what the end result is. And so he and his team must feel very confident that they, have the goods here. I will say that to an outside observer who doesn't have access to the secret grand jury material that I think your other guest wisely mentioned a moment ago, it certainly looks like there are serious questions about this case, but at this stage, I think we have to presume that prosecutors are confident in their evidence. Otherwise, they've certainly set themselves up for a difficult challenge ahead.
And Jessica Roth, tell us more about Alvin Bragg, this prosecutor who has now apparently brought an indictment against Mr. Trump.
Well, he's a former federal prosecutor, and he's also a former state prosecutor in the Attorney General's office. He has shown himself, I think, since he took office, to be very careful with respect to many things, but especially with respect to a potential prosecution of former President Trump.
Yep.
You'll recall that he took a lot of heat for not moving forward with a prior indictment or a suggested indictment. Several prosecutors who had been working under Alvin Bragg's predecessor, Cy Vance, were prepared to submit to the grand jury that related to the Trump Organization and former President Trump's inflation of assets for certain purposes and deflation of their value for other purposes. And so those two prominent prosecutors resigned when Alvin Bragg, shortly after taking office, was not prepared to move forward. So I think the history since he took office as the District Attorney of Manhattan suggests that he's been quite careful and deliberate in this regard.
Renato, there is a lot we don't know. We need to point that out. As Jessica Roth mentioned, that indictment remains under seal at this moment. But walk us through what we could expect to happen next, when we would learn more about the details of that indictment, what happens on Mr. Trump's side, would he be expected to surrender at some point? What should we expect?
Yes, so what we would expect is that there would be a date that would be set for an initial appearance and an arraignment. That's essentially a hearing where the charges are, traditionally formally read, not so much nowadays, but formally read, and the defendant is advised of his rights and the potential penalties. And then there would also be a bond that would be set at that initial appearance and at that arraignment. So I would expect that Trump's attorneys and the prosecutors would be in contact, and there would be, when that date is set, that there would be an understanding that he would appear at that initial appearance. I think one thing we don't know is whether that would be virtual or in person, but obviously there have been
in person.
The former president wants that to be in person. Regardless, I think at that point the indictment would be unsealed. We would learn what the charges are. but we would not learn all of the government's evidence. And I think Jessica's made an excellent point. All of that's been done in secret, and we don't know all of the details about that yet.
Jessica Roth, as we wrap up our conversation, you are a student of the law, you're a student of history. In the minute or less that we have left, characterize this historic moment for us.
Well, it is, as we all know, the first time a former president has been indicted. He's been indicted by a state prosecutor in the county where he used to live, but he has since left. I mean, so the narrative here is extraordinary, and I think that it's going to be probably a prelude to other indictments to come, that this, in a sense, was the first step toward a number of crimes that the former president may have committed in the nature of obstructing justice and impairing our democracy. So I think it's the first chapter.
Jessica Roth and Renato Mariotti, our thanks to you both.
Thank you.
There you go, PBS NewsHour.
Is that like it is literally the lowest offense that you could get him on. Like it's just the lowest offense that you could get him on, which is like, but I'm still gonna enjoy it.
Don't really care.
Patch
like,
notes.
was Vosh testing your IRI?
7.0.07. Got some big changes here, guys. Starting with gameplay and investment. Trials of Osiris fixed an issue where wins on a 7-win trials passage would reward unfocusable Trials of Osiris Ingrams. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my God, just stop tying the accommodation score to the ranking system. I fucking hate it, dude. People have such an issue with it too, because people still like accommodation farming.
Battlegrounds, lost sectors, offensives, hunts, and legend and master campaign missions. Now I will say the master campaign missions they're pretty tough, like no lie. But I feel like everything else, difficulty wise, I was happy with. Now UI and UX reduced the combination score required for Guardian rank 7-8, literally ruined the game. Hit the ignition, but we'll see. Now weapons. Fix an issue where the target lock trait was not correctly deactivating on a miss if the weapon was firing at 720 rounds per minute or higher. Wow. So it's because it exceeded those rounds per minute that target lock wouldn't deactivate. Interesting. In some ways, this is a heavy nerf to Immortal.
Oh my God, that's so good.
Perpetualist and Rufus as well, which is a 720. So both Rufus and Immortal got nerfed from this. Not substantially so, but still a nerf. Whereas Perpetualist was 600 rounds per minute, so it didn't even apply to that weapon. But regardless though, we're gonna have to play with Immortal and see how that plays out now. Now, fix an issue where some players were unable to acquire the Wrist Runner Catalyst. Also fix an issue where Quicksilver Storm and Touch of Malice were not receiving the 40% damage bonus against minor enemies. Now, power and progression. Fix an issue where certain ghosts and weapon mods were not correctly unlocked when progressing through Guardian ranks. Also fix an issue where certain new players were missing access to patrol destinations. Now, we did run some testing real quick, guys, right after this hotfix went live, and pre-damage for Touch of Malice to where it is now post is doing 33.6% more damage. And for Quicksilver Storm, pre-damage versus post is about a 34.8% increase in damage.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, we're supposed to be 5 levels under on the Amuna, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be doing 40% more damage. So it's leaving us wondering what the hell happened to that other 7%.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like I noticed it too in my last playthrough, especially I don't have Touch of Malice, but like I was noticing it with like the Quicksilver Storm. I should be yeeting through like red bar enemies. I'm not getting like that damage increase whatsoever. So I'm assuming I'm gonna play it after stream, to be honest with you, Destiny 2. But like I want to see now, like with my Strand build, because my Strand build centered around the Bayonetta Leap exotic for Titans and like the Quicksilver Storm. Constantly suspend, can yeet them through, get the grenades, I always have a suspension up, and I'm always constantly going to have woven armor up too. So let me see if like now like that 40% damage bonus against minor enemies is
This could
is
be
actually
something to do with
activating.
the power delta, but at the same time, we were still at that power delta even before this hotfix went live. So again, we'll be running numbers more on this, guys. Now, as far as Nezarec and what's actually changed with him, Clyde and even Saul Greppa posted that the change to Nezarec was actually just the glitch. You see, Nezi could get glitched so that he just wouldn't attack you. So it appears that that won't happen anymore. But as far as like actually changing him up mechanically to the point where he's like jumping up onto the platforms, that doesn't seem to be changed at all. This is just purely targeted to that glitch. Now onto the TWAB. Another Wheat Boys and another TWAB. This week at Bungie, we're still recovering from the emotional roller coaster that was last week's story mission and this week's remembrance centering around Amanda Holiday. While we're still making our best attempt at pretending we aren't sobbing messes over our favorite mechanic, we did want to share our preview of the mid-season weapons update. Oh my, it's actually happening. A fun behind-the-scenes look at the development, animation horrors, and an update on what our player support team is working hard on. Now here's what we're going to be digging into this week. A preview of our mid-season update from the team. This is going to be a big one, guys. Answering a question about one particular weapon players are searching for, a behind-the-scenes look at the placeholder animations regarding that gun, an update from our player support team on known issues and coming updates, and community's favorites, art of the week and movie of the week picks. Now before moving on to the actual TWAB, we wanted to pay tribute to the incredible Amanda Holiday. Last week, we all said goodbye to a character that proudly walked the Guardian path in every way but her title. Holiday gave her life during Season of Defiance, and she did so in the most Amanda way possible, like a compassionate badass with a capital B. No matter her trials, her heart never shied away from caring about those around her, even when her mind begged her to be more reserved. We saw it with her friendship with Crow, and against all odds, we saw it in the small ways that she showed our Vanguard that she was there to support them. We also saw it each time we spoke with her, even if we just needed a little ship tune-up. On a more personal note, I worked on an aircraft when I was active duty military, so I always looked up to Amanda as a character and felt a special bond with her. I could see myself in her. I wanted to be her. She was a light and had a strength I don't even think she knew about. It has always been inspiring, and her journey will continue to inspire long after her sacrifice. Amanda Holiday gave up her life to help those around her. For those who needed protection, needed safety,
I think she's gonna come back as a guardian.
For a cause she believed in, and it's our job as guardians to make her proud. Now, time for a difficulty conversation. We've been keeping an eye on community feedback on overall difficulty since Lightfall's launch, and we have some changes in today's update and future updates that retune certain experiences. In today's update, we've reduced legend and master enemy HP scalars for non-boss units, which we felt were a little higher than we liked. We also reduced enemy HP scalar in all non-raid and dungeon legend master activities by 10%, and we reduced the co-op enemy HP scalar in Legendary Avalon by 33% in a full fire team. Wow, that is a whopping nerf to enemies, especially the 33% for full fire teams. Now, we've also made some additional reductions to combination requirements so that players can reach their milestones at a more enjoyable pace. So we reduced Hawthorne's weekly challenge commendation target from 20 to now 5. Also, the Guardian rank objectives that require players to give commendations from rank 7, 8, and 9 have been removed, and they further reduced commendation score requirements for Guardians rank 7 through 9 significantly. Rank 7 is just 100 now, rank 8 is 250, and rank 9 is 500. Now, mid-season preview? Ah, yes, it's time. Weapons Edition. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another mid-season Weapons Balance Pass preview. Senior Designer Lead Chris Proctor here. This is not going to be a huge one, but we feel that the changes we do have are impactful to the sandboxes in both PvP and inside of PvE. Also, as a note in case you missed it, in last week's patch, we corrected an issue with target lock that was making it significantly more forgiving to use than intended, which originally would have been included in this patch, but we felt that change warranted being pulled forward. 1000% trying to target Immortal. Now, PvE primary weapon balance. Are we about to get some buffs? We want to see how the PvE sandbox shook after the release of Lightfall. Not necessarily to see if primary weapons needed a buff, but more to see how much we should buff them. We've done quite a bit of testing on these numbers in content ranging from heroic nightfalls to legendary campaigns, all the way up to grandmasters. And we think that the changes are impactful without invalidating the difficulty of the appropriate levels. Now, in heroic and legendary content, you should be more likely to one-shot red bar enemies depending on your weapon type. And even in GMs, we have shaved how many shots it takes and time it takes to kill for the below weapons against red and orange bar enemies. We want to add that we do not believe we are done with tuning weapon damage in PvE. This is merely a starting point, and we will revisit this in the coming seasons to make sure everything has a place in the sandbox. So increase the damage of the following weapon types against red and orange bar enemies in PvE, starting with auto rifles. Auto rifles face steep competition from SMGs within parts of their range, which in this case is pretty much all the range, Bungie. What you talking about? And having a longer possible engagement distance wasn't doing enough to offset it. We don't want auto rifles to defeat combatants faster than SMGs, as that would flip the script and invalidate the lower range options instead. But we did feel we we could close the gap substantially. Auto rifles, you are getting a 25% buff in PvE. Somebody break out my Quicksilver. 'Tis time. Pulse rifles and hand cannons have been considered weaker and harder PvE content for some time, so we wanted to make sure that the buff we gave them was substantial, while at the same time keeping them below the lower range options in terms of pure lethality. Pulse rifles have struggled. Why, yes, they have. They're pretty shite, being less effective than scout rifles, despite, for the most part, having a less effective range. We also put sidearms into this group because they similarly lacked in damage output compared to the longer range SMGs. At these values, pulse rifles should be in a more reasonable spot. Hand cannons should feel like they pack more of a punch, and sidearms should fall much better into that high risk, high reward category. So pulse rifles, hand cannons, and sidearms are getting a buff by 20%. Let's go, boys. I want you to know, don't get me wrong, I love builds, but there should be a nice balance, harmony between utilizing neutral game abilities and utilizing your weapons. And I feel like we've been kind of steering away, especially from primary weapons, right? Now scout rifles. We need to be careful tuning scout rifles up too much, because they
like the meta right now is like running double specials and obviously like a heavy too, to like running primaries now, unless they do something else. Like almost all my primaries, it's because the season's surrounded around like Void and Solar and Strand. They have to like synergize with like my abilities. So like for my Strand build, for my Titan, everything builds into suspension. Everything. That's why Quicksilver Storm's the centerpiece of that too. But I run my Deafening Whisper, my Waveframe grenade launcher, and I run like whatever heavy I need for like that moment. Right now it's like Fire and Forget, right? For the shatter damage specifically, and it does a ton. Hot aggressive frame, 3-shot burst on a linear fusion rifle, field prep, low charge time, was it field prep and choke clip, fucking tons of shatter damage. So, and for my solar, incandescent, and at that point it's, I think I'm using Polaris Lance, a build that he did, and then I'm gonna build another solar build for Lorelei and Sunspot too. But I think I can like remove and like put the Sunspot in there for that, inside that Polaris Lance. And then for Arc, it's just jolt, whether it's I forget the bow name that does like Trinity Ghoul, or like any weapon that's Volt Shot, preferably the Ikelos, the latest Ikelos weapon that's Volt Shot too. And then you have that pistol from like Season of Plunder too, that sidearm that's great with Volt Shot too. You can get Feeding Frenzy, and you can get Feeding Frenzy and Volt Shot on that's fucking insane too, by the way. So if my primary weapon doesn't do something else and builds into my abilities or increases like my grenade charge on PvE, I just don't use a primary.
Ranges paired with unlimited ammo. So making them too strong instantly turns most in-game PvE content into sit as far away as possible and plink, which we want to avoid. That being said, after the changes to the other weapons, they felt like they were trailing just a little too far behind, so we moved them up as well. So scout rifles are getting a 10% buff. This is a perfect opportunity for me to plug our Polaris Lance build. Fellas, it's nasty, and it's only getting nastier. Now, SMGs and bows. We tuned the rest of the primary weapons using these two archetypes as benchmarks. But as mentioned above, we will continue to keep an eye on the primary weapon balance in PvE and may revisit their tuning as needed. AKA, we're not nerfing them for now, but we're Bungie, so you never know. Rest in peace, Winter Bites. Now, weapon archetypes. Submachine guns. Aggressive frame SMGs have been far too strong in the PvP meta for the last couple of months. With a handful of outliers taking most of the credit. The Ikelos SMG was something of a mystery to us, as we continually felt and got reports that the gun seemed to have much better stability than its stats would indicate that it should compared to other SMGs. Originally, the Ikelos SMG was built back in the Warmind era, when we had fewer guidelines on how to keep weapons balanced. And upon doing a deeper investigation, we found that some custom tuning had been added to the weapon scope to give it that recoil reduction effect. Big shout out to Vicarious Visions. They be looking out. Now, for comparisons, the recoil reduction tuning was likely having an effect nearly equivalent to Zim Moment at max strength. Wow. Okay, that's kind of busted. Vicarious, you went too hard. We have removed that custom tuning, and the recoil should now feel in line with other SMGs. Look at there, guys. Everybody but Cronus users are crying. Now, the Ikelos SMG removed some tuning in the custom scope, causing these weapons to have significantly less recoil than intended. The recoil is now in line with other aggressive frame SMGs. We're also aware that this change in isolation, while noticeable, is unlikely to put much of a dent in aggressive frame SMGs in its current dominance. So we have a larger change to reduce the damage of aggressive subfamily that will release alongside Season 21. This change will be targeted at shifting the resiliency threshold where the gun can achieve its optimal 0.67 time to kill down to a lower value to force a more reasonable 0.77 second time to kill against most players, while also decreasing the forgiveness of missed crits. I see. Now you're probably wondering, Cross, how does this affect Immortal? Talking about Ikelos like it's still the meta. And don't get me wrong, Ikelos is still good amongst other 750s, but Immortal is definitely top dog. Well, unless they say something about Immortal directly, it's still going to be reigning supreme. Just saying. Now, fusion rifles. When we last touched fusion rifles, shotgun had seen a big drop in effectiveness, and we were concerned that rapid fire frame fusions would rise up to take their place. As such, we preemptively nerfed rapid fires pretty hard. In today's sandbox, this is less of a concern due to the renewed strength of shotguns following the airborne effectiveness and pellet spread changes. So we've walked back some of the damage nerfs that we made to rapid fires. This change will push them back to defeating all resilience levels in 7 bolts and give them a decent bump to ease of use. So we increase the burst damage by 15, damage per burst goes from 245 to now 260, and damage per bolt goes from 27.2 to 28.9. Damage in PvE is unchanged. Now what this means, guys, it's very simple. Look in your vault. Acquire thy fusion rifle named Lightly Suspect. Obtain craftable roll, profit in PvP. Now trace rifles. Oh boy. Trace rifles are in a bit of a precarious spot in the Crucible. In the right hands, they can kill very quickly from long ranges, even outside of their optimal time to kill. On the other hand, they can be difficult to use. They often feel heavily ammo limited if you're not hitting the optimal TTK. We did a lot of experimenting with them for this change, including multiple combinations of damage and crit ratios, and settled on the values below as the highest that we could push their damage output before they become frustrating to deal with in the Crucible. Interestingly, with damage any higher than this, the feeling was that they had a surplus of ammo, especially in 6v6 modes, and could often net 2 kills per special brick picked up, which was concerning. Again, Bungie really just wants that to be 1. Once we moved their damage values, they still felt like they needed a little bit more, and we wanted to lean harder and to make them feel good to use, so we increased the effect that stability has on reducing flinch at the high end of the stats. We'll monitor this change when it goes live and may revisit the ammo situation in a future update if their effectiveness remains low. Also increase base damage by 4%. Base damage goes from 12 to now 12.5. Reduce precision multiplier from 1.4 to 1.35. Crit damage goes from 16.8 to now 16.9. Very nice. And increase the effectiveness of stability at reducing flinch by 10% at 100 stats. Scales down at lower values. I think that's the main thing, guys. Trace rifles, to me, does not handle flinch good. Now, honestly, very small bumps across the board here for trace rifles. Again, kind of like some of our other weapons in the game. Every now and then you find that one guy that uses trace rifles and they pop off and it's annoying as hell. It's like that one person that uses fighting line and they're a beast with it. Trace rifles, just like a lot of other weapons, can be extremely deadly in the right hands, especially folks that cheat, right? Like they never miss and they have fast time to kill because it's a trace rifle. Now, sniper rifles. Rapid fire frame sniper rifles have long struggled to find a place in both PvP and PvE meta. Now, in PvP, their inability to kill with 2 body shots puts them on uneven footing with other snipers. Why, yes, it does. And in PvE, their fast RPM but standard inventory size means you constantly feel low on ammo. Bungie, did you read my diary? What the hell? To address these concerns and differentiate them from other sniper subfamilies, we've reduced their recoil by 50%. Oh, now this means hitting a crit on a boss or a champion in PvE is much easier. And taking rapid follow-up shots in PvP is too. Dude, that's nutty, actually. We were landing some crazy shots this past week playing with the rapid fire sniper rifle, which we're gonna have a review on very soon. But this change, oh my. We also have increased the inventory stat by 30%, which should give them a lot more rounds to play with inside of PvE. So, reduce recoil by 50% and increase total ammunition, magazine plus reserves by 30%. Guys, that is a huge change. I know it doesn't seem like much, but considering you can't get the double body shot with these sniper rifles inside of PvP, which you are gonna be able to do because of the reduction there in recoil, is just go for the double headshot. And believe me, guys, under fire, it's crazy how often these snipers actually land the kill. Now, moving on to exotic weapons, starting with Final Warning. Final Warning being able to track targets through barricades, while funny in some cases, felt pretty unfair to play against and was not an intended mechanic of the weapon. So now, or when this patch actually goes live, can no longer mark targets through Titan barricades. Honestly, guys, I haven't seen anyone else using Final Warning. Like, we used it for the first week, it was pretty fun, and then that was it. Terrorbuff. This weapon is something we have been keeping an eye on for a while, and with the spotlight being shown on aggressive frame SMGs, it felt like Terrorbuff has had its time in the sun. When the weapon was introduced, there was substantially less survivability in PvP, and the intention was that it would take nearly 2 full engagements to get Ravenous Beast active, which made it one of the costliest perks we had in the game, and justified the extreme power that it offered. As the sandbox has progressed, however, survivability has increased, and it has become possible for Ravenous Beast to be very close to activating after a single engagement. This has meant that savvy players could purposely bait or take small amount of damage, like standing in a grenades effect to top off the perk, and then have it active for the second engagement. The increased ease of access has made Ravenous Beast an outlier in today's Crucible, and we are left with the options of reducing the potency of the perk itself or trying to make its activation more difficult, and we decided to work with the latter. This reduction in energy granted from taking damage puts the onus back on the user to deal damage and shifts the balance of the perk back towards a difficult activator that justifies its reward of a potent effect. In addition, we are continuing our mission to address Zoom outliers, and this felt like a good time to reduce the Zoom of Terra buff back down to something more in line with the rest of the SMG archetype. So we reduced the amount of Ravenous Beast energy generated when taking damage from 3% to now 1%. Again, really pushing you to use the weapon to deal damage rather than take damage. Also, reduce the Zoom from 16 to 15. That's going to be a huge one, guys. Obviously, it's still going to shred within range. Now, Revision 0. 4 times the charm. Working when Revision 0 went into Hunter's Trace is a fun and intended interaction, but it caused some unfortunate issues. Activating it too early while the perk was up caused the weapon to overflow its limited mag size and return to the normal pulse rifle mode. We have made it fixed so that 4 times the charm can continue to work while Hunter's Trace is active, but it will no longer not be able to grant ammo until all shots have been expended. This means you can still enjoy the 2 free shots provided by the perk as long as you hit all 4 Hunter Trace rounds without worrying about being kicked out of the mode. In addition, we have buffed the damage of the Hunter's Trace rounds by 25% in PvE, and we have buffed the Hockey Heavy Burst rounds by 75% in PvE. This will now make it more of a trade-off when choosing between the original perks, either dealing more damage in the primary mode but charging Hunter's Trace more slowly, or dealing less damage but charging the bonus shots more quickly. I like the separation there. Now, 4 times the charm will now be reset when entering Hunter's Trace. This will prevent the issue of firing a single shot while in Hunter's Trace and being forcibly returned to the pulse rifle mode when 4 times the charm activates. Also, increase PvE damage on the Hunter's Trace rounds by 25% and increase PvE damage of the Hockey Heavy Burst rounds by 75%. Now, let me just kind of give you a lesson here on Revision 0 if you're not understanding what they're talking about. 4 times the charm is an exotic catalyst that you can add to Revision 0. And again, landing 4 shots will return 2 rounds. You actually had 2 firing modes, both the Hockey Light Burst Fire and the Hockey Heavy Burst Fire. There really wasn't a big difference other than the Hockey Light Burst, which is a 4-round burst, charge your super shots faster than that of the Hockey Heavy Burst. But now that you have this difference here in damage, the trade-off will be either, hey, do you want to go with the heavier damage but slower charge for those super sniper shots, or do you want to prioritize those super sniper shots with the Hockey 4-round burst mode? Now, as far as what they're talking about with 4 times the charm, you could actually land a single burst of Hockey Heavy in its 2-round burst mode, then proceed to hold your reload to swap to your sniper shots, and then shoot 2 shots, which would then automatically refund 2 more shots. And the reason for this is because 4 times the charm was registering the 2-round bursts as 2 shots, and it was still ongoing, so that when you landed 2 sniper shots, it refunded 2 sniper shots. Then you would land 4 more sniper shots, and then it would refund 2 more, and then you would land those final 2. The reality is, guys, this was a workaround which allowed us to land 8 sniper shots in a row, which was hot damage. Now, Bungie didn't like this, which is why it will no longer work. But outside
that was
kind of
OP.
PvE damage in its base form. That's pretty nice. And again, guys, the weapon Rose of Vorpal, and it has anti-barrier capabilities. So yeah, I'll probably be using it. Now, at Season 21 launch, a sweeping rework of weapon hipfire reticles to better display useful information to players, accuracy, aim assist, charge state, exotic perk state, etc. The aggressive frame SMG nerf, a 10% PvE buff to sniper rifle damage. Wow! And buffs and adjustments to more than a dozen exotic weapons, including Graviton Lance and Salvation's Grip. So again, guys, this is like some teasers for what's coming in Season 21. Everything we talked about just now was literally us talking about things that are coming probably here in a few weeks, I would assume. It's a mid-season patch. And then all of this stuff, the aggressive frame SMG nerf, the buff there to sniper rifles, right? And all the different exotic reworks, that's going to be coming in Season 21, which will be Season the Deep. Now, in the future, we're going to be taking a look at how Zoom interacts with damage falloff and the base damage falloff range of all weapons in general. Zoom and perks like Rangefinder that manipulate Zoom have become a requirement on several weapon types, either to compete at all in the sandbox or to allow the weapon to exceed its intended engagement ranges. This has led us to begin to consolidate Zoom values on certain weapon archetypes, which removes an important lever that we can use to modify weapon field, given the effect Zoom has on field of view, recoil reduction, and aim assist falloff. We will be investigating decoupling damage falloff from Zoom. This would be paired alongside a refresh of the base damage falloff values to compensate, which should allow us to better control the engagement ranges of individual archetypes, while at the same time letting us continue to use Zoom as a tuning knob for weapon fill without dramatically changing their performance. Wow, you may not know it, guys. That's a huge change. Now, it's my understanding from what I just read here that they're untethering damage falloff completely from Zoom, and if you keep up with like Destiny Sandbox or pretty much anything related to like weapon reviews. That alone, A, is a hell of a task. Good luck, Bungie. And B, nerfs everything that actually affects zoom, most notably rangefinder. But even some of your options out there that have high zoom, if that's going to be decoupled, that's a big one. That means stats alone, just base range stat is king. Question remains, most notably when it comes to our primary weapons, what benefits will high zoom offer? Yeah, definitely not something we're going to be getting this season and probably not even next season. This seems like way down the road. Now, the case of the missing Kvostov, a peek behind the developer curtain. Oh my. Again, if you're wondering where the hell this is coming from, the cutscene, the most climactic cutscene in all of Lightfall, literally shows our Guardian holding Kvostov, which was a head scratcher for all of us because we were like, yo, we don't even have Kvostov. Now, cinematic director.
Yeah, that was kind of like I didn't like recall it at first. I thought it was just like, I remember seeing, what was I holding that gun? I don't remember having that gun in my inventory because it looked a little bit like, I thought it was gnawing hunger for a second, but like the reticle is the sight is a square, not a circle, and that one too. And then people were saying, yeah, why are we holding Kvostov too? So it sounds like it was just like a placeholder, and they didn't want to like go in there to animate it to show like all the different weapons that we have in the game. It's just so like silly. Oh, give me 1 second. Okay, here we go.
James Myers has an answer that many of you have been asking. Where the heck is the Kvostov weapon seen in the cutscenes? Funny story about that. We'll let Myers take this one. So from Myers, during the production of Lightfall, a certain story beat was pitched related to reluctantly aiming a weapon, and we quickly realized that we would need to animate that moment much more specifically than we typically handle Guardians pointing weapons in previous scenes. Many players have noticed some of the sillier results in some real-time scenes, even when we avoid extreme poses, like our Guardian holding a bow at the end of the Witch Queen. So I spun up a thread with the studio leads and suggested that we decide on a default weapon that we could feature if we ever needed something specific like this. I suggested the Kvostov because it's the very first weapon every player receives in Destiny. Literally every Guardian has tinkered around with this weapon, so it felt like the right call. At the same time, new systems were being developed that would feature Guardians like commendations, and similarly, there were a lot of visual bugs popping up with certain weapons like glaives and bows. The animation team was stretched thin, closing on cinematics, and a new set of animations was, unfortunately, something that would cost us other content. Because of that, we made the decision to use the same default logic in the instance where a visual bug would detract from the quality bar that we aim to achieve. I'm just saying though, if we would have had Telesto, we probably wouldn't have thrown. Now regarding helmets seen in the in-game cinematics, I've seen some folks posting screenshots of their Guardians from recent real-time cinematics, and many were helmetless. Something we started doing in Lightfall is respecting the player's choice of helmets on or no helmets in real-time scenes. Where appropriate though, we'll keep your helmet on in the vacuum of space, for example. But for the most part, if you choose hide helmets, you'll see your Guardian's face. And if you don't, you won't unless there's a special exception. I don't want to make that promise too airtight, just in case. There is one caveat to keep in mind. The Season 20 cinematics were in production before we finalized this plan. So from Season 21 and onward, this will be consistent. As a little bonus sneak peek, some animators in the film industry were recently discussing how they push animation poses in ridiculous ways to get the framing just right on camera, making for a better shot composition and framing. It stirred up some interesting conversation, so we figured we show you one of these reframings with an example from Season 20 intro cinematic. Whatever it takes to get the shot, you know? Now what you see, all right, Amanda Holiday, Crow. Oh, what we see. Wow. All righty. I like that better. Bungie, you should have just left that in. I think that would have really sold the scene. But long story short, guys, on that one, we're not getting Kvostov. The bait was real. I know. I too died. We were going to get it. But let's be real. It was quite shy back inside of Destiny 1. If Bungie's going to bring back Kvostov, for the love of God, make it better. Outside of that, guys, we have a number of known issues. Feel free to just look at all of these, and if one of these are affecting you, just know it's known. If you don't see your known issue on this list, then well, it is unknown, and therefore will remain an issue. As a final note here from Bungie, and that's a wrap on our latest swap. This one was pretty weapon focused, but with so much talk about recent changes, we wanted to spend some time going over what's coming down the pipeline. Now that our paths must diverge once more, just a friendly reminder to please remember to drink your water, prioritize that self-care, pet all the good puppers out there for me, and always lead with your kindness foot forward. See you on the flip side, friends. I should go. Love hippie. Well, guys, let me know in the comments below what you think. Last but not least, Trials is launching tomorrow. We'll be playing it. Come by our stream. We normally do runs with viewers Friday evening as well as Saturday. And with all the different PvP changes coming here soon, I really do think now is a good time to start jumping back into Trials. So come join us. Fellas and ladies, thank you all for coming.
I do want to like test out like that final epic spiral too. Good stuff, man. I love the end credits there. It's fucking great. Let's see. Conversation. This has just been. See with the amazing atheist. I think people are all gonna be done for the draft. I said this too. It has to get done before the draft. Let's see.
Former reality TV star and failed steak salesman Donald Trump has been indicted on charges related to paying hush money to a porn star. I didn't even know that was a crime, so note to self, cancel hush money payments to porn stars. You know, it really sucks for Trump too, because Stormy Daniels didn't even keep her mouth shut in the first place. She betrayed the fraud emperor. She's on social media every day, putting his baby dick on blast. I think he should get a refund on that hush money. Maybe he can use it to pay bail. I keep hearing that this is actually, you know, good news for Trump, because now he's definitely going to win in 2024. I guess because America is just insatiable for a president that pays hush money to porn stars. I don't know. I'd prefer a president that openly and proudly beds porn stars, you know? Wouldn't that be like 100 times more Chad or 100 times chatter? What do you guys like better, more Chad or chatter? In other great news, we finally made trees obsolete. Apparently, this sad tank of green sludge is being proposed as a revolutionary new replacement for trees in what I think is probably the biggest leap forward in technology since the invention of truck nuts. You know, I wasn't going to announce this yet, but I think the time is right. I have found a replacement for flowers. A big bucket of dog shit. This bucket can successfully replace up to 30 flowers. Take that, flower lovers.
Oh, shit. I need to see that. Fuck.
Speaking of sickos that are destroying our once great
content
country,
warning, John.
Look at this PetSmart. Got a sign that says grooming right on the outside of the building.
That's true, too.
These monsters are getting brazen, folks. I've also heard that on top of these all ages, quote unquote, drag shows and these drag story hours, now they've got something called drag racing. I haven't looked into it, but I'm sure it's a threat to my perpetually frightened little lizard brain. What else is going on today? Oh, I don't like this guy. I don't know who he is, but he's apparently very popular. I see his videos in my feed all the time. He's got like 20 trillion views for everything he puts up, but I don't care for him. So if you guys could please stop watching him, that would be great. Also, I wrote a furry vor NSFW comic called Going Ham. That should be out soon, like, I don't know, in a week or so. Hopefully you guys will like it, since I know my audience is full of lecherous freaks and weirdos, which is exactly how I like it. That's all for today. I'm the Amazing Atheist. Peace the fuck out.
Oh my god. If the United States did get a national divorce, Godspeed, Red States. That's what the only thing I would say. Godspeed. Let's see here. You can watch. Air fryer, fish and chips. Sam Here's always had some good recipes too.
I've just gotten word former President Donald Trump has been indicted.
I just hung up with the former president. He tells me that he just learned of the news, said it's an attack on our country, said it's political persecution.
Donald Trump is now the first president in American history to be indicted. So I have the details, and I have Trump's first reaction 10 minutes ago. This is from 10 minutes ago. So I'm going to get to his truth. I'll also get to, first I'll get to the clip from someone on TV talking about his discussion with Trump. And then I'll get to the truth. And then I'll get to Fox News reacting to this news. All of it's good stuff. So let's first start with just a baseline understanding of what's going on here. So from CBC News, a lawyer for former U.S. President Donald Trump said Thursday he's been told that Trump has been indicted in New York on charges involving payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital affair with Stormy Daniels. It's the first ever criminal case against a former U.S. president and a jolt to Trump's bid to retake the White House in 2024. Trump has insisted he did absolutely nothing wrong, and his lawyers have said the charges are politically motivated. I'll tell you why they are not, very clearly why they are not, in a bit here. And he suggested that he was a victim of extortion. Okay, sure. So the indictment has yet to be unsealed, but it appears to be about those payments. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg said his investigative team were probing whether Trump falsified business records connected to the payments in a way that could constitute a campaign finance violation. And again, I will get to a very clear reason as to why this is not political in nature. But first, let's get to this is a reporter that spoke with Trump. And here is what Trump told the reporter, and then I'll get to what Trump is saying on Truth Social.
I just hung up with the former president. He tells me that he just learned of the news, said it's an attack on our country, said it's political persecution. He went on to say, David, they are trying to impact an election. I asked the former president, does he plan to turn himself in? David, he said, you take care, John, and then he hung up on me. So I think we're going to have to wait and see. But obviously, all of our reporting has been that the former president does indeed intend to head to New York. Maybe didn't want to give me that piece of information just yet from him, but something that we know his team has been in active conversations right now with the Secret Service of what that is going to look like.
All right, so he may not want to admit it to this reporter, but it sounds like that Trump is going to turn himself in if he is headed to New York to, figure out this entire process. So it's unlikely we're going to see him in handcuffs. Maybe we will. I don't think we're going to see that. It's also unlikely he'll go to prison, but this is because he's very powerful. Someone already went to prison for this exact crime. We'll get to that in a second. But here is Trump on Truth Social 14 minutes ago. These thugs and radical left monsters have just indicted the 45th president. Indicated. Oh my God, of course. The 45th president of the United States of
I made sure when I changed my stream
America
title that I double checked that spelled
spelled
indicted right.
2024 nomination for president. Okay, this is an attack on our country, blah, 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 the likes of which has never been seen before. It is likewise a continuing attack on our once free and fair elections. The USA is now a third world nation, a nation in serious decline. So sad. If anything, this brings America closer to democracy, where powerful people that break the law are actually held accountable. Doesn't happen very often, I have to admit, but here is a case where it is apparently happening. So this is very fun. Now, here is why this is not political in nature. All right. So Alvin Bragg's investigation appears to have focused on the $130,000 payment paid by former Trump lawyer and fixer Michael Cohen, who has said he fronted the money involved in the Daniels transactions to ensure her silence ahead of the 2016 election, and later was reimbursed by Trump. The reimbursement payments were erroneously classified as legal fees, previous investigations have found. Cohen served time in prison for this. For Trump telling him to do that. Trump is the co-conspirator. Trump faced no jail time. Cohen went to jail after pleading guilty in 2 federal criminal cases, including one that involved the campaign finance violations related to Daniels and another woman who alleged an affair with Trump. He also pleaded guilty to lying to Congress, and his credibility has been attacked by Trump's defenders, which could undermine his strength as a witness, which is ridiculous. How Cohen went to jail after admitting everything. So you could say before he's not a good witness because he lied and lied and lied for Trump, but after coming clean, it's very clear that
there's like
Cohen
no
is
reason for
being
him to
honest about
lie
what happened now
or to
because he
fabricate
went to jail
anything at
for
this
it.
point. He served the
Now,
time.
Let's get to the Fox reaction. All right, so
This is classic. This is like
Let's start
classic.
with the first announcement. This is you can hear an audible gasp as Brennan writes here, an audible gasp as they announce this.
Here, we have just gotten word former President Donald Trump has been indicted by a grand jury in New York. Trump was under investigation by the DA's office for his alleged hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 campaign.
Let's play that audible gasp one more time because that was so enjoyable.
Here, we have just gotten word former President Donald Trump has been indicted.
What? Great. Just great. Now let's get to some arguments, starting with Jesse Waters, who starts his argument by saying he never went to law school, but he definitely knows Trump is innocent here. So check this out.
I never went to law school, so I'm going to respectfully disagree with Trey Gowdy and say it's a bookkeeping issue. Why? Why? Because if you settle a private civil matter with a woman and you have your lawyer handle it, what other column are you supposed to put the payment into? I don't know. I'd put under the legal column. The whole thing is BS.
All right.
It's not about the payment itself, it's how it was handled afterwards, and whether or not it violated campaign finance laws.
Here is someone else. Oh no, this is Jesse Water again. All right, God. Are this the same clip? Or we're gonna find out.
So maybe the left's calculating that indicting this guy is going to get him
The
the
left.
nomination and they think he's easier to beat. But I wouldn't be so sure about that because there's going to be a major rally around the flag feeling. I'm starting to feel it right now. I'm angry about it. I don't like it. Country's not going to stand for it. And people
Country's
better
just going to be
careful.
just fine.
And that's all I'll say about that.
People better be careful.
Uh-huh.
What's that supposed to mean?
You heard that, right?
Country's not going to stand for it. Even though actually
People
the
need to
country
be
thinks
careful.
that 57 to 38% think criminal charges should
What, Quinnipiac?
disqualify Donald Trump from running for president again if charges are filed against him as a result of multiple state and federal criminal investigations, according to Quinnipiac. So 57% of people think that this disqualifies him. Now, of course, the breakdown is very clear. Democrats 88 to 9%, Independents 55 to 36, and Republicans 75 to 23. So they don't agree, but a majority of both Democrats and Independents think that, yeah, this is disqualifying. I will say, though, I kind of hope it's not, because I think Trump is a much worse general election candidate than someone like Ron DeSantis, who is more of an unknown figure on a national scale, definitely doesn't have the anti-vote the way that Trump has. Let's be clear, Biden won 2020 largely because of the anti-Trump vote, not because Biden was some politician who, really got people excited. No. Biden won because Trump is terrible. So if Trump is on the ticket again, it's just going to help Democrats. But we'll see where all that goes. To be clear, this does not disqualify Trump. I mean, even behind bars, I'm not clear on whether or not that would disqualify Trump or not. But a simple indictment will not disqualify him. We'll see where it all goes, though. Last thing here, here's Ben Shapiro reacting to this, another conservative. An act of legal absurdity. This is the fact over feelings guy. I think it's his pinned tweet still. Facts don't care about your feelings. How about the fact that Michael Cohen served time for this already? Yeah, okay. Facts don't matter in Ben's world. But there you go. Of course, more will come out about this. We'll be discussing this. If you're watching this as this happens, we'll be discussing this, I'm sure, tonight on the Leftist Mafia podcast. Check that out. I will link to that playlist below this video on YouTube. But I don't even know what else to say. This is a long time coming. I hope there are more to come. This is not the most important case in the world. There are worse things, like in Georgia, that whole case, much worse. But this is a start to actually see somebody in a position of power and wealth held accountable is a great thing.
Okay. Yep, I went ahead and shared this already, okay? Oh my God, yeah. We'll go ahead and just say this to watch later. Subscriptions. Really, that's it. I got like nothing else for you. Like maybe, well, here we go. I'll just go. There's only like a little bit left here. 20 minutes left. We'll go ahead and finish this, and then I'll probably like call it a day. I've been streaming for like 8 hours now. This has been nuts, dude. So we'll just go ahead, give Chud Logic his day, and finish
to
this up.
maintain the racial majority of white people and to try to do something to get Jews out of disproportionate positions of power, that would probably be the positions that they would put forward now. That's more realistic, but if Fuentes could do whatever he wanted, if he were the dictator, do you think that's what he would do? You think he would stop there? I don't know. He's given answers before. It's hard to guess. I would imagine he'd probably be more extreme. Probably like it would involve like mass killing, sure. Yeah, okay. So then let's just call him a fucking Nazi since you believe that if he came to power, he would commit genocide. If you want to play that game, then you play that game. Then you do that. That's not how I communicate to people. It's not a game. It's a game. It's a language game. Jesus Christ, man. It's like you have to call him this thing. You must call him a Nazi. Again, you know, the whole premise of this fucking Age of the Future, at no point was it you must call Nick Fuentes a Nazi. But Mr.Girl has got his own conception and his own arguments that he wants to bring to the table. Ones that, like, I in no way agreed with or signed off on at any point. I don't think I ever said you have to call Nick Fuentes a Nazi, but he's fucking going hell for leather about this. You know, turning it into the fucking Nick Fuentes interrogation, whether he should be called a Nazi or not. And what is the point of this? Why? Why is this all included? Did Max ever try and assert power over you? I look back at some of our interactions in a very different light with everything that's happened.
It seems like that's a yes. Very much so. That's how he is, like, in a lot of conversations.
Shaylin did, for sure. And there's conversations we've had where I look back on it and it does feel, it feels like, I do think Max is like quite a manipulative person. Max is quite like a manipulative person. And I think back to some of our interactions and I see it more clearly. I see it more clearly now. Don't Jew post, okay? I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't want to fucking have a go at him for being Jewish. Come on now. It's a game. It's a language game. Like, you know, there's lots of things I could talk about, but let me ask you this, right? I'm putting out, sorry, I'm making it about myself again, but, you know, it is what it is. Take it or leave it. $6,000 stream. Don't forget to support the stream.
Support the stream, chat.
I'm putting out lots of videos criticizing Lav, okay, in very harsh ways, right? Max comes to me and says, Chud, Lav isn't doing so well. Doesn't say specifically to me what I should or shouldn't do. Comes to me and says, Lav isn't doing so well and you're part of the reason, right? That is a very manipulative strategy because he's not coming to me and giving me something solid that I can say no to. He's not coming to me saying, hey, Chud, I've been watching some of this stuff. I'm a bit concerned about Lav, and I think you should do this. He's planting a seed, and he's expecting me to respond. And at the time, right, I'm going to be honest with you. I felt the pressure. I felt the tinge. I felt the tinge of like, oh God, am I doing something wrong here? Like, am I really? Do you know what I mean? He wants it to be my idea. He doesn't want to be the one to suggest to me and give me a hard thing that I can say yes or no to. It's, Chud, Lav is in a bad way, alluding to suicidal, obviously, and you're part of the problem. And then if it's my idea, it feels like I've come up with it. So it's like, well, that's Chud's, you know. But actually, when I held firm and I was like, actually, do you know what? I'm not doing anything wrong. You know, there was a continuation of him trying to contact me to try and apply this kind of light pressure to make me feel like I was doing something terrible with Lav. But then when I look back at it in its totality now and I review it all in my head, I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong. Lav is a pernicious, dishonest liar, and she's consistently lied for her entire time online. And all I've done is document that in a sometimes harsh manner when I call her mean names. That's all that I've done, okay? But for some reason, there's this onus on me to not do that.
That is actually highly manipulative.
Wrong? And then what's interesting about it?
In actuality, too, like the way like Mr.Girl, Max, whatever, like approaches people that way, that's actually like a classic way of like how you like casually manipulate somebody into like seeing your way or doing something that you want. You want to, it's so screwed up, like I'm saying this out loud, but you essentially want that person to convince themselves of your way. And it's not even like, they're not thinking that they're doing it your way, it's their way. But in reality, you've now convinced themselves, you've convinced that person to see it your way, but they don't think it's your way, they think it's their way, right? So you plant that seed at first, and eventually they come around to your way of thinking. But in reality, you've been slowly manipulating down that specific path.
Is when you get to the meat and potatoes of it, it's this thumbnail is mean, this video title is mean, you called her a whore, right? I've at no point presented any dishonest, like, it's not like he's coming to me saying, Chud, in this video, you said this about Lav, and that isn't true, and you made that up, right? That would be something that's reasonable to come to me with, to say, you've lied about Lav, or you've presented dishonest information about Lav, right? It's, you've been mean about Lav. But never at any point has he been able to point to something substantive I've said or done that is wrong or incorrect.
And now that like Chud has brought up like Max's manipulation, it's really made me think too. Do you guys remember the time when like Max and like Vosh were talking, right? Was that like before or after Max got in contact with Destiny? I think that was shortly after, and I'm assuming Max probably got to know Destiny and got to know the relationships. I wonder if when he got to talking to Vosh, because during that conversation, he was trying to provoke Vosh a certain way. Do you think he did that specifically to get on Destiny's good side? Because listen, I like Destiny too. He does enjoy it when Vosh and Hassan take L's. He does get like this kind of sick pleasure at seeing that too. And I think that a lot of people in his community in DGG will recognize that too. So I wonder, in that conversation with Vosh, he's trying to antagonize Vosh. Vosh hung up on him because he was getting out of hand. He was saying a bunch of crazy shit, and Vosh could see it. Vosh does that thing where he's looking at the camera. He's like, huh? You guys see that? You guys see that? See what he's doing, right? Right? And then, like, I think he said something about cuties and, like, young girls and stuff like that. Vosh was like, nah, we're ending this now. Because it was getting to that line, too, but it was ramping up. And he does that a lot in conversations. But I'm wondering now at that time if he did that so he can get Destiny's approval, so he can get closer to Destiny about that, too. I'm going to tell you right now, that's highly manipulative, too. That's another form of manipulation too. You do certain things to get in good with that person, and now like he stabbed Destiny in the back. Like it's like he's more and more than you think about. You look at like what Max has done. He has a history of this too. He's not a good person. I'm not saying like he's a criminal or anything like that, but I think he's like a sociopath, like a honest to God sociopath. And frankly, you look at the community that he's fostering around and the people that are near him too. It's like he has like a cult, like an actual cult of people. Like he's I think it's it's not reflecting, it's like I forget what the term is called. Like he's saying that Destiny's in a cult, and his whole orbiters and everything that's a cult. In reality, he's a cult. He himself is the leader of his own cult. And you look at the people that he surrounds himself with, and like you ever see his call-in show, especially the positive callers, it's very strange. Like it's just like something that like it's in the back of my mind, and it makes like my something like crawling up my neck. You know, it's just like something like very odd and very eerie about it too. Like he asserts this control over his community and people in his community too, and he fosters this like strange parasocial relationship with them too. and it's cultish in its own right.
It's about Lav. So that's why he has to come to me and say, Lav's in a bad way. The onus is on me then. You're making her feel suicidal, so you need to stop what you're doing. But never explicitly expressed, always done subtly to tug on those like moral heartstrings. That's what was, that, you know, that isn't my interpretation, at least, of what was going on. So yeah, I do look back, and that's not a cop-out. It's not to say anything I said or did was because of Max. It's just to highlight that I look back and I think about some of the strategies that he used to try and engage in certain forms of manipulation to try and get me to acquiesce to something that he clearly wanted me to do without him clearly stating it. So yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm going to stop making it about me, okay? I can't stop myself. Narcissistic streamer, obviously. Do you stand by your statement of 10 seconds ago that he would commit genocide if he came to power? If Fuentes was in power, there's a chance. I don't know 100%. What do you think? I don't know. I don't care. I'm not trying to divine what's inside of his head. I'm trying to deal with the rhetoric that he delivers to his fans. And the positions that he states that I can have intangible disagreement with, and he thinks that his fans say, that's what I'm interested in. Okay, I want to give you one more nugget. Okay? I inadvertently... when I found out that Max wanted to speak to certain people, right? I put him in touch with an individual, not truly understanding what was going on. Right? But funnily enough, the individual that I put him in touch with is one of the people that ended up going to Destiny. And I know because Destiny read out the DMs on stream. Because basically, I put him in touch with someone to get in touch with someone else. And I was in the DMs as they were interacting. And I noticed that he was going in super heavy with this abuse thing. And he was talking about, I've been abused, I'm trying to find abuse. So I immediately was like, wait, whoa, Max, the people you're asking about are okay? Before you do anything, come to me and run it by me and I'll give you my interpretation of the drama. But then it was too late. And then this person that I'd introduced him to was one of the people that went to Destiny. I didn't mean for that to happen, obviously. God, there's lots of moments in this. There's lots of moments in this where I've done something and it's like fucked Max over inadvertently. Oh man. Who needs friends when who needs enemies? Who needs enemies? Who needs enemies when you got friends like that, eh? It wasn't Doobie, it was someone else. No, it wasn't Doobie, it was someone else. I wasn't a double agent, right? Listen, the way he first presented it to me, I was like, okay, that seems pretty reasonable, you know? It's fine to talk to, you know, do like an investigation, like that was fine. But when I realized he was going to people and saying like, you know, abuse, it was like, I could see the writing on the wall. It's like I could see, in a second, I could see the arc of the future, and I was like, "Oh no! If he
it's all gonna end for Max there,
and takes for certainty what they said, and then he puts that in an article, that's going to look really bad for him because he's not going to take into account all of the drama that's gone into that leads to. Do you know what I mean? It's like Mr. Magoo trying to figure out fucking 10 years worth of drama, not knowing what the fuck they're doing, saying something wrong, and putting it out there. And now look what's happened. He's put in a bunch of shit that doesn't even accurately reflect the drama that's happened. Anyway, sorry. I'm very self-centered today, okay? I'm very fucking self-centered today.
Yeah, Chad.
Yeah, I was Doctor Strange. I've reviewed all the possible timelines, and there is one where you win. I know the exact timeline you need to follow to win, Max, okay? And then he just totally fucking disregards me and does something else. He just turns around and runs straight at Thanos and just gets fucking crushed like a bug. As much as there's cope about how it couldn't... I think that there could have been a way to go about this that wouldn't have resulted in Destiny's ire. I genuinely think that if you were a bit more respectable and thoughtful about how you approach this, you know, you could probably go about it in a way that didn't completely eviscerate you in front of Destiny.
And basically everybody else in Twitch poll
It's like
and on YouTube.
It's like, you know, when Doctor Strange looks at Tony Stark at the end.
Does the one.
Looks at, and Doctor Strange does that one thing. I look at Max and I do this, right? And Max is like, I understand. And then he turns around and just punches Thanos in the chest. And it does nothing. And Thanos just clicks his finger and he turns it. Destiny clicks his finger and Max turns into dust. And I'm just like, oh no. Oh no. Okay, come on. We need to get through this article. I'm sorry. I'm so self-centered today. It's unbelievable. The 6 Orbiter Stones. You know, I don't know. Let's just say there's a lot of DMs of me saying to Max, forewarning him, okay? Let's move on. I don't want to talk about myself anymore. I'm sick of it, okay?
Yeah, he enjoys it.
This is a $6,000 stream. Don't forget to support the stream. Send a super chat my way or give me cold hard cash there. Okay. When you say I'm going to lose his audience, make it sound like his audience would be like, how can Mr.Girl call him a Nazi? He's not a Nazi. He would never do anything like that. We wouldn't want something like that. That's a horrible thing to say. I don't think that's the reaction from the average fan. Because there are probably a chunk of them that don't think that way. There's probably a chunk of them that think, you know what, there are differences between black people, Asian people, white people. And I do think Jews are a little fucked. I wish we would just stop all the immigration, at the very least have white people sit at the top of the hierarchy in the United States. Let's maintain that racial majority. Let's keep back black people, brown people from immigrating here en masse. And let's do something about the disproportionate power that Jewish people have over media and Hollywood. And if they think that then when you go into those committees, you want to fight that you fight that you thought you have to fight against that. But if you're going to go and like, you're a Nazi, they're going to be like, oh, fuck you, I'm not a Nazi. And now you've lost them. It's gone. I felt this way before when people called me homophobic in 2012 because I call people f***s. The reason why I didn't listen to any of them is because they called me homophobic. I'm not homophobic. I know I'm not homophobic. And I instantly shut those people out. It took me years to learn why you shouldn't have those type of insults. And it's because all the people that could have convinced me otherwise instantly wrote me off as homophobic. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck you. I'm not going to say anything because I know. Do you think I'm using Nazi as an insult? Yes, you're using Nazi as an insult. You're choosing that word because it's the one that has the most moral weight and gravity that you can find. That's why you use the word, because it feels good to call someone a Nazi. It's like a left version of the N-word. You Nazi, fucking Nazi. It's exactly what. Have I ever called anybody a Nazi before that you're aware of? Not that I'm aware of. But when you're saying he's a Nazi and all his fans are Nazis, he's probably a race realist, Christian fucking theocrat dude, Christian monarchist, whatever, like Christian nationalist. There's a lot of...
Dude, why are you still doing cover for Donald Trump? Come on.
Man, I don't think he's doing that. I'm not trying to lump him in. That's what it feels like. I'm not trying to lump him in. I'm saying that the tactic of picking the word that is the most... It's not a tactic. I literally think he's a Nazi. You want me to use a fucking euphemism to not offend him? It's not a euphemism, just hits the point.
I want everyone to see like what that quote from Whitlock. He's talking about violence. Same thing with like Jesse Waters in that one clip. I think from Pac-Man. Not from Pac-Man, from David Doyle. Like that whole thing, everybody knows. Everybody, 34 counts. Got unseal? Where, now hold on, everyone's saying Midas touch.
Thousand people for protesting against the war and against the official.
What's going on in Ukraine is important. Don't get me wrong.
Forward with this unprecedented indictment of a former American president, unless there were going to be felony charges.
Aaron
in Kutursky in Lower Manhattan tonight. We hear the helicopters, the news choppers overhead.
Okay, this is not live. They're saying 34. Well, let's make it this clear. I like Christo, but like there hasn't been no official violence, but there have been very subtle and not so subtle calls of violence. I'm actually getting a little worried about that too, because it depends on what the fuck's gonna happen. Okay, all right, let's just go ahead and watch this. Put this on.
Am I misgendering him? Is that not his preferred pronoun? I think he's literally a Nazi.
John Miller tells Aaron Burnett.
Didn't we have this Discord as well?
34 count falsifying business record.
That's the other thing as well. I remember. I just was constantly getting caught.
So this is being
Anyway, it's
reported
not
on
about me.
CNN
Okay,
live right now. It's 20 minutes
I need to get
ago.
another energy drink. Okay, I need to get another fucking energy drink. Right? Fuck me. I am absolutely losing it over here. I need to get an energy drink. I need a huge.
Okay. Go ahead and subscribe, give Chud some more money for putting this banger content. Unfortunately, though, I'm more interested about what's going on with Donald Trump, because this is all breaking.
Records, and I am told by my sources that this is 34 counts of falsification of business records, which is probably a lot of charges involving each document, each thing that was submitted as a separate count. In a couple of matters.
All right, that makes sense.
And I am told by my source.
Okay, 34 counts. So multiple documents. He's being charged essentially on one count for each of the 34 documents. I very much doubt it.
Opened his rally last weekend in Waco, Texas, as you know, with a recording of the national anthem sung by January 6th prisoners, played over footage of January 6th. Are you comfortable with that?
No.
Tell us why.
Well, my wife, my daughter, my staff, and I were evacuated first to my office off the Senate floor and then to the parking garage below the Senate on January 6th. We stayed at our post. I know we did our job that day. By God's grace, we completed our work under the Constitution of the United States.
All right. God. Just so you know, this guy's a monster too. Just because he has like, oh, I got this grandpa look to me. You can trust me. Get the fuck out of here, dude. The horrible things that happened. Google him when he was the governor of, I believe it was Indiana, correct? Look at the things that happened under his watch. Let's see. I don't remember the U.S. House from Indiana. Vice President, 50th governor from 2013 to 2017. The relevant sections. That's true. So amongst like the MAGA crowd, I doubt that affects his numbers, but against like other Republicans who would be like more who want to vote for like a Youngkin or like a DeSantis, I wonder what the numbers are too. I really wonder how like that primary would like work out too. That's the thing too. And what would happen, not just from like a purely like political standpoint. Well, yeah, I mean, not from a like that I shouldn't word it that way. I'm really wondering for the long-term health. That's probably a better way to put it. Of the Republican Party, what would happen to the fucking party though? To be honest with you, would it fracture? Would like a third party, like a would a true like another like deep like far right party like come out of that too, like filled with the Marjorie Taylor Greens, Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boeberts and the such too, you know, led by Donald Trump, like the Freedom Party, whatever the fuck they will call themselves, you know, would they really like come up? I really wonder about that. I don't know. I really don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know, like, what would happen with something like that. I think it would be to the benefit of Democrats, to be honest with you. I think Democrats would excel if the Republican Party split like that, to be honest with you. Jesus. I am... Is this like still... Okay. I definitely need like another cushion, like for this thing. Okay. Hold on. This is like getting out of hand now. Yeah, I'm like winding down anyway. That's better. All right. Let's see.
Same water. Everyone understands what's going on, whether you're focused on like putting together the president's remarks tomorrow on electrification or not.
Well, that's right. And the White House obviously didn't have any advance notice of this, Chris. So in the White House on a night like this, when this news broke, when the news alerts came out, there was probably a lot of people saying, holy cow, or something stronger that's not appropriate for an 8 p.m. show in the White House. And then what they are conveying to everybody in the cabinet, to senior members of the team, is keep your head down and do not speak to this. They are going to be very quiet for as long as they can, in part because as a policy, they don't comment on ongoing criminal investigations, but also because they don't want to feed into the politics of this. And they know that. So their biggest challenge is almost going to be keeping everybody as quiet as possible and keeping limited to a couple of sentences around how they're going to respond to this.
Things this week with some lighthearted news that's really going to put a smile on your face.
We're interrupting this package right now because we have some breaking news, and it is historic news out of Lower Manhattan right now. A federal jury.
Oh, sorry about that.
Every week of news, so I thought, you know, we'd wrap up things this week with some lighthearted news that's really going to put a smile on your face.
We're interrupting this package right now because we have some breaking news, and it is historic news out of Lower Manhattan right now. A federal jury, a grand jury, has voted to indict former President Trump. The first time ever that a former president has been criminally charged.
Dude, this motherfucker came in. They had like a script and everything. All right, John, we're just gonna go over this, and this. Yeah, sure, you know. All right, it's gonna be a light work day too. You know, Trevor. You know, I really appreciate you give me this opportunity. You know, all this and that too. And this motherfucker gets it. All right, John. Yeah. What's up, Ben? Whoever the producer's name is. Yeah, it's happening. They're bringing back the McRib. What? No. Wait, are they bringing back the McRib? No. What did Ben? What's happening? they're gonna indict Donald Trump, and deep down he's trying to be a professional. He's just like, motherfucker, I just won, make me the host now. Like, that would be great if you were like let's say you were an up and coming comedian. You're like, yo, this is how I make my bones right here. You know what I mean? This is like great, man. Damn, good for John Leguizamo. He's a phenomenal actor too. He did that I don't know if it was on, I think it's on Netflix. I forgot what it was called too. Someone like in chat can probably like mention it too. And post like the wiki on it too. It was like a one-man show, and it was about history. I think specifically it was about his life, and it was about like the history of his family and everything too. It wasn't really a comedy show, and it wasn't like a play, but it was really good. I remember just watching the whole thing. I was locked in from beginning to end. You know, does he have it on his page too? Let me follow. John Leguizamo was fucking a great actor. I forgot what it was called. I think it was on Netflix. There was a special on HBO. I do want to look it up though, because it was that good. Also, Super Mario Brothers. I forgot he was in that like Santa movie too. Ice Age. He was in The Menu. He's in John Wick. There was something else. He's 62 years old. He looks fucking good for a 62-year-old, man. What's his filmography? Was it like stand-up television? No. It was like... Here we go. Latin History for Morons. That was fucking great. This was like really good, and actually was like a good learn. Yeah, it is. It's a one-man Broadway show. It was really, really good. All right. Let's give him some love here.
That's right. I lost my chair. Yeah.
I really think like he's gonna go to jail for this. I really believe it. I really believe that Donald Trump's gonna go to jail for this.
Right. Lady Justice grabbed Trump by the pussy.
All right.
I take a firm stance against mass incarceration, okay? But for this, I'm willing to make an exception. I just hope they take it easy on him and put him at least in a cell with his lawyer. But hey, let this be a lesson to all you kids out there, okay? If you commit fraud to cover up an affair with a porn star, the law will catch up to you after like 7 years and a full term as president. Now, I know we're all hoping to see him put in handcuffs, but we don't know how it's all going to go down. The report is that they're going to try to negotiate his surrender. Either that or they'll leave a trail of Big Macs leading to the prison. And, you know, a lot of...
I know that's like really, it's such an easy joke, but he does love McDonald's, man. Like it's so crazy. This is like the former president of the United States, and he's, you know, believe him whether or not he's a multimillionaire, billionaire, whatever the number is. He's a rich guy, but like he likes McDonald's like everybody else, and no one is above McDonald's. Okay, everyone has had McDonald's at least once in their life. All right, no one is above McDonald's. Okay, I still love their pies, and I still love their fucking French fries. Okay, their burgers not so much. I'm a Five Guys guy. You know, it's Five Guys a lot more expensive, but it tastes so much better.
Pundits like Lindsey Graham are saying this is going to be good for Trump. But why don't you get arrested and see if it's good for you?
These guys are like over him, man. They want him to be done.
Anyway,
they would love for Donald Trump to be done.
When this will actually arrest him or how it's going to pan out. But hey, maybe going to prison might be good for Trump. It may be what he needs. Because at least in prison, he'll be able to pursue his greatest passions. Reading, working out, and converting to Islam.
He's just... It's just like that last part. Yeah, fuck that guy. Dude, I'm loving this, man. This is gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be scary for the country. It's gonna be great content. What is Article 4? Ah, okay. Oh yeah. I think we briefly talked about this yesterday. Or the day, no, not yesterday, but I think I posted a TikTok about it. I forget. Okay, they're talking about the extradition. They're talking about the extradition of Donald Trump from Florida too. He's gonna have to bring himself into any of these governors that say they're not gonna, you know, follow a warrant if like a person's in their state's fucking lying. They understand the fucking legal repercussions of that too. If they say they're not gonna like extradite like someone who's gonna get indicted for a crime, they're all lying about that. I'm actually very interested in this movie too. Hashtag paint the movie. I am interested. I thought this was like him playing Bob Ross for a second, but you know, it's just like that piece. It's just like, I don't want to say a mockumentary, but it's like his character's clearly based off of Bob Ross. If he was a complete narcissist. Very, very interesting. Very intrigued about this. I'm very happy. Owen Wilson's been doing like roles like this for like a long time too. He's only gone better with the different movies he's done. Such like the weird movies too. He's perfect for stuff like that.
You. And Tucker, it's not even about Donald Trump. It's about every American, because if they can do it to Trump, they can do it to you.
Yes. If you commit a crime and they find out you committed the crime, yes, they will prosecute you for that crime. That is not very complicated. Get the fuck out of here. I honestly do believe he's a Mets fan. Believe it or not, I actually do. Probably like the only thing that's actually true. You know, because I'm gonna face it with you. Yankees are like, when it comes down to baseball in New York City, it's the Yankees and the Mets, right? But Yankees, there's a lot more Yankees fans than there are Mets fans. Like, if he wanted to fake being a baseball fan, it would be with the Yankees. You know, it doesn't give him any more political clout, especially in his district too, that he's a Mets fan. I think he actually is a Mets fan. It's probably the only true thing about him. That's the ironic thing. Oh my God. God. Oh, okay. They didn't, holy shit. Straight flush. Ooh. Oh, goddamn. Listen. She's right about that, man. Yes. Listen, you can actually make stuff like this at home relatively easy. Do it over the weekend. You can make it probably with a lot less sugar and for a lot less calories too, and frankly gluten-free, to be honest with you too. Don't get me wrong, like, like once in a blue moon, stuff like this is fine too, but like, damn. So no more like Trump news. Chad Johnson having a great post career, man. I just saw that one clip when he was talking to Shannon Sharp. So this is like the sports segment now of the show, I guess, where he's talking to Shannon Sharp, and I don't know how the conversation got to this though. It's about like how many injuries Chad Johnson has had, and he says he's never been injured throughout his entire career, and he asked Shannon Sharp what he does when he was eating, and he says that was a problem. You eating nothing but rabbit food, and I ate whatever I wanted. I just made sure I worked out, and he's not like, I don't know like how right he is about that too. And he like, I remember when Chad Johnson on the Bengals in his prime, he went over the middle, he went over the top, he took big hits, and that was when there was like a lot less protections than there are today for like defenseless receivers. I remember a show with who was it? It was like with Keyshawn Johnson and somebody else. I forget. It was Keyshawn Johnson and somebody else. It was called Jacked Up, and it was like the most brutal hits, like for all the games on Sunday and the Monday night game. And it was like, bro, none of those hits would be legal today. It'd be like guys like leading with their head and knocking a guy out, hitting them helmet to helmet. Like dudes were getting knocked the F out. You know what I mean? Don't get knocked out in those hits. It was called Jacked Up. It was great. Like you were like, oh my God. But like, that isn't a different time, you know? Now we like, people were talking about it before too, but now we definitely know better. I hate like there's a growing myth that like, and I forget, I think it was like Massey too, when Congressman Bowman was like doing his thing and like yelling at Republicans about not doing anything about gun violence, and then Massey said we need everybody, people armed, we need people with guns, and like he said something like this doesn't happen when there's people on guns, which is false. It actually does happen too. There's too many unknowns that lead to the point. I don't have a problem with school resource officers too, but like don't turn like schools into prisons for one thing too. Also, you can have like all the people with guns that you want too. What happens if multiple people like attempt like a school shooting there too? Like you expect that like the shooter to come out too, but you don't know what they're going to be packing. You don't know how many there's going to be there too. You're not going to know whether or not they're going to have body armor on. You don't know what type of ammunition they're carrying. You don't know if there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, that there's too many unknowns that you can't prepare for too. And the expectation is you're going to ask teachers to start carrying guns too. Like ludicrous that sounds too. What if the school shooter's a student there? You're asking too much. So you're not, and who's going to pay for the guns? Are you going to ensure the teachers with that too? What happens like during a firefight, a student gets hit? What happens? There are no answers for that too. That's why the issue is it is the guns. I'm sorry. And maybe I'm from New York and I don't have like this weird fetish with guns. I fired guns before. It's fun. I just don't like see that too. You're going to tell me you go hunting with an AR-15? I've never seen that. I know people who hunt frequently. I've never heard them talk about going hunting with their assault rifle. Okay? You live in such a bad neighborhood that you need to carry like 50 guns in your home. I've seen some of the photos, like, and I'll see, and they was talking about like, yeah, I live in this neighborhood. I'm like, you live in like in the middle of nowhere. Who's gonna like hunt you down? And if everybody knows you have guns, also, why are you posting that you have like so many guns too? It's like you're self-snitching. Why are you posting that you have all that money? Because guns are expensive too. Like good quality guns are expensive, and ammo too. Why are you like revealing you have all these guns? It's like people like on Instagram, like Instagram models and stuff like that, posting, oh, I'm gonna be here and here at so and so time, and they're showing off they're wearing like their Rolex watches and like expensive earrings and shit like that. Why are you self-snitching like that? I don't know. Maybe because like I don't have like a lot of money, and I really appreciate the money I do have, but like I don't know. It's Sal. It's probably like not that much. This is like nuts, man. Just pearly things. Going in that too. Got trad wives. I don't think I'm gonna watch anymore. I think that's about it too. TikTok trad wives. Yeah, not really much left. All right, folks. I think that's it too. I'm gonna have to delete the VOD for this on Twitch, only because like Nick, Destiny, and Aiden Ross showed up too, so you can't like quote unquote platform like ban streamers on Twitch. YouTube, it's fine. I think that's a dumb rule. You should be able to watch their VODs. Like, not having them on your stream is one thing, but you should be able to like watch their VODs at least, you know. And I love that there's like crazy offensive stuff in there. I can understand them like giving you like a day or two ban too, especially if it was easy enough to find out. But I appreciate everybody's time and attention. You guys have been a great audience. A lot of craziness today. Sorry, Chud. I'll watch the rest of it tomorrow, but I'm gonna be glued on to Twitter and YouTube just to see if there's any like. I need to stream it live. Trump getting blocked. But until then, everybody, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. We're moving forward, folks. America's gonna get stronger after all this. I hope, anyway. Stay positive.